for as it raged without, it sealed them in, and it seemed that Ruark's presence was the factor she had sought her lifetime through. He was ever near. If she turned suddenly, he would raise his eyes to her and smile. If she dozed a space and woke, she could lie still and listen to the sounds he made as he moved about or shuffled his charts. Even though the storm threatened to sweep them into the sea, she feared its strength no longer, and there was a thought in her mind that she would never again be terrified by lightning or thunder. Still, it was a relief when Geitlia knocked on the door. The mild man kicked in a large bag with his foot, and when he had placed the supper tray on the table and carefully closed the portal, he opened the bag with covert pride to display a rope ladder. It would serve them well for their escape. As he was about to leave, he paused at the door and shook his head with some worry. Dora has had to hide in the pantry to escape the attentions of Aripen and the others. Carmelita has served them food and drink and much more, but they grow weary of her and seek new entertainment. The hours took on the elderly hue of night. The din outside had become wearisome, and the drunken revelry below dwindled until only an occasional sound was heard. The night wore on, and Ruark waxed restless. He paced the room, fondled his brace of pistols, and repeatedly checked the priming, and drew his sword to test its edge. A slow and subtle shift came in the roar of the storm. The wind no longer howled as loudly around the eaves, and the rain dwindled to a fine spurting mist. No sooner had they both become aware of this than a light tap came at the door, and Ruark ushered in a grinning Geitlia. "We'll set these fellows on their heels," he chortled, rubbing his hands together gleefully. "A blow or two for vengeance, eh?" Ruark remained aloof from the man's eagerness, and his brow knitted. "I fear I shall have to forego our journey, at least for tonight," he stated solemnly, and the servant's face fell. "The pirates seem restless, and I am wary of some treachery afoot." He halted near the door and listened for a moment. "They are all too quiet to please me." Geitlia grinned in renewed elation, and his eyes twinkled beyond the tiny panes. "'Tis only that they are all besought," he chuckled. "Carmelita grew tired with their play, and served them all strong black rum. 'Twill be some hours before they recover." Ruark contemplated the man for a moment. He opened the door and crept to the head of the stairs to see for himself. The common room was dark, with only a few short stubs of candles burning for light, yet he could make out a full dozen dark shapes scattered about in ludicrous positions of slumber. Mother was sprawled upon his belly, full length on the table, and snored loudly with a deep grumble and high-pitched whistle. Satisfied, Ruark returned, bolted the door, and then slid a heavy iron-bound chest before it. At his nod, Geitlia began to secure the ladder to the iron grillwork outside the window. Ruark doffed all but his breeches. After checking his pistols again, he laid them at full cock on the table, where they would be handy to Shanna's need. Geitlia, too, stripped to his pants and hung a heavy cutlass from his rope belt. Ruark ducked beneath his sabre sash, and the two of them rubbed lamp soot over their bodies and limbs. As Shanna stood brushing her hair, Ruark peered over her shoulder into the mirror and smeared the black, greasy stuff over his face. A gay laugh of amusement escaped her as she faced him, and, with rich enthusiasm, helped him spread the soot on his chest and arms. "I always thought there was something of the blackguard in you. 'Tis at last beginning to show." Ruark drew a blackened finger along the slim, delicate line of her nose in revenge, and chuckled as she gasped in feigned outrage and scrubbed heartily at the sooty streak. The candles were doused, except for the one in a ship's lantern, which they set upon the table. Brushing Shanna's lips with a kiss, Ruark closed the door on the lantern, bringing the room to darkness. Shanna felt a last squeeze on her hand, then heard the ladder rattle down. She waited until she was sure they were gone, and then retrieved the ladder as Ruark had instructed her, tucked it inside the rail, and closed the shutters before she opened the lantern. Now it was only a matter of waiting. Ruark had tried to tell her what they planned, but she'd been anxious to be assured of his safety, and missed much of what he said, remembering only that it had something to do with the pirate's powder magazine and gathering brush in the gully. Without thinking, Shanna mimicked Ruark's actions as she checked the pistols, saw to their priming, then laid them down again. She tested the edge of the small dagger, and then slipped it into her waistband. Restlessly she paced the room, and the only difference was that in a woman's way, she tidied here and there. Ruark's jerkin lay across the arm of a chair, and lifting it, she smoothed its soft leather over her arm. It was odd how the garment already seemed a part of him, like the short breeches. It even bore his scent. She rubbed her cheek against it, savouring the manly smell of leather. "What have I become?" Shanna murmured in some wonder. "A wife waiting for her man? Is it always thus with wives? Do they seize upon some manly garment and relive past moments of bliss while they bide the time?" She glanced about the room and was bemused by her mood. "Strange. I feel him gone. There is that which is missing now. I never felt his presence as much as I feel his absence." It suddenly rankled Shanna that she should find life incomplete unless she could reach out her hand and touch him. "I will not be trapped," she assured herself, and hung the jerkin neatly on a chair back. She had set a glass to mark the time, since no clock graced the room, and she now noticed it was only half run through. She gave a deep sigh to ease the lonely ache that sprang up within her bosom, and began to pace again. A gust rattled the shutters and made her jump. Large drops of rain began to fall again, and the wind curling around a cornice gave a low moan. The inn creaked as the storm renewed its attack upon the island. Her eyes fell to the hourglass, and her spirit showed its shallow depth as she saw only a small amount of sand remained in the top. Nearly an hour gone. Has aught come amiss? Nervously, Shanna began to nibble at a fingernail. Have they been found out? Or perhaps fallen upon some evil fate? The grains of sand raced in eager frolic for the bottom of the glass. Does he lie dead somewhere with this storm beating down upon him? She shuddered at the thought. Oh, I must be calm. He will come soon. Deliberately, Shanna placed her hands to her sides, where they made small fists, but they opened only to clench again, and again, and again. For the 1,000th time, she paced the chamber, but returned to watch the last grains trickle to the bottom. She reached out to turn the piece over, then froze, as a small sound intruded over the noise of the wind-driven rain. As she listened, another pebble struck the shutters. Smothering a cry of joy, Shanna whirled and flew to the shutter latch, then suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to close the lantern. Rushing back, she did so quickly, then ran to the window and threw the ladder over the railing. She could not see below, and for the sake of caution stood back in the shadows, training a pistol on the top of the rail until she recognized the dark head and broad shoulders of Ruark. He came through the window with a bound and turned to boost Geitler over the railing. Shanna only intended to touch Ruark's arm and ask him of his success, but somehow, as he faced around, her arms went about him, and she held herself to him with all the strength she was capable of. Ruark felt the trembling of her body against him, and tightened his embrace securely about her, lifting her chin to kiss her, oblivious to Geitler, who busied himself retrieving the ladder, closing the shutters, and cautiously opening the lantern. The two finally parted, and Geitler handed a towel to Ruark and began to dry himself. It was as if their entry signalled the storm to return in all its furiousness, but Shanna no longer cared about the tempest. She curled herself in a chair as the men huddled over the charts and talked in hushed tones. Her cheek rested against the leather jerkin, and its smell filled her head. The barest hint of a smile played across her lips, and her eyes glowed with a warmth no one could explain, least of all Shanna. When their discussion ended, Geitler clothed himself, mumbled a last good night, then let himself out. Ruark barred the door after him as Shanna rose and went to stand beside the bed. Her fingers tugged at the lacing of her waistband. Suddenly, there were willing hands to help. When the skirt and blouse had been joined on the floor by her shift, Shanna turned in Ruark's embrace and slid her arms about his neck, seeking his lips with feverish abandon. Morning came, and Shanna felt Ruark leave the bed. She listened to him move about as he dressed. There was something wrong, but she could not quite put a finger on it. Opening her eyes, she stared at the peeling walls, where his shadow played with odd distortion in the bright sunlight streaming in the windows. That was it, bright sunlight. The room was silent, as it had not been for several days. No wind whistled. No storm thundered. She rolled onto her back and saw only the blue sky beyond the open shutters. An occasional fluff of cloud spoiled an otherwise unblemished sky and lent a counterpoint of dirty white to the crystal blue. Ruark came to the bedside, fully arrayed in his pirate attire. He placed 2 weapons on the table, a small flintlock and a huge horse pistol. Geitler scavenged these from the pirates while they slept. They're loaded, primed, and ready, he admonished carefully. I must go and lay the fuses, so all will be in readiness for tonight. His brow furrowed with worry. He did not like the idea of leaving her, but Geitler was unfamiliar with the workings of gunpowder. During the storm, he and Geitler had prepared a contraption which would hopefully divert the pirates' attention and allow them to escape. All that remained to do was to place the oiled fuse and gunpowder beneath the brush in the gully on the hillside above the blockhouse, which was used as a magazine. The brush was held in place by slim poles. Hopefully the lot of it, put on fire by the gunpowder and aided by heavy logs above, would roll down against the wall of the magazine when the charge was set off and cause a general alarm to be raised. He could make no test, but only trust in his design. It was as ready as it could be, and fate would see the whole thing out. Geitler is watching the door, and the pirates are still asleep below. I'll only be gone for a short time, and I must leave while the moment is ripe. He bent over her, and his mouth took hers in a fervent kiss. His hand passed along her arm and squeezed it reassuringly before he straightened. With a last glance over his shoulder, he slipped from the window, dropped to the ground. His eyes searched the quay. The schooner was still out in the bay, though she had dragged her anchor a bit. But, if anything, the good hound was better aligned for their purposes than before. Ruark made his way quickly around the structure to the back. In his haste, he did not see the lone figure leaning in the shadows of the rear doorway. A long moment passed, and Ruark was gone, and the silhouette staggered into bright sunlight to become a man. The red watery eyes squinted down the path and blinked painfully. "Be damned!" the swarthy pirate slurred. "The York has fled his nest and left the little bird ripe for the plucking." Shanna huddled in the corner of the bed as she listened to the muffled voices in the hall. Only a few moments before, Gauntlet had whispered through the door that he had overheard the pirates plotting to invade the room to seize her. One of them had seen Ruark slip away. She had bade the servant hurry to seek out Ruark, since Gaitler's slight frame would delay the miscreants only a small while. Testing the heavy bar on the door and the weight of the large chest Ruark had placed to further block the entrance, she had found them both sturdy bulwarks for her protection. Still, she had prepared for attack. The smaller of the two pistols, along with her dagger, went beneath the pillow. The oversized flintlock she held in both hands, its long muzzle resting on the bed before her. She braced herself for the worst the pillagers could deliver. A stealthy testing of the portal, followed by a creak of the wood as someone leaned a shoulder against it, soon brought a meaty fist pounding on the planks as the man outside found the door both bolted and barred. Making her voice sound as though she had just roused from slumber, Shanna called out, "Who is it?" A gruff clearing of the throat came before the answer.
"Captain Harripin, milady. I bid ye open the door. I have a bit of news to discuss with you."
Shanna gave no credence to the crude ruse. "On a cold day in hell," she replied. "But you're welcome to test this bit of lead I hold." Her voice had barely stilled before a loud crash resounded from the door, trembling the planks. The bolts, bar, and hinges groaned in protest. Then another jarring of the thick planks followed, and still another, which was heavier than those before. Another deafening crunch, and the wood began to splinter away from the hasps and bolts. The bar jumped and began to crack as it took the full weight of the assault. With trembling hands, Shanna raised the horse pistol until it centered on the door. Closing her eyes tightly, she squeezed. The flintlock went off with a roar that numbed her ears. The shot seemed to shatter the door asunder, and it caved inward with a mighty crash. Though one of the picaroons was flung backward against the far wall, the others charged through with a rush, the mulatto, Harripin, and the Dutchman squeezing through before the last two followed. Shanna threw the useless weapon at them and fumbled with her numbed fingers, but before she could find the other pistol, they were upon her. She snarled, shrieked in rage, and fought like a demon in a frenzy, kicking, scratching, biting. But desperate as it was, her strength was not such to prevail against the 5 who had fallen upon her. The Dutchman seized his fingers in her long hair, and she was cruelly jerked back upon the bed. Hands clawed at her thrashing limbs, stretching them on the bed. Harripin twisted a towel across her mouth to stifle her cries, and bent low until his ale-soured breath smothered her.
"We've come for our share, wench. We cast lots for you to see what one of us will go first on you. And there's no Mr. Ruark saving you this time. We've seen to that."
Shanna's eyes were wide with outrage and horror. Her mind raged on in fear. Had they killed Ruark? Is that what he meant? She lunged beneath their pawing hands and writhed frantically to escape their rough caresses.
"Older!"
A younger man snarled when Shanna's knee struck his groin. He retreated from the side of the bed where he had tried to mount her and glared at his companions.
"She ain't but a little thing, and you can't even hold her still. Hell's bells, boy. Move aside and let a real man show you what to do,"
chortled Harripin.
"Like hell I will,"
the youth railed.
"Now hold her."
The meaty hands bruised Shanna's wrists and ankles, spreading her out on the bed. The pirates leered down at her, and the fetid stench that clung to them nearly made Shanna retch in revulsion. The dark-skinned mulatto withdrew from the fray and lounged beside the door. while the young one, having boasted much of his prowess with women throughout the night, began to unfasten his garments, while he laughingly bragged.
"No need to trouble yourself with any more show of struggles, me lady. I'll make you forget that bastard bondsman." "Get on with it," Harrapin sneered, "or I'll see you made last. I've had it hot for the wench long enough."
The Dutchman chortled.
"Just your luck, Harrapin, to draw the last lot."
Shanna squealed beneath the towel as the youth reached out his hand toward her blouse. Though she tried to twist away, the other three held her, and she could not move. The sound of rending cloth went through her very soul, and she was filled with a sickening horror. Again she tried to scream as the young man's grasping fingers began tearing at her shift and pulling up her skirts. Suddenly he was lifted as if by a giant hand and thrown from the bed. Before he touched the floor, the room reverberated with the deafening crash of a shot, and all eyes flew to Ruark as he charged through the door, raising the other pistol as he flung the empty one aside to reach for his sword. It was obvious that Geitler had found him just in time. But now the mulatto stepped from behind the door and swung a heavy belaying pin across Ruark's shoulders, sending him sprawling forward. The pistol flew from his grasp. The sword was pinned beneath him, and half-dazed, Ruark tried to roll and free his blade, but all four of the captains fell upon him. It was a wild melee, as Ruark fought to regain his feet, but he was lifted up and pinned against the wall. Harrapin stood free, snatching out his cutlass. He raised it for the blow. A weird moan escaped Harrapin's lips, and the blade fell from his fingers. In horror, he looked over his shoulder where the hilt of a small silver dagger stood out boldly. His gaze lifted, and he stared into the wicked bore of the small flintlock Shanna held. She faced them all in magnificent rage. "Back off!" Her snarl held a ragged warning, and Harrapin stumbled back to seat himself unexpectedly on a large chest. The pistol was now trained on the huge mulatto. Seeing the sureness of her vengeance, he backed away carefully. Ruark sank a fist into the soft belly of the Dutchman and scooped up the loaded pistol before he drew the long, thirsty sabre. He went to stand beside Shanna, and his cold gaze swept the pirates slowly. "It seems your own laws fail you, but if you have a taste for it, I'll be glad to oblige." He raised his brow in a question and the blade in a threat toward Harrapin. The Englishman shrugged, and having worked the small blade from his shoulder, now tossed it to Ruark's feet. "I'm wounded," he grunted and remained seated. The blade moved on to the Dutchman, who still held both arms across his gut. He shook his head with such vigour that his heavy, sagging jowls seemed to flap. The mulatto frowned and might have accepted the bait, but he stared at the small pistol Shanna still held on him and backed slowly through the door. The others made haste to follow, but once out the door, there was a dead silence in the inn. Ruark stepped to one side of the door and unloaded the pistol through it, hearing the shot whine viciously as it ricocheted down the corridor. He laughed in satisfaction as the sound of running boots now filled the hall. "You have lost more over this maid," he shouted after them, "than over any other treasure you ever sought. Run, my good friends. Flee from her." Muffled curses drifted back, as at least one of the brigands stumbled in his haste on the stairs. Ruark turned back toward Shanna. When she saw the concern in his eyes, she shook her head and stuffed the tattered corners of her blouse into the top of her shift. "I have endured much better than they," she assured him. "But what now, my Captain Pirate Ruark?" Ruark sheathed his sword and surveyed the damage, while he reloaded his pistols. The young pirate lay sprawled on his back, his eyes rolled upward. The door was a shambles and would offer no further protection. Another pirate was a shapeless heap in the hall.
"We must go,"
he stated bluntly,
"before they gather their wits and drink up their courage."
Preparations had already been made. Ruark snatched the rope ladder from the chest and threw it over the narrow balcony outside the windows, tying the upper end in place with a knot that could be pulled loose from below. Shanna snatched the bundles of clothing Geitle had brought from the bottom of the armoire. Ruark checked the courtyard below before he tossed the bundles to the ground. He gestured Shanna to the window and lifted her over the railing. As she climbed down, he slipped over the sill and closed the shutters behind him. It was a small misdirection, but it would compel the pirates to search the rest of the inn before setting out in pursuit. Shanna grabbed up the bundles and, as Ruark directed, headed for the back of the inn and the edge of the swamp. Ruark tugged on the cord, and the ladder fell down to him. He let it trail in the sand behind him, erasing their footprints as he backed along, following Shanna's path. Once well into the dense undergrowth with its stunted, wind-twisted trees, he hid the cumbersome ladder in a crevice beneath a bush and joined Shanna, taking the bundles from her. Taking her hand in his, he led her at a breakneck pace across the brow of the hill and downward until they waded up to their knees in slime-covered water. The swamp was dark at this level, for though the sun was high, little light filtered through the dense foliage above them. A fetid stench rose from the water, recently roiled by the storm, and Shanna, pulled along by Ruark, gagged on the suffocating odour of it. There were strange splashings and slitherings, an occasional rapid fluttering punctuated by startled squawks or grunts as the creatures of this dark morass fled from these intruders who entered their domain. Shanna was gasping for breath, and her chest ached when Ruark finally stopped and lifted her out of the water onto the twisted bole of a huge cypress. He pulled himself up beside her, and they both rested, lying back against the trunk that rose behind them like a towering bulwark. It was a long time before they could breathe easily again. Shouts sounded on the hill high above them, and they waited in silence, brushing leeches and biting insects from each other. The noise of pursuit gradually faded as the pirates realized that an attempt to search for them in the swamps was hopeless. Ruark opened one of the bundles, lifted a gourd filled with water, and broke the wax seal, handing it to Shanna. She took a large draught, then choked as she discovered it was heavily laced with rum. She sipped more slowly and savoured the bite of it. The grog soothed her parched throat and helped to relax her. He handed her a small strip of dried meat, tough and chewy, but in this moment as savoury as any they had tasted. Shanna gnawed another piece of it, and Ruark filled his own mouth, sated his own thirst, and as he chewed, looked upward to mark the passage of the sun.
"Geitle and the girl will be waiting for us."
He spoke past his food and chewed for another few minutes before swallowing heavily. He washed his throat clear with another long pull on the gourd.
"Our fine friends are not of long patience, and they know we must eventually come out of the swamp, but they will expect it on the morrow or later. They will go now to lick their wounds and drink away their soreness. We'll change clothes on dry ground."
He hefted the other bundle.
"They'll not be alert to two common seamen. Are you rested enough to travel now?"
Shanna nodded and struggled to swallow a mouthful of the meat, finally washing it down as Ruark had done. Ruark lowered himself into the water and, slinging the bundles over his shoulder, reached up to lift Shanna down. She had to steel herself as her feet again broke the scummy surface and sank into the ooze beneath. Now they proceeded more slowly, for any sound might give them away. On higher ground, they found a small glade in a tangle of brush where they shucked their garments. The clothes Geitler had found were striped seamen's shirts, knee breeches, floppy hats, and sandals. Shanna's problem immediately became apparent, for even in the loose duck shirt and the knee breeches of her costume, she was obviously a woman to anyone's eye. Ruark grinned and bade her doff the shirt again. He tore the cloth that had wrapped the bundle into wide strips and wound the fabric over her bosom until she was pressed as flat as she could be, with more cloth stuffed into her breeches to disrupt the curve of her hips. She now appeared more like a seaman, albeit a slightly lumpy one. Tucking her long hair into the hat, Shanna pulled the brim low over her face. Ruark added a bright scarf about her neck to cover the slim, soft lines of it, then stood back to survey their efforts. "Hunch your shoulders a bit," he directed. "Now, walk around," he grunted. "Huh. No seaman ever walked like that." Shanna faced him, dropped a shoulder askew, hung her jaw slackly aside, and swung her foot as if it were clubbed. Ruark grinned. "Aye, Pirate Beauchamp. No one would now guess your true virtue." Shanna giggled and stumbled as she neared, grasping at his arm to steady herself. Her eyes danced as she turned her face upward and sought his approval. Ruark could not resist the impish visage incongruously framed by floppy hat and vivid kerchief. Pulling her into his arms, he lowered his mouth to hers. Her response was warm and eager, and it was a long, long moment before Ruark raised his head. "Geitler will be waiting," Shanna reminded him, and handed him the jerkin from the bush where he had thrown it. Ruark spread the jerkin, placing within it the food that was left, her silver dirk, and the small pistol. He shoved the rest of the garments beneath a bush before tucking the bundle he had made into Shanna's breeches. He pushed the pistols into his own waistband, not an unusual sight on this island. Making a small puddle of mud with some of the water, Ruark rubbed smears of it on Shanna's arms and legs to further mask the feminine grace of them. He considered the sword for a long moment, loath to discard the fine piece. Finally, he chose a stick of wood the same length, wrapped the two of them together with strips of cloth, then rubbed the whole with mud. It made an odd-looking staff, but with the pistols once fired, it would prove to be worth more than the risk. Thus it was that a small, begrimed and oddly shaped seaman with a clubbed foot strolled with another, who was tall and handsome to a fault, but who limped and leaned on a crooked staff. Slowly the odd pair passed along the hillside, nodded to a bespectacled older man, and finally passed to lounge in a spot strangely near the schooner. Lying in the shade of the fronds of a leaning palm tree, they seemed to doze. The island lay quietly beneath the full heat of the late afternoon sun. On the quay, a man with glasses stood near a young woman who was seated, and if one watched closely, it seemed that the man gazed frequently and nervously up the hill, where an alert eye could pick up a thin trail of smoke rising. Then a dull thump was heard, and the smoke thickened. The whole hillside seemed to burst into flame. Sparks scattered, and the black smoke billowed. Voices from the village rose into shouts as a huge ball of fire separated from the rest and ponderously rolled down the hill until it stopped, showering flames full against the side of the powder-filled blockhouse. Loud cries of alarm rose as the entire citizenry of the island ran to quench the blaze. Bucket brigades from the nearby stream were formed, and smoking blankets were used to flog the smouldering brush. No one noticed the man who helped the girl into a dory by the pier. Casting off, they began to row out toward the schooner. As the guards aboard the Good Hound went to the other side of the ship where the pair approached, the two slumbering beneath the tree leapt to their feet, sailed hats in the brush, kicked sandals after them, and began to run down the beach. Ruark had freed the sabre and had made a sling of the unsound cloth so that it now rode between his shoulder blades with the hilt close behind his neck. Realizing he was alone, he halted and turned back in exasperation to find Shanna frantically pulling a long piece of cloth from beneath her skirt. He would have taken her arm to pull her along, but she jerked away. "I can't breathe," she gasped, "let alone swim like this." With a last hearty tug, the cloth came loose, and Shanna took 2 deep breaths, while Ruark stamped the rag into the wet sand at their feet. Clasping hands, they ran into the water, dove, and cleaved the surface as one. They swam rapidly until they neared the ship. Then they slowed and took care to make as little noise as possible. Beside the hull, Ruark reached up, dragging himself slowly and carefully, with sheer strength, into the chains. Then he crouched down until Shanna's hands caught his wrist. The muscles in his shoulders and arm bulged as he raised her gradually, easing her from the water, so no splash would alert the guards. Her toes found a chine, and she leaned safely against the tumble-home. Ruark climbed upward until he could look over the edge of the railing. 2 guards were leaning over the edge on the opposite side, refusing the argument of Geitler and his repeated pleas that they were needed ashore to fight the blaze. Ever so cautiously, Ruark lifted himself over the rail and set his feet quietly on the deck. With the silent tread of a woodsman, he closed the space between them. Without warning, one man suddenly felt a shoulder at his back. He shrieked as he spilled headlong over the side. The other spun around in surprise, met a crashing fist, and in a moment joined his companion. He came up sputtering and gasping, and the 2 of them struck out with hearty strokes toward shore. Catching the rope attached to the bow of the dory, Ruark pulled the small boat to the side of the ship. He secured the line and kicked the rope ladder over the side. Shanna shrieked his name, and he whirled about. He followed her gaze to the quarterdeck. The huge mulatto, naked but for a pistol and a cutlass in his hands, was running from the captain's cabin. He raised the pistol, and Ruark drew his sabre, realizing his own guns were wet and useless. The pirate aimed to fire just as a form tried to jostle past him in the doorway. Carmelita's voice rang out. "Aye, what the bloody hell is going—" The shot exploded, but the ball whistled harmlessly through the rigging. The dark man roared his rage and swung his arm, knocking the unclad Carmelita back into the cabin. The mulatto shouted again and charged with his cutlass. Ruark knew the shot would draw the attention of all ashore, so there was no time to engage in a duel. He drew a sodden pistol with his left hand and hurled it into the mulatto's face, stunning him. Ruark raised the sabre high and swung with all his might. The pirate barely met his blow and stumbled back, dropping the cutlass from a numbed hand. With hardly a pause, the man turned, hurled himself over the rail, and splashed into the water below. Ruark leaned against the railing as the mulatto also struck out for shore. He gazed beyond. The shouts of the 2 seamen had drawn many others to the edge of the water. Some ran toward a shed on the pier where Ruark knew 4 old cannons sat, well protected and always loaded. A sound behind him made Ruark whirl, ready to do battle again, but this time it was only Carmelita, a linen sheet half wrapped over her body and trailing behind. She saw the cutlass on the deck and the threatening sabre, and imagined only the worst. She began to back toward the other rail, with her hand raised before her pleadingly. "I've done ye no harm. Spare me," she begged. Then, with a flash of broad pink posterior, she whirled. The sheet flapped from the rail as she departed like the rest. Geitler had helped Dora on deck and hastened to obey Ruark's shouted order. "Cut the forward cable! Set her free!" Ruark himself raced to the quarterdeck. Seizing an axe, he took a mighty swing at the aft anchor cable. Raising the axe, Ruark swung twice again before the heavy hawse parted. The ship began to swing and then rode free, as with a final blow, Geitlea also accomplished his task. Ruark threw a quick look toward the village. The ports were open in the heavily timbered shed, and with menacing slowness, the muzzle of a cannon appeared. A flash flared, and a cloud of smoke billowed to obscure the shed. A few seconds later, a geyser of water spewed as a ball skipped past well off the stern. A ranging shot. The others would be closer. The ebb tide was taking the good hound out, but far too slowly. Ruark bellowed forward. "Get a sail up! Any sail! One of the foresheets!" Geitlea found the appropriate line and loosed it. Shanna and Dora joined him to lend their weight to the task. They strained heartily, and slowly the foresail began to rise. The breeze took a tenuous grip on the canvas, and the head of the ship began to swing. A ripple formed as the schooner moved forward ever so slowly. Ruark spun the wheel, waiting for the bite of water against the rudder so he could set her heel into the sea and head her out away from the harbour. Another gun flashed, and this time a single geyser spewed up close under the stern, wetting Ruark with its spray. The guns were set to cover the channel through the reef where an attack might be expected. There they could blast any ship out of the water, but inside the barrier of shoals one could reach the edge of the swamp, then, pressing through a thin cover of brush, could enter the channel if one knew the spot. And Geitlea did. The first sail was up, and Geitlea belayed the line, while Shanna undid the next. With this one they could reach the deck capstan, and were soon marching up its shroud. Another boom bellowed from the cannon, and this time Ruark ducked as the rail on the quarterdeck splintered, and the huge shot careened off the mizzenmast into the sea. Ruark felt a blow against his thigh, but stumbled back to the spinning wheel, caught it, and leaning against the binnacle head, brought the schooner back on course. The second sail was set, and a third was slowly spread as the small crew worked their hearts out on the main deck. A curl of foam formed beneath the prow. A cannon fired again from the shore. Immediately another came, but both shots whizzed by astern. Now they were crossing the line of fire, and the heavy guns could not be hand-spiked around fast enough to track the schooner. A final flash, and the ball spewed water far astern. Ruark checked the course and brought the vessel around a point to the starboard. He glanced back toward the pier and saw that the pirates had left the guns. Several boats were rowing out toward the other schooners and ketches. With 3 sails firmly set on the Good Hound, Ruark waved to his crew, and they ceased their labours. With Dora beside him, Geitlea stumbled forward so that he could guide their path through the channel, and Shanna worked her way aft to join Ruark. The schooner left the bay, and Ruark warily watched the shoals speeding by on his right as he brought the ship about parallel to the shore. A too narrow width of dark blue water stretched out ahead, and Ruark knew he must keep the ship in the middle of it until Geitlea signalled him to turn. As she climbed to the quarterdeck, Shanna suddenly halted, and Ruark cast a quick glance to her. Jaw agape and horror in her eyes, she stared at his leg. Following her gaze, Ruark looked down and could not suppress a shudder, for thrust through his thigh, standing out from both sides, was a splinter of oak from the railing. It was a foot long, and though thin, over an inch across. Shanna gasped and flew to his side, reaching to pull the splinter out. He brushed her hand away. "Not now," he barked. "There's little blood and no pain. I'm all right. I must get us free before you tend it." Even now, Geitlea had raised his left arm and was beckoning for a slow turn in that direction. Ruark eased the wheel over, and the schooner responded lightly. They neared the shore, and Ruark could not help bracing himself, as it seemed they would drive the vessel hard aground on the swamp. Geitlea dropped his arm and pointed hard left. Ruark spun the wheel, and the ship came about. With a loud clap, the sails flapped and then billowed, as the schooner caught the following breeze across her other shoulder. No sickening lurch hindered their progress, only a gentle rasping scrape against the hull, as tangled masses of dead wood and trees, covered with vines until they appeared living, parted before the prow of the good hound and swung slowly aside. The ship passed through and eased into a narrow canal that barely cleared her sides. A shot from astern whizzed through the mastheads, and Ruark peered aft to see the sails of the mulatto sloop coming rapidly upon them, a full stand of sail filling their masts to the last inch. The good hound was not free yet. With a full crew to man her, the sloop could quickly overtake them. Though the two stern chasers in the captain's cabin would hold them abaft for a while, Ruark doubted Geitlea's skill with the guns. It seemed only a matter of time before they would be taken. They were now several hundred yards in from the entrance of the channel, and when he glanced around, Ruark stared in amazement. The sloop's captain had tried to make the entrance under full sail. In making the turn, the small ship had careened heavily with the press of the wind. Her bowsprit had swung past the course and was locked fast in the tangle of wood. Now she heeled slowly broadside in the channel entrance, firmly jammed in the floating gate, while her stunsail and mizzen rigging became entangled in the tall mangrove that marked the far side. Nothing larger than a dory could make passage into the channel, and it would be hours before they could chop the ship loose and pull her free. The small cannonade sounded again, but it was hastily aimed, and the ball shattered the trees well off the port beam. The schooner rounded a shallow bend, and the other ship was hidden from sight. Ruark concentrated on threading the ship through the narrow channel. The swamp was several miles deep, and it would be well over an hour before they were into open water. And until they were clear of the swamp, one mistake could leave them aground like the other ship. It would be impossible for them to drag it free. If the pirates didn't catch them, they would die the lingering death of the swamp. Shanna scrounged food from the captain's cabin, gave a share to Geitlea and Dora, and brought a plate of dark bread, meat, and a large slab of cheese to Ruark at the wheel. She balanced it on the binnacle, and as he concentrated on guiding the ship, fed him mouthfuls. They were having a feast below. She tried to laugh lightly, but her brow knitted with worry. "We shan't starve, at least." Her eyes wandered to his leg, where the splinter still protruded boldly. "What's that you have in the bottle?" Ruark asked. "Rum, I think," she murmured. "'Twas with the rest." Taking the flask, Ruark poured a healthy draught down his throat. Instant fire was his reward, burning its way downward as he choked. It was issue rum, uncut, black as sin, and just as potent. "Water!" he gasped when his breath came back to him, and Shanna hastily handed him a gourd from the bundles Geitlea had brought. Ruark drew on it to his pleasure, and the fire waned to a warm glow in his belly. The rum served to numb the ache that had begun to seep upward from his pierced thigh. Shanna set the tray aside and took a packet from her waistband. She unfolded it to reveal a small tin of salve and strips of cloth bandages. Laying them out on the deck, she spoke over her shoulder. "This was all I could find in the cabin." She rose and stared up at him, concern etching a frown upon her brow. "Will you let me tend your leg now?" Ruark glanced down at his wound. A small ring of dried blood showed on his pants, with a thin streak going downward. He shook his head in reply. As long as he was standing and alert, he would press on.
"Nay, love, not now. Not until we're clear of this swamp."
He smiled at her to gentle his words.
"You may have your turn at barbering when we've a good sail set on open sea."
Shanna hid her frown and tried to mask her anxiety. The thought of him in pain distressed her sorely. The sun grew lower in the sky, but the heat did not abate. A myriad host of insects descended to bite, sting, gnaw, and otherwise torture them. The breezes eased until the ship barely crawled along. Sweat trickled down their bodies, soaking their clothes, and making the garments stick clammily to the skin. The air pressed in around them, and the rank smell of the swamp clogged the very nostrils. Indeed, the sky held a greenish cast, as if it reflected the slime that covered the waters through which they sailed. Then suddenly, the sky seemed bluer. Ruark glanced around. The trees were fewer, the channel wider. The slime was gone, and wavelets lapped along the hull. There was a whiteness in the water as they passed over a shallow sandbar. Ruark held his breath. A slight scrape on the hull, a jerk on the rudder, and they were free, sailing into the deep blue of the Caribbean. The course was maintained until the swamp was only a vague blur on the horizon. Then he turned the ship easterly to sail along the southern side of the string of islands. On leaving them, a northeasterly course would bring them to Los Gemelos in a day or two. Geitler came aft, and for once there were wide grins on all faces.
"Do you think you can raise the mainsail?"
Ruark questioned.
"We'll make better time, but 'tis the most this crew can handle."
Geitler was eager and took Shanna below on the main deck. In a moment they were marching the capstan round as the huge sail on the mainmast creaked slowly upward. Going aloft to rig the topsail was out of the question, so Ruark trimmed the ship on course and had Geitler lash the wheel in place. Ruark rejected the idea of going to the captain's cabin, for he was not sure of his ability to return, so Shanna and Dora fetched blankets to make a pallet and prepared a space for him against the rail, while Ruark carefully directed Geitler on the course, pointing it out on the map, and gave instructions on reaching Traherne's Island. This was the best Ruark could do. The sun was low in the sky, and the light would be gone in an hour. He must now see to himself. Relenting to Shanna's pleas at last, Ruark accepted her assistance and stretched out on the pallet. Heedless of what the ship might do, the three knelt around him in concern. Ruark took the bottle of rum and splashed it liberally over his leg, then took a long draught, his eyes watering as he choked it down. Tucking a wad of shirt into his mouth, he clenched his teeth against it, then reached above his head to grasp the rail posts. He gave a quick nod to Geitler. The man's hands were gentle as he laid them upon the splinter, but sharp daggers awoke in Ruark's leg as he braced himself. "No!" Geitler half shouted and pulled hard. Ruark heard Shanna gasp. An explosion of white pain seared inside his head, and when it cooled, there was only merciful darkness. It seemed he awoke only a short time later. The red and golden hues were gone from the sky above. The sun was still low, yet they seemed to be staring into it. Ruark became aware of a warmth against his right arm, and rolled his head to see Shanna, snuggled beneath the blanket that covered them both. Her eyes were closed in sleep, and her breath touched him gently, like a small child's. Carefully he moved his arm until it was around her, and sighing softly, she nestled closer to his side. Ruark lifted his gaze to the tall masts swaying against the blue sky. Then he realized it was morning. He had slept the night through. His hand went down and felt the heavy bandage that wrapped his thigh. For his own peace of mind, he wiggled his toes and then his foot. All seemed well, but for a persistent dull ache from the wound. Shanna stirred against him, and lifting her face upward, he kissed her lips softly and nuzzled her hair, breathing in the sweet fragrance of it. Her hand caressed his chest beneath his shirt, and she settled her head comfortably against his shoulder, her eyes searching his with brimming warmth.
"I would stay here forever if you were with me,"
Ruark sighed in her ear. He kissed her again, his parted lips savouring hers for a long, blissful moment, as his hand slipped under her shirt to capture a round breast. Shanna's arm went about his neck, bringing the cover over his shoulder to protect his caress from the witness of others. Her cheeks grew warm and flushed with the pleasure he aroused in her, as his thumb teased the soft nipple into an excited peak. "Your leg?" she whispered eagerly. "How does it feel?" Ruark glanced toward the forecastle deck, where Geitler and Dora had spent the night. They were just now beginning to stir, and he gave a nod in their direction.
"If we didn't have guests aboard, I would be eager to demonstrate my health."
Shanna's soft chuckle held a hint of a challenge as she snuggled closer. She murmured low in his ear, "Would you care to go below, my lord? I know a private place in the captain's cabin."
"You tempt me sorely,"
Ruark moaned. His hand slid down inside her loose breeches and found the womanly softness of her. Her eyelids lowered, and her breath trembled from parted lips. It was only Geitler coming aft that cooled their play. In nervous embarrassment, Shanna drew away and sat on her heels facing Ruark. She tightened the rope belt around her waist. Ruark watched her, unable to resist a last stroke of his hand along her thigh. Warily, Shanna glanced back over her shoulder to see what had become of Geitler, and saw him walking back to Dora in response to a timid-voiced question. Shanna turned back, and placing her hand over Ruark's, smiled in soft, intimate communication. She leaned down to him, bracing her elbows on the pallet beside his head, heedless of the loose shirt that gapped away, presenting every detail of her ripe, tempting bosom. As Ruark boldly eyed her display, a lazy grin spread across his lips.
"You're an evil temptress, Shanna Beauchamp."
Her finger twirled in his hair as she admitted, "Aye, but only with you, my Captain Pirate Ruark."
"Good enough then, my love."
Reluctantly, he raised on his elbows, and his voice was firm as he stated,
"I must see to the ship, lest she race on and plunge herself against the Africa shore."
"Oh, Ruark, don't get up," Shanna pleaded. "I'll do whatever needs be done. Sit still."
"I can't, Shanna. I must be about. My leg will be better after I've walked on it a bit."
Shanna saw that he was determined, though he winced as he moved his leg, and would get up by himself if she refused to help him. His leg was stiff and sore, but with some difficulty, Ruark soon stood beside the wheel. Shanna was reluctant to leave him even then, and remained beside him as he checked the course in the binnacle. Lifting his head, he scanned the sails. The wind had shifted slightly, and he would soon have to correct for it. But how far had they come, he wondered. If the wind had blown hard, they would be long past the islands, and would have to turn back into them. In this breeze, it would be a difficult task, which Ruark doubted his crew of 3 could handle. But where? His eyes searched the horizon to port, and Ruark lifted himself as high as he could. Ah, there, low clouds with a dark shadow beneath. That heralded an island. He felt Shanna's hand upon his ribs, and glanced down to see her watching him, a worried look on her face. "We'll soon be there," he assured her, mistaking her distress. "No need to fret." Shanna opened her mouth to deny his thoughts, but silenced the words before they were spoken. How could she explain her own feelings when they were a mystery even to her? Ruark looked pointedly toward her bosom. "That garb has served you well, but it does not seem right for you. A bit too mannish would be my opinion." Shanna smoothed the rumpled shirt and straightened the loose breeches over her hips. "If my memory serves me right, Carmelita left without her clothes. Perhaps they might be taken in here and there." "Bah!" Shanna cut him short. "I threw them overboard last night. Do you think I would wear anything of hers?" Shanna set her back to him, raising an impertinent nose to scan the sea. Ruark reached out to tug a tress until she faced him again. White teeth gleamed against the darkness of his skin as he teased her with a smile. "You're a devil, Ruark Beauchamp," Shanna declared, but softened and rubbed her cheek against his knuckles. She raised on tiptoes and brushed a kiss upon his lips. "You must be hungry. I'll go see what's left in the cabin." As she strode from him, Ruark stared after her with warm attention, observing the graceful swing of her hips. It came to his mind there was no possible way a sane man could mistake those curves for anything but woman. That only left two possibilities. The citizens of Mare's Head were either blind or terribly mad. Chuckling at his thoughts, Ruark slipped the lashing from a spoke, then leaned against the chest-high wheel, whirling it around and trimming the schooner against the wind. The ship plunged along the gently rolling sea, and as he replaced the lashings to hold the vessel on the new course, Geitlia left Dora and ambled aft. "Captain," the man appeared bemused. "Is Trahan as bad as mother complained? Will I be taken as bond slave too? Which master will I serve? You or him, sir?" "You'll have no master, Mr. Geitlia," Ruark returned boldly. He was unable to say what his own fate would be, but he could assure this man a return to dignity. "Mayhap you might find the island to your liking, and wish to remain. If not, I am sure that Trahan will give you passage to any port of your choosing. He will be grateful for your help in rescuing his daughter, and a tidy sum might be forthcoming." "And what of you, sir?" Geitlia laid the question to him, but Ruark chose to misunderstand his meaning. "I have no need of money." He looked at the man. "However, there is one thing I would ask of you, Mr. Geitlia." He nodded. "Anything, sir, anything at all." Ruark rubbed a thumb against his unshaven cheek. "Trahan knows me only as bond-slave, unless Madame Beauchamp tells him differently. I would ask your silence in this matter of our marriage. I am, to those on Los Gemelos, John Ruark, and the lady is Madame Ruark Beauchamp, a widow." "Rest your fears, sir. Dora and I will say naught of you and the madam. I give my word to that." The four of them shared a leisurely repast around Ruark's pallet. Shanna was quick to see to his comfort, gently propping his leg on a pillow, filling his plate, and taking his cup of pale wine as he reached to place it on the deck. His hand rested possessively upon her thigh as she sat cross-legged beside him, while he explained to Geitlia about handling the ship. It was a quiet time, a restful time, and when it was over, Ruark limped again to the wheel. Raising the brass-bound telescope, he studied the still distant island off the port bow. It was the last of the chain. High bluffs dropped sharply into the sea at its eastern end. Once past it, they would turn toward Los Gemelos. Returning to his pallet, he stretched out full length again. His leg ached, and the muscle began to jump in his thigh, sending white-edged shards of pain through his body. He rubbed his hip and thigh to ease the throbbing, and found his hand brushed away by Shanna's as she took up the chore. Beneath the tender care, he dozed and dreamed of soft pink lips bending near and caressing his. The island was low on the horizon behind them, and the sun hung high overhead when Ruark set the course for Los Camelos, then stumbled back to his pallet. Geitler had rigged a shade for him, and Shanna now shared that small spot of coolness with him. His leg ached agonizingly, and each time he rose, the effort was greater. He sampled the rum again, but this time its fire did little to ease his discomfort. He laid his head back on Shanna's lap, and with her cool hand, she gently stroked his eyes and forehead until he began to relax and the pain ebbed. As she sat holding his head, Shanna hummed a few lines from a tune that flitted through her mind, and softly Ruark's rich baritone began to fill in the words. Shanna's humming stopped, and she listened quietly. Suddenly she knew the voice that had drifted up to her from below decks on the Marguerite one starry moonlit night as she sailed homeward from England. "Oh, Ruark," she whispered softly, and kissed the brow that was hot beneath her hand. A shout came across the deck, and both of them rose. Ruark lurched and leaned against the rail to steady himself, staring forward to see Geitler prancing along the deck, waving his arms, Dora following close behind. "Ships! Ships up ahead!" the man shouted as he ran toward them. "Two of them! Big ones!" Unable to calm himself, Geitler jumped up and down, gesturing with his arm. Ruark laughed almost wildly as he scrambled for the wheel and the long spyglass. He braced the instrument on a spoke, centering it on the sails that gleamed white in the sun, and drew closer with each breath. He moved the glass to the fluff of colour that floated on the masthead. It was blurred for a moment. They all waited. Finally, it cleared. "English!" he shouted. "They're English! But there's another flag." He put his eye to the glass again. After a moment he turned and grinned at Shanna. "'Tis your father, the Hampstead and Mary Christian." A cry of joy escaped her, and Ruark fought for balance as she flung her arms about his neck. Holding her close, he called past her to Geitler. "Drop the sails! Get them down! We'll come about and wait for them." The man needed no urging. He leapt to the rail, snatched the axe, and with a single blow severed the riser to the mainsail. The yard came crashing down to bounce and lie still, spilling canvas onto the deck. Geitler scrambled over the billowing sail to the foredeck, where with like energy he brought the spritsails rattling down. Ruark threw the lashings off the wheel and spun it hard aport. The schooner groaned and creaked and dug her nose into the waves as she slowed and came about until she was stern on to the approaching vessels. The Hampstead drew near, and soon there was no doubt. Beside the thin stick in black that could only be Ralston was the white bulk which could only be Traherne. Shanna gave a glad cry and ran down to the main deck, where she joined Geitler and Dora by the rail. Ruark would have joined them, but his leg would not bear his weight. As the huge bulk of the Hampstead drew alongside, he held fast to the wheel. The ports were opened and the guns run out. Behind the gaping black muzzles, he could see the eager white faces of the gun crew, alert for any sign of hostility. Grappling hooks were thrown fore and aft as the two ships bumped together. Then, at a shout from the mate, a detachment of men swarmed up from behind the Hampstead's rail and leapt onto the deck of the Goodhound, pistols and cutlasses at the ready, as if they expected to do battle. The Mary Christian stood off the port side, and all the while her 4 small guns were run out, ready for a fight. When any possible resistance had been quelled, Ralston cautiously joined the men on the schooner, then more boldly began to order them about before stalking aft with his angry, jerky, stork-like stride. One of the seamen, seeing no threat from the small crew, put aside his cutlass and gave a hand to Shanna as she stepped over to the hampstead. She had barely set her feet down onto the deck before she ran across it and up the gangway to the lofty quarterdeck. When her eyes fell on her father, she dashed to him and threw her arms about his neck, sobbing her joy and relief. Traherne fought to keep his balance. His arm came around her tightly for a moment, and his breathing was curiously hoarse and somewhat ragged. Then, with a quick pat on her shoulders, he thrust her away to arm's length to survey her.
"You are indeed my daughter,"
the squire chuckled, half questioning.
"and not some ragamuffin thrusting himself on my good nature."
Shanna laughed brightly and opened her mouth to reply. But her gaze went astray, and she jerked away, her intended words ending in a choked gasp of dismay as she stared at the deck of the schooner below them. Ruark had been willing to greet even Ralston as his deliverer, and reached out a hand to grasp the others as the thin man neared him, but Ralston ignored the gesture, instead striking out viciously with the heavy butt of his riding crop. It caught Ruark full across the face, and the force of the blow was such that he spun away from the wheel, careened off the binnacle, and crashed heavily to the deck. As Ruark struggled groggily to rise, Ralston placed a foot roughly in the middle of his back, forcing him down against the splintered planks. The thin man gestured imperiously to two burly seamen he had commandeered. Without ceremony, the pair heaved Ruark to his feet, bound his wrists tightly behind him, and as he regained his senses, stuffed a rag into his mouth to still his curses. Ralston walked stiltedly to the head of the stairs and stood glaring back as he waited for his prisoner to be brought forward. The men thrust Ruark before them. He could not walk on his own, and he crashed down, twisting to protect the injured leg. When he was dragged to his feet again, an ugly bruise had swelled on his forehead, and a small trickle of blood coursed down from it. They dragged him along between them, with Ralston leading the procession in the full glory of his victory. Aghast, Shanna whirled to her father, but he was not of a mind to hear her pleas, and set his back to her, stating firmly over his shoulder,
"He'll be hanged for piracy as soon as we return to Los Camelos. The 3 bondsmen set free by the brigands told me well enough of our Master Ruark."
With that, Orlan proceeded to climb carefully down from the quarterdeck and went to greet the party from the schooner. "No!" Shanna moaned as she struggled past the captain and the helmsman to race after her father. As she reached the main deck, she saw Pitney leaning back against the rail, his arms folded across his chest, huge horse pistols in his belt, and a sour frown on his face. He stared at Shanna for a long moment, then, with a cluck of his tongue, turned his back, as if unable to bear the sight of her. A muffled groan was heard as Ralston's henchman threw Ruark onto the deck, while the thin man himself raged about, gloating in the power he had seized.
"The slave is guilty of a dozen crimes," he bellowed. "Hoist him up on the yardarm."
He gestured wildly to those who had gathered about. The pair tossed a rope over a yard, and, stretching Ruark's arms upward, bound them again over his head. Then, doing as they were told, they lifted him up until his toes barely brushed the deck. Again, Shanna turned a frantic appeal to her father, and again he ignored her as Ralston halted before him. Instead of its usual grey colour, the agent's face was flushed. He coughed in his glove to clear his throat, and argued boldly.
If an English seaman can be flogged for disobeying an officer, then surely this man deserves 1,000 stripes or so. Let us say now that he pays for at least a few of his heinous sins, one of which being his abduction of your daughter. Justice must be swift to be of any good. Quartermaster, he shouted, bent upon showing no mercy at all. Fetch your cat o' nine, and let's make the bloody beggar whimper.
Trahan remained silent, for to his mind, the once trusted man deserved what he was getting. Arrogantly, Ralston strode to Ruark and lifted his sagging head with a gloved hand.
So now, my good man, he sneered, you shall find the full folly of your adventure at escape. You shall feel your justice on your back, and also serve as a good example for the other slaves.
He snapped his hand away, and Ruark's head lolled loosely between his arms. Ralston snatched the gag away, and his dry metallic breath close in Ruark's face, he mocked.
Have you no comment, my lord? No defence? No plea for mercy?
Ruark's tongue was thick in his mouth, and he could not ease the searing pain that seeped upward from his thigh. It seemed to fill his entire body. A brighter red began to mark the left leg of his knee breeches. The effort of the past days had sapped his strength. He could not fight this farce now set upon him. Almost wildly, Shanna glanced about her. Was there no one to help her? The quartermaster emerged from below deck, shaking out the 9 knotted cords of the implement. The small lead balls woven into the end of each rattled on the deck as he flexed the handle. Pitney stood away from the rail and hitched up his breeches. He had viewed enough of this travesty and was not about to let it go further. But before he moved, he glanced down at Shanna and paused. Her face wore a grimace of outrage he had never seen before. Ralston saw the quartermaster approach, and his sadistic penchants forced him on to new heights. Bravely he posed, staring at Ruark, and reached back his arm.
I shall mete out the punishment myself, he boasted, to assure that there be no light strokes to cheat justice. Give me the whip.
A moment later, Ralston gave a frightened shriek of pain as the wicked strands shredded his sleeves and bit deep into his arms. In stunned surprise, he whirled to stare directly into Shanna's enraged face. Snarling, she drew the whip back and shook it out, ready for another stroke. She stood her ground like some wild animal, her hair spread back over her shoulders like a lion's flying mane. "I'll give you the whip, my lord bastard, if you touch that man again." The quartermaster stumbled forward apologetically and reached out to take the cat from Shanna's hand, but suddenly halted and gaped with sagging jaw. Pitney had pulled a pistol from his belt, and now its muzzle was less than an inch from the seaman's nose. Ralston himself would have stepped forward in indignant rage, but he held his heroism in check, for Pitney drew his other piece, and with a slow, casual grin spreading his mouth, cocked it. "Cut him down!" Shanna's wicked snarl broke the silence, and the whip waved toward the 2 men who had hoisted Ruark up. They hastened to slash the rope, and Ruark crumpled to the deck. Shanna yearned to rush to his side, but held fast, lest he be taken again. She stood rigid before her father, while Pitney held at bay any who would have interfered. One of the pistols stayed centered on Ralston's chest, and he stared agog at the menacing black bore. "You have made a dreadful mistake, father," Shanna declared, using the more stilted form of address. "'Twas this Mr. Ruark who saved us all from the pirates' hands, as these good people will attest." She nodded to Geitler and Dora, who had followed it all with widened eyes, fearful lest this be their reward also. "Indeed, Shanna murmured. "'Twas Mr. Ruark who saw that—" She paused, uncertain, but for a reason none of them guessed, and continued more cautiously. "He saw me safe from those bloodthirsty villains at the risk of his own life. I am as I was, untouched by them, because of him." Ralston sneered, and cold sea-green eyes turned on him. But Shanna went on with her defence, though she faced away from her father's gaze, and could not bear to meet Pitney's either. "Mr. Ruark was taken to Mare's Head from Nos Camellos, much against his will, and 'twas by his wits he managed to get the rest of us away. If you insist upon taking him, you must do so over me. I swear you will." At a groan from Ruark, she dropped the whip and flew to kneel beside him.
"Fetch the surgeon!"
Traherne's voice rang out in command.
"Then make sail for Mare's Head."
Shanna gathered Ruark's head into her lap and brushed his tumbled hair from his forehead. As Pitney bent to straighten Ruark out more comfortably on the deck, he heard Shanna croon very low. "It's all right now, my darling. It's all right." Ruark closed his eyes and sank into merciful oblivion. By mid-morning of the next day, Ruark was able to stand with Traherne on the quarterdeck of the Hampstead. He leaned on the merchant's grotesque black thorn quarterstaff, which had been loaned to him, somewhat reluctantly, in lieu of a crutch. Shanna stood between them, clutching her father's arm, while she kept a careful eye on her man. The surgeon had removed several small splinters and threads of cloth from his leg, dressed the ugly wound with pungent salves and herbs, then wrapped it with fresh bandages. Though slightly feverish and a trifle light-headed, Ruark refused to lie abed. He welcomed the refreshing breeze that swept the quarterdeck and savoured the anticipation of sighting Mare's Head. On the main deck, the crewmen had already checked the long steel sackers, and when the Hampstead dropped anchor just outside the reef of the Pirates' Island, the dull silvery-grey barrels were loaded and primed. When all was in readiness, the Hampstead entered the cove beyond the reef. The scene that greeted them was one of chaos. Boats began setting out to the ships in the harbour. The mulatto had retrieved his ship from the tangle of the swamp, and it now lay close beside the dock. There was feverish activity aboard the sloop, and at the shed which hid the guns. Even before the Hampstead was in range, a flash and a cloud of smoke appeared from the sloop, and a column of water rose abruptly a good 200 yards short of the bow. It was a poor warning shot, for it marked the maximum range of the pirates' aged guns. The sound of the cannon was hidden beneath a sharp bark of one of the Hampstead's sackers, and a split second later, the other. Thus the battle was begun. A geyser showed short of the sloop, and a huge roll of dust formed on the hill above the town. In the village, there was an abrupt halt to all activity as the guns sounded, for all suddenly realized that the island was not safe as they had supposed. Suddenly, there was a frantic rush of people running to and fro between the houses as they snatched their most precious belongings and tried to carry them to safety. The sackers barked their staccato duet again, and this time plumes of timber and debris rose above the town. Ruark had an unpleasant vision of the innocents cowering beneath the barrage that descended with merciless indiscrimination upon them. The Hampstead's gun crews were not skilled in the use of fine pieces. They knew instead the haphazard ranging of the older iron and brass cannon. Ruark mouthed a single silent curse and painfully began to make his way to where the gun crews laboured. The sackers barked again, and again pointless showers of dust and splintered timbers rose to scatter down on the people. Meanwhile, the mulatto's sloop was being winched out on her anchor cable, and sails were rising along her mast. Ruark used Traherne's staff to brush aside the captains of the gun crews, and, seizing a handspike from one of them, aimed the guns himself. Standing back, he raised his arm, and 2 men stood ready at the touch-holes. Ruark dropped his hand, and the deck jumped beneath him as both guns fired in unison. The deck of the sloop became a shambles as the twin shot crashed upon it and brought down masses of rigging and the foremast. Ruark urged the gun crews to reload with all due haste and aimed the pieces again. At his signal, they spoke together. This time, the pirate ship's mainmast fell, and she heeled heavily as a long gash opened in her starboard side at the waterline. Men dived overboard as she swung astern against the pier and began to settle in the shallow harbour. Ruark shifted the direction, and 2 of the smaller ships bucked in the water as the shots smashed through their sides. Smoke began to pour from one, and the other rammed hard ashore, her crew fleeing into the swamp. More shots were fired until the small fleet was a smoking mass of floating wreckage. Now Ruark set the aim more carefully, but it still took 3 rounds before the blockhouse dissolved in an explosion. Again the direction shifted, and Mother's Inn took the brunt of the attack. Nearly 20 rounds had been fired before the facade slowly began to crumble, leaving the interior agape. Once more, Ruark bade the crews reload, and sighting carefully, he adjusted the barrels. His hand dropped, and Shanna stared as the eastern wall and the room wherein they had resided dissolved in a cloud of dust. From the main deck, Ruark called to Trahan. "Unless you wish to slay innocents, the most damage is done. It will be months before a ship sets sail from here. Those responsible for your daughter's capture are either dead or fled. I await your decision, sir." Trahan waved an arm and turned to Captain Dundas.
"Secure the guns. Set sail for Los Camellos. We have seen enough of this place. God willing, we'll see no more."
The exertion had cost Ruark his strength. He hung his head and sagged weakly against the handspike. One of the gun captains handed him the squire's staff, and taking it, he moved a step aft toward the quarterdeck, toward Shanna. His mouth was strangely parched, and his face and arms felt hot, while the sun began to make dizzying loops around the masts above him. He saw Shanna running toward him. Then the rough deck was beneath his cheek, and the smell of gunpowder was strong in his nostrils. The day grew dark and faded further still. Cool hands were under his neck, and a strange wetness fell on his face. He thought he heard his name called from afar, but he was so tired, so tired. The blackest of nights closed in around him. Chapter 20. The surgeon muttered and swore as he tried to steady the wounded man's legs against the lurch of the barouche. "Have patience, Herr Schaumann." Shanna Beauchamp's voice was soft and sure. "'Tis only a bit further." She held Ruark's head upon her lap and placed a cool wet cloth against his brow. Trahan sat on the other side of her and studied his daughter in some bemusement. He noticed a new self-confidence and a quiet reserve that he was sure had not been there before. She had made much of keeping a silver dirk. It and a pistol so small as to be almost useless were wrapped carefully in the leather jerkin at her feet. With a single-minded purpose and a tenderness she had shown no other man, she tended this bond-slave whom she had once hated. "The leg festers." The surgeon's voice broke into his musings. Trahan brought himself to awareness and listened to the doctor. "It should be removed now, before he awakens. The longer we wait, the more difficult the task will be." Shanna gazed silently at the doctor, and her mind was filled with the terrible vision of Ruark struggling to mount a horse with his left leg gone at the hip. "Will it save him?" she asked quietly.
"Only time will tell that,"
Herr Schaumann answered brusquely.
"There's every chance he will survive."
For a long moment, Shanna looked down at Ruark. His face held a deathly pallor, and she could find no courage in herself. Yet when she spoke, her voice was both soft and firm. "Nay, I think Mr. Ruark will fight for his leg as well. Perhaps between the two of us, we'll save it for him." Both men recognized her statement as final, and said nothing more. The carriage rattled to a halt in front of the manor, and before the horses had stopped their prancing, Pitney, who had ridden ahead, was reaching to take Ruark carefully in his huge arms. Immediately, Shanna stood beside him. "To the chambers next to mine, Pitney, if you will." Her father's eyebrows rose sharply. She had been anxious to see Sir Billingsham quartered completely across the house from her, and now she took the bond-slave into her own wing. Sir Gaylord meekly held the door ajar for the returning party. As Trahan passed through, last in the procession, he paused to consider the knight's bandaged foot.
"Well, Sir Gaylord,"
the squire grunted.
"I see your uncle is much the better."
"Of course," the man replied heartily. "Dreadfully sorry I couldn't go with you, but the bloody animal stepped away just as well, he banged me up, you see, then trod all over it. But it's mending rapidly." Gaylord lifted his cane and then winced as he bravely tried the foot. With a snort, Trahan brushed by, struggling with the sneer that threatened to conquer his face.
"A fate of the courageous, I suppose,"
Trahan said over his shoulder as he brushed by.
"Aye,"
the reply came quickly.
"Rightly so.
Would have come anyway, if it hadn't happened in the last moment there. But didn't know how bad it was, or what good I'd be in a fight. There was one, I see." He gave a nod toward the wounded man being carried up the stairs.
"I see you've captured that chap Ruark. Dastardly thing he did, running off like that and kidnapping your daughter. A foul man, to be sure. Get him well enough to stand a hanging?"
It was Gaylord's good fortune that Shanna was arguing her point with the doctor, and completely missed his words. Trahan's answering grunt was non-committal. He rather savoured the idea of letting his daughter set good Gaylord right in his thinking. He had no doubt that the event would occur soon enough, without any urging on his part.
"Join me in a rum, while they get Mr. Ruark to bed,"
Trahan invited, and mounted the stairs after the group.
"'Twill be interesting to see what they must do to keep him alive for the hanging."
The knight hobbled up after his portly host as best he could, since no one paused to give assistance. When at the head of the stairs Pitney bore the bond-slave off in the direction of Shanna's chambers, Gaylord managed to disguise some degree of his concern. Still, he hurried to catch up with the squire to bring the matter to the elder's attention.
"Do you think it wise to have that renegade so close to your daughter's rooms? I mean, if the chap hasn't done his worst by now, he's likely to, eh? The sly one that he is. A lady should take precautions or be reminded of the dangers when she cannot see them for herself."
Trahan replied with a touch of humour.
"I think it wise of me not to deny my daughter anything at the present moment."
"Still, sir," Gaylord became adamant, "a gentleman's future wife can hardly be quartered in the same wing with a knave, without some wagging tongue-cleaving that the good man's been cuckolded." Squire Trahan halted abruptly in his tracks and faced the man, and as the humour faded, a glint of anger shone piercingly in his green eyes.
I do not question my daughter's virtue, nor would I believe rumours put to the fore by some rejected suitor or mewling bitch. My daughter has a mind and will of her own, and a good sense of what is decent. Do not strain my hospitality by indicating differently."
A shout from Pitney had sent Berta and Haggis running ahead to the chambers Shanna had indicated, and by the time he came through the door with his burden, they had folded back the linens and placed a double layer as a rest for Ruark's wounded leg. The room became a place of activity. Pitney was followed closely by the surgeon, who stepped aside to allow Shanna to enter before him. Trahan joined them with Gaylord directly behind him, and the two of them observed the proceedings from just inside the door. Shanna urged their care as Ruark was stretched on the bed. The linen shirt and his stockings were stripped from him. The surgeon directed that a small table be set near for his knives and instruments. Haggis hied to slide one close, glancing anxiously toward Shanna, who had dipped a cloth into a basin of water and had begun to lightly bathe Ruark's face and chest. The breeches had been split up the one leg to the hip, and as Herr Schaumann yanked away the sticky bandage, the maid caught a glimpse of the blood-caked, oozing wound. Unaccustomed to the sight of gaping flesh, Haggis whirled and fled the room, her hand clutched tightly over her mouth. Shanna stared after the woman in amazement. Haggis had always seemed so stalwart and unruffled, not at all inclined to be squeamish.
"Females,"
the doctor muttered. He gestured irritably to Ruark's stained breeches, which were blackened with gunpowder and bore the same acrid scent.
"Unless you find your delicate nature abused, girl, I suggest you rid him of those."
A gasp of astonishment came from the shocked Berta at such a bidding, but Shanna did not hesitate. With her small dirk, she reached out to rip the seam of the breeches and had made only a frayed spot at the knee, when Pitney brushed her hands away and took out his huge broad-bladed knife. He separated the garment to the waist with a single stroke and then finished parting the other leg of the garment. Shanna turned in exasperation as Berta plucked for the third time at her sleeve. Pitney was easing the breeches from Ruark's slim hips, and the housekeeper raised a trembling hand to carefully shield her eyes from the bed. Her cherubic face was crimson as she cautiously held her gaze upon Shanna's face.
"Come, child,"
she whispered urgently.
"I think this is no place for you. We leave this to the menfolk."
"Aye, Madame Beauchamp," Gaylord agreed, stepping forward, then wincing and leaning heavily on his cane. "Let me escort you away. 'Tis certainly no place for a lady." "Oh, don't be an ass," Shanna snapped. "I am needed here, and I can help." Gaylord's jaw slackened, and he beat a hasty retreat, colliding with Trahan, who had possessed the good sense to leave his daughter alone. But Berta tried again, though her comment dwindled into a confused stutter, as from the corner of her eye she caught Pitney flinging the breeches to the floor. Seeing the woman's distress, Shanna laid a comforting hand on the plump shoulder and spoke gently. "Berta, I have been married." Shanna paled slightly as she realized what she had almost blurted out, and continued more carefully. "I am not ignorant of men. Now, please, stay out of my way." Berta felt herself dismissed and fled to soothe her abused modesty in the fresh air outside the chamber. Shanna leaned across the bed and held the oil lamp high for the doctor, who was again probing into the wound. The leg was propped on a pillow, so the doctor could better do his work. He drew out more splinters and, carefully, a coin-sized piece of cloth. Ruark groaned and twisted. He was still deep in his unconscious state, but not immune to the stabbing reality of pain. Shanna cringed. She could almost feel the agony he suffered. She helped swab the fresh flow of blood, aware that her father studied her intently, puzzled over her concern. She could not hide it, nor did she even try. If he guessed there was more to her anxiety than seemed proper, she'd answer to that later. Right now, all that mattered was Ruark and getting him well. Some of the poisons were washed away with the blood, and Herr Schaumann cleaned the ragged flesh and spread his unguents and balms liberally. Then he bandaged the leg with wide strips until it was held almost immobile. "'Tis the best I can do," he sighed. "But if the rot should set in, we'll have to remove the leg. There will be no question then. 'Tis infected enough already. You can tell by the purplish colour and the red which spreads away from the wound. I shall have to bleed the man, of course." He laid Ruark's arm so that it projected over the side of the bed and began to set his knives and bowls.
"Nay!"
The word burst sharp from Pitney's lips.
"Here's blood enough. They've seen too many die with their life in a barber's bowl."
The German drew back in righteous anger, but held his tongue as Traherne spoke in agreement with Pitney.
"There will be no bleeding here. I too have watched a loved one die beneath a knife, and I do not think it wise to further weaken an ailing soul."
The surgeon's lips were white and tightly pressed as he threw his scalpels back into the bag and snapped it shut.
"Then I can do nothing more here,"
he retorted sharply.
"I shall be in the village if you need me."
Shanna stretched a cool linen sheet over Ruark and touched her hand to his fevered brow. His lips were moving, and his head rolled slowly from side to side. A sudden fear nipped at her. What if he should become delirious and begin to talk, or call her name, or speak things better left unsaid? Quickly she whirled and began to sweep everyone toward the door. "Leave now," she commanded. "Let him sleep. He will need every ounce of strength. I will sit with him for a spell." As Pitney and Traherne went off down the hall, Gaylord paused in the doorway. Though Shanna tried to close the portal, he was not daunted by her eagerness to be rid of him. Taking out a lace handkerchief and daintily touching a pinch of snuff to each nostril, he stepped back into the room and glanced about him imperiously.
"Terribly decent thing you've done here, madam, after all this fellow Ruark put you through."
Shanna shrugged in annoyance and tried again to usher him to the door.
"I know you must have suffered hideous atrocities at the hands of the pirates."
Another bit of snuff, a sneeze, and the handkerchief delicately dabbed against his nose.
"But I wish to assure you, madam, that my proposal of marriage still stands. And, in fact, I would advise the nuptials be spoken with all due haste to quiet the rumours that will no doubt spread of your ravishment and shame. Perhaps you even know of a woman on the island who can be of benefit to us, should you carry the proof of your ill use."
Shanna was aghast, and for a moment accepted the affront in stunned disbelief.
"Yet I would not speak of your adventure to my family. 'Twould be difficult enough to convince them of your rather questionable heritage."
Shanna became stiff with fury. "'Tis charitable of you, sir. But whatever seeds I might have gathered in my adventure," her smile was grittingly sweet, "I will carry through to their fruition." Sir Gaylord dusted his cuff as he continued to demonstrate his magnanimity. Surely this common wench would be impressed.
"Still, my dear, we should get into marriage before you are disgraced. Should you be found with child, we will deny all rumours, and I shall stand forth as its father."
He glanced toward her to see the effect of his unimpeachable logic, but saw only her rigid back. He had no way of knowing that her lips were tightly set and white with rage. She must, he surmised, be completely demolished by the generosity of his offer.
Then he boldly vowed, "I would personally challenge any oaf who casts a slur upon your name." Shanna's arm flung out, and her finger trembled as it indicated the most direct path to the door. "Out!" Her voice was a half-strangled shriek. "Of course, my dear," Sir Billingsham mumbled, never realizing the nearness of his total maiming. "I understand. You are distraught. We can discuss this later." He took several steps before nearly tripping on his cane, and displaying excellent recall, he suddenly remembered to limp on his bandaged foot. It took the knight a quick step and a hop to avoid the slamming door behind him. Shanna leaned against the door, and a slow moment dragged out before she could wash the outrage of Sir Gaylord's proposals from her mind. It was a moan from Ruark that emptied the ire from her and sent her flying across the room to his bedside. She saw his face flushed and dark in the dim light. His head rolled from side to side with a loose, disjointed fervour. Anxiously, she felt his forehead and found nothing to solace her there. His skin still burned with that hot dryness that put a chill of dread in her. Silently, Shanna cursed the schooling that had given her a fine knowledge of how to curtsy and conduct herself among aristocrats, and a skill of composing useless poetry, or sitting for hours before a sampler making neat, precise stitches in a cloth, yet left her helpless and inadequate in most of the skills of everyday living. She was ignorant of balms and medicinal cures, and of caring for the sick or injured. The only thing she could rely upon was common sense. When Ruark grew feverish and his brow felt like hot parchment, she bathed him with cool water. When he ranted and raved incoherently, she spoke softly and caressed his brow until he calmed. She had a thin broth brought to the room, and she kept it beside the bed on a warming pan, and when Ruark roused to a half-conscious state, she pressed spoonfuls of the stuff between his dry lips. There was little else to do. "So damn little," she groaned to herself in growing frustration. Her vision blurred with tears as an overwhelming sense of despair sank its merciless talons into her, shredding hope and confidence. "Oh, God, please." Her plea was nearly a whimper in the stillness that enveloped them. "Don't let him die." The dark shade of evening crept stealthily across the island, and the moon blossomed on the horizon like an oversized orange flower. It rose high until it faded to a mottled silvery blue, and touched all beneath it with the same hues. For Shanna, the hours flowed together, and when Ruark rested in the quieter states of fevered sleep, she curled in a chair beside the bed, sometimes dozing, sometimes just studying him. Listlessly, she watched the moon sail lazily above the treetops, and listened to the dainty clock ticking the night away. Midnight brooked no refusal of its coming. It approached, it went, and Shanna still kept her vigil. Ruark began to moan and mumble more violently with a feverish delirium, making Shanna's heart leap within her as he emitted a weird, ragged groan from his parched lips. She feared he might try to get up, and she knew she didn't have the strength to hold him, even in his weakened condition. She pressed him back upon the pillow, and then half sat on the bed beside him, while she murmured soothingly and tenderly stroked his brow. He lay limp and unresponsive to her soft inquiries. Hoarsely, he began to sing a child's ditty. Then abruptly he stopped in mid-word, twisting beneath her hands. A fierce grimace contorted his face, and his eyes flew open. He seized her roughly by the shoulders and pulled her close, hurting her with the careless grip of his fingers. "Damn it! I never saw the girl before," he snarled. "Why don't you believe?" With a growl, he pushed Shanna away and lay back,
staring blankly toward the outflung balcony doors. Sadness sagged the corners of his mouth, and he began in a sing-song voice.
4 walls, ceiling, floor, door. Count the stones, make them more. Count the days, one by one. But how, good lad, since you never see the sun?
His chant trailed off into an incoherent mumble, and he squeezed his eyes tightly shut. Shanna thought him pained, for he seemed to be caught in a moment of torment. She reached for the cloth in the basin of water, but halted as his words became clear again. Sharp and angry they matched in tone, the scowl that came swiftly upon his face.
And take it all. Take my life. What care I now that the wench is gone? Damn her. Damn her fickle heart. Ah, man. I hate her. Fickle wife. She taunts me, seduces me, cajoles me, flees me, leaves me wanting her all the more. Have I no more will of my own?
His voice broke, and he sobbed, hiding his face behind an arm flung across it. Shanna's throat tightened, and there was no ease for the ache in her breast. With tears of her own gathering in her eyes, she tried to hush him. He heard none of her pleas, but lifted his hands and held them before his eyes, turning them, staring at them, as if he had never seen them before.
But still, I love her. I could take my freedom and fly, but she holds me bound to her.
His hands became limp fists, which slowly crumpled to his sides as he groaned listlessly.
I cannot stay. I cannot leave.
His eyes closed, and swiftly the moment was gone. Choking on a sob, Shanna bowed her head in abject misery. How carelessly she had woven her web about him. She had not meant to entrap him, no more than she'd been willing to see herself ensnared. On that cold, dark night in the London jail, she could not have foreseen this end. It had been a game she played, a challenge to outwit her father, to prove herself as shrewd as any man, a total disregard of other people's feelings and emotions. Tears fell on hands clenched in her lap as she relented to the sorrow she felt. She was deeply ashamed, contrite in her heart. Of all the men she had wounded with the sharp edge of her tongue, Ruark was the only one she had never really meant to hurt. And now he was near death because of her, and she could do naught but stand aside and watch, while the relentless poisons drained his once exuberant vitality. "Damn!" she cried in wretched frustration, and came to her feet, wringing her hands together. She paced about the room, racking her brain for any tiny bit of knowledge which would aid her. Her mother had caught the fever, and they had bled her. Little help, for Georgiana died, much weakened under their care. And if she relented to the surgeon's arguments and allowed Ruark's leg to be taken, what then? If such a wound as he had now could fester, how much more the raw flesh of a stump? Should the leg be taken, he might die all the more quickly. How, then, would she ever console herself? No answers came, though Shanna agonized over each fact, each question that presented itself to her. Her mind grew numb with worry and exhaustion until it refused to grasp logic. As if by rote, she cared for Ruark, bathing and soothing him, spooning liquid between his parched lips. And still he raved and tossed, as if plagued by some unavenged demon.
"Do me not to me," he rasped. "Do not press me further. She'll have the gift."
It became an endless labour. The night wore thin. Finally, Shafts of light from the dawning sun intruded into the room through the French doors. In her chair, Shanna dozed fretfully, her mind skimming the ruffled fringe of sleep, while her head lolled languidly against her shoulder. Dimly she was aware of the door opening and closing behind her. Suddenly, a huge dark shadow stood over her. With a start, she came fully awake, a scream half born on her lips, as if she expected to recognize Pellier come to haunt her. To her overwhelming relief, it was Pitney. Her breath sighed heavily from her as she relaxed again in the chair, rubbing a hand across her brow.
I knew you would trust no one else.
His deep, rasping voice touched her gently, but it held a hint of sarcasm in its tone. Shanna had no defence and stared numbly at Ruark.
This is useless.
Pitney's broad hand swept the room.
You'll soon be no good to him or yourself. Go to your room and sleep. I will watch.
He would hear none of her protests, but dragged her up from the chair and led her to the balcony doors. With a hand on her back, he pushed her out, and when she faced him with more arguments, waved them off.
Go!
His tone was stern, but eased as he saw her worry.
I will see to the man, as well as your secrets.
Shanna could do little but obey. In complete exhaustion, she stumbled to her bed, and, still clothed in the gown her father had brought with him on the Hempstead, she stretched her weary body across satin sheets and tumbled into the deep vortex of slumber. It seemed only a moment later that Hergus was shaking her awake.
Come, Shanna,
the woman urged.
Have a bite to eat.
Shanna sat up with a start, looking to her clock, and saw that it was nearly 3 hours into the afternoon. In dismay, she snatched a piece of oatcake from the tray and fled out onto the balcony, slipping quickly past the lattice barrier that separated the areas. Pitney had produced a deck of game cards and was playing with them on a small table when Shanna returned. He glanced up and leaned back in his chair, regarding her dishevelled appearance.
Your father dropped in for a moment, but left.
He gestured to the cards.
He thinks them evil and cannot abide them. But of the two...
Pitney nodded toward Ruark, who still tossed and mumbled as before.
I thought these less disastrous to his nature.
Shanna found no words to reply and hurried to Ruark. His brow had not cooled, even the slightest. Lifting the sheet, she gasped at the sight of the red streaks which had crept almost to his hip and heavily marked the lower leg. Pitney came to stand beside her, and he frowned deeply as he reached out a finger to test the swollen flesh.
He's likely to lose it,
he commented ruefully. He had seen enough and heard many gory tales of the barber's surgery. It was a shame to have it practised on a man.
'Tis a pity your Mr. Ruark is not a horse. We could practice some of his cures on himself. The mare is well healed, with hardly a mark on her.
Shanna wrinkled her nose, remembering the sight and smell of the balm. A horse remedy, she scoffed. That stuff would be enough to take his leg off. Rum and herbs, which could make a man howl. Abruptly she stopped, as a memory came flooding back. The leaves Ruark had picked for her heel had also stung when applied to the cut, but the pain soon ebbed, and he said it would draw the poison. Her jaw set in grim determination. Shanna faced Pitney. Fetch Ellett. Send him off to the leaves Ruark made the balm with. We've strong black rum to add. As Pitney hurried to the portal, she flung over her shoulder. And tell Hergus to fetch fresh linens and hot water. The door slammed behind the hulking man, and Shanna bent over Ruark, carefully uncoiling the wrappings from his leg. She was amazed at her calm and clear-headed purpose as she gently washed the area around the ragged flesh. For modesty's sake, she draped a cloth over Ruark's hips, so Hergus would not be unduly shocked. It was enough to have Berta clucking in disapproval, without upsetting Hergus as well. After an unbearable wait, Pitney returned with Ellet's find. New coals were added to the warming pan, and Shanna crushed the leaves into a small amount of water and set it to steam. Soon the chamber filled with a pungent odour. Cloths were steeped in clean hot water before being placed on the wound to soak away the gore. This brought a renewed thrashing from Ruark as the pain seeped into his delirium. Pitney laid broad hands on the leg and held it still while Shanna worked, cleaning the oozing holes. With a silent prayer running through her mind, Shanna mixed the herbs and rum and slapped the warm paste onto the leg. It drew an immediate reaction from Ruark. He cried out with the first touch of it and twisted away in agony as the caustic herb and warmed rum penetrated the torn flesh. Shanna worked all the faster, while Pitney held him down, and Hergus stirred fresh herbs into the kettle. Shanna trickled rum from the bottle over the whole of it, and then repeated the process. Over and over again she cleaned away the poultice when it cooled, replacing it with the warm. She did not count the hours she remained at his side doing this. An ache began to grow at the small of her back with her constant bending, and her hands became red from moulding the hot poultice around the wound. It was well into night before she paused long enough to realize that Ruark was resting easier. His lips had ceased their endless movement, and he no longer tossed like a man placed upon a rack of torture. Touching his skin, she knew the fever ebbed. "Fetch my needle and a good strong thread," Shanna bade the maid. "For once in my life I can see the need of good stitchery." Hergus was perplexed, but hastened away on the errand, returning shortly. The maid stood at the end of the bed, watching Shanna painstakingly close the gaping wounds with rum-soaked thread and the needle. It was with some pride at her own fine handiwork that she finished the task and remarked, "'Twill hardly be a scar left to even boast about." Hergus grunted. "As if you should be fretting about a scar on a man's leg."
"Let the poultice cool on his leg,"
Pitney offered.
"He's through the worst of it."
Agreeing with him, Shanna covered a new batch of the mixture with fresh strips of linen around Ruark's leg and piled towels on either side to hold it all against any movement. "I'll stay a while longer," Shanna sighed as she sank wearily into the nearest chair. Hergus shook her head in exasperation. "Canna you even take a bite and a bath? Why, you're to skin and bones now with those pirates starving you. And look at you. You'd scare the man sure if he came awake now and saw you." Self-consciously, Shanna ran her fingers through her tangled hair, realizing she had not combed it or seen to her appearance since she last dressed aboard the Hampstead. It seemed an eternity ago. "And your poor pa downstairs fretting, wanting to see you, yet saying naught. The bonny lad there can hold his own now. See to yourself, and give your pa a kind word or two. It nearly laid him low when he learned you'd been taken by those pirates." "'Tis more likely Papa flayed the countryside with his rage," Shanna corrected with levity. Pitney wrinkled his brows together as he remarked gruffly,
"Aye, and he vowed to hang Mr. Ruark after the bondsmen came back with their tails."
Shanna grimaced gingerly. "What did they tell him?"
"They said he fought for you and claimed you as his."
Hergus rushed to answer.
"Even that he killed a man to have you."
"Is that all?" Shanna questioned carefully. The maid cast a wary glance toward Pitney, and, noticeably more reluctant, replied,
"Aye, there was more of it."
Pitney was more brusque.
"A lot of us were present when the bondsmen agreed that if you were ravished at all, 'twas Mr. Ruark doing it to you.
He waited effectively as his words sank in, watching her closely as the sea-hued eyes widened in distress. Then he shrugged, taking himself to the door.
But the bondsman also admitted there was no way for them to know for sure, since he carted you off upstairs.
Pitney stroked his broad jaw thoughtfully, and added for good measure,
Still, if he had no intentions of bidding you, why would a man fight for you?
Shanna groaned despairingly and sank deeper into her chair. Perhaps I'd best go down. Her smile was weak and pained. And explain to Papa. Fergus's skirts swished in her haste to follow Pitney out.
I'll see to your bath.
Entering her own chambers after assuring herself that Ruark was resting peacefully, Shanna was met by a stubborn Fergus who firmly bade her bathe, and carried the command through by helping her into the tub, scrubbing her back, and seeing her hair washed, towel dried, and combed.
Your pa's coming up,
the maid informed as she brought the young woman her night shift and wrapper, instead of the chemise and gown Shanna had expected to don.
I didn't think you would be up to giving Sir Gaylord your best company, and I'll fetch you tea, so you'll not miss your dinner. You'll be needing the strength to face your pa.
Shanna glared her gratitude, and the woman shrugged, unconcerned.
Serves you right. Lowering yourself to bed a common bondsman, with the lords and all who've begged your hand, and the fine schools and learning you've taken in. Mind you, I havena a thing again Mr. Ruark. He canna help being taken with you, and he's a bonny-faced man, to be sure. He's given you his best, but...
Shanna mumbled under her breath as she belted her wrapper tightly around her slim waist, but the maid either missed or ignored the ungrateful attitude and plunged on, heedless of Shanna's frown.
What will he get from him but a fat belly every year? And no good name to dub the brood. Ruark.
Fergus wrinkled her nose in distaste.
Sounds Irish. And you know there is no good in them folk. Just mischief and mayhem, a brawling and a loving. If you had your wits about you, you'd find some Scottish laird with a fine name to equal your poor dead husband's, and settle yourself down.
Shanna sighed in exasperation. I do not expect you to understand about Mr. Ruark and myself, Fergus, but I am painfully hungry, and you promised to fetch me a tray. Would you see me starve while you preach on propriety? The maid finally relented and fetched the evening fare, and as Shanna sat at her small table eating, her father knocked lightly and entered. He appeared a little at a loss, and after a terse greeting, he strode about the room, hands folded beneath the tail of his coat. An occasional grunt or two emitted from deep in his throat as he paused beside a curio, then stopped to examine a volume of verses. With the tip of his forefinger, he lifted the ornate, inlaid top of the music box Ruark had given her, and listened for a spell to the tinkling melody before closing it again with care, as if he were afraid of breaking the piece.
Got it, true.
Shanna held her silence, sensing he had something worrisome on his mind. She watched his meanderings while she continued to eat, taking a bite or two of her food and sipping her tea, but scarcely tasting anything.
You look none the worse for your ordeal, child, he finally remarked. Indeed, if it be possible, you are more lovely. The sun has agreed with you.
Thank you, Papa, she managed quietly, before hiding further comment behind her cup. Trahan came upon the jerkin folded neatly on the chaise and the dagger and pistol lying on top of it. Taking up the latter, he squinted dubiously over his shoulder at her, and Shanna could only shrug. It served its purpose. Trahan came to stand before her table, and Shanna put down the cup, folded her hands primly in her lap, and lifted her gaze to meet his.
"You did fare well?"
he asked with concern. "Aye, father," she replied, slipping into the more formal address. She braced herself inwardly for the coming interrogation.
"And none of the pirates touched you?"
he questioned gruffly. "Nay, father. You have heard it that Mr. Ruark killed a man for me. 'Twas two, if you're taking count of his deeds. I survived, only because of Mr. Ruark's cunning and skill with weapons. Had he not been there, I would not be here today."
"Unless Mr. Ruark—"
He let the question hang as he sought for the words to speak of that which nagged him sorely. Shanna suddenly rose to her feet. She could not face him, and moved to the French doors leading on to the balcony and set them wide to catch the night breezes, for suddenly the room was stifling. "Mr. Ruark is a most honourable man. He has brought me no harm, and I am no different from when I left." She faced him with a sweet smile curving her lips, and spoke honestly, for truly none of what she had said was a falsehood. "My greatest distress at the moment, Papa, is for his welfare, and even that seems to be much improved." For a long expanse of time, Traherne stared at her as if considering her words. Abruptly, he nodded his head, willing to accept her story.
"Good enough, then."
Satisfied now, he started toward the door, but Shanna's voice halted him. "Papa?" Traherne turned and raised his brows questioningly. "I love you." With much blustering, he stammered out a good night and glanced quickly about, as if he had forgotten something. His hands searched his sides, then he snorted.
"He's got the damn cane."
At the door, he paused for one last glance.
"Good to have you home, child. Good to have you home."
It was the sound of her name being called that brought Shanna into full wakefulness. For a moment she lay still, wondering if the voice were real, or if it had been some spectre from a dream. Then it came again, this time clearly.
"Shanna, Shanna, don't go."
It seemed a call of distress, lonely in the silence of night, and she could not mistake the voice. She flew from her bed and out onto the balcony, not pausing for her robe, and entered Ruark's room. He tossed upon the bed and fought against invisible bonds, some imagined restraint. His brow was dappled with sweat, and the nightshirt they had managed to clothe him in was damp with perspiration. Shanna almost laughed in relief as she wiped his face with a towel. His skin was moist and cool. The fever had broken. By the light of the single dim candle, she could now see that his eyes were open and regarding her with some bemusement.
"Are you really there, Shanna? Or does my dream befuddle my sight?"
His fingers closed lightly around her wrist and brought it against his lips. Kissing her soft skin, he murmured,
"No maiden of my dreams could taste her sweet. Shanna, Shanna."
He sighed.
"I thought I had lost you."
She bent low to press her trembling mouth upon his. "Oh, Ruark," she breathed against his lips. "I thought I had lost you." He laid an arm about her nape and pulled her down beside him, searching her eyes in the meagre glow. "I'll hurt your leg," Shanna protested in concern.
"Come here,"
he commanded.
"I would know if this is a dream or more heady stuff."
His eyes grew lambent, sending her senses reeling, and there was a soft union of tongues and lips as their mouths parted and clung with a leisurely sweetness that held still the very moments of time. "I do believe the fever's gone," Shanna breathed, nestling against him. "But it must have left you addled in the head. Your kiss speaks much more of passion than of pain." She slipped her hand inside the nightshirt and rubbed his furry chest, reveling in the strength she felt in his lean, muscular ribs.
"Addled indeed."
He smiled at her and sighed.
"Must I forever bear the barbs of a disappointed bride?"
Shanna traced a finger in the crisp hair of his chest. "In your madness, you said you loved me," she murmured shyly. His humour fled, and the smile left her lips as she continued. "You said it before, too. When the storm struck, I asked you to love me, and you said you did." Her voice was the barest of whispers. Ruark's gaze turned away from her, and he rubbed the bandage on his leg before he spoke.
"Strange that madness should speak the truth, but truth it is."
He met her questioning eyes directly.
I love you."
The pain of longing marked his face with a momentary sadness.
"And that is madness, in all truth?"
Shanna raised herself from his side and sat on her heels, staring down at him. "Why do you love me?" Her tone was wondrous. "I beset you at every turn. I deny you as a fit mate. I have betrayed you into slavery and worse. There is no sanity in your plea at all. How can you love me?"
Shanna,
he sighed, placing his fingers on her hand and gently tracing the lines of her finely boned fingers.
"What man would boast the wisdom of his love? How many times has this world heard, 'I don't care, I love'? Do I count your faults and sins to tote them in a book?"
He gazed at the timid candle flame.
"I'm thinking of a mouse-haired girl of plain face, one whose virtue was destroyed before she knew of its existence. Then there is a man of some account who was abused as a slave. Good Geitler and his Dora."
He looked upon Shanna's face, but she would not meet his eyes.
"They stand hand in hand against the taunts of all, and tightly close their eyes and shout aloud, 'It makes no difference, we love.' Do men step forth and declaim upon the clever way they chose the object of their devotion? Or if asked, would the young swain more likely shrug and spread his hands with an unminded grin and softly say, 'I love her'?"
Ruark moved his leg onto the pillow and touched the bindings as if he would ease the ache of his wound.
"I dream of unbelievable softness. I remember warmth at my side, the likes of which can set my heart afire. I see in the dark before me softly glowing eyes of aqua, once tender in a moment of love, then flashing with defiance and anger, now dark and blue with some stirring I know I have caused, now green and gay with laughter spilling from them. There was a form within my arms that I tenderly held and touched. There is that one who has met my passion with her own and left me gasping."
Ruark caressed Shanna's arm and turned her face to him, making her look into his eyes and willing her to see the truth in them as he spoke.
"My beloved Shanna, I cannot think of betrayal when I think of love. I can count no denials when I hold you close. I only wait for that day when you will say, 'I love.'"
Shanna raised her hands as if to plead her case, then let them fall dejectedly on her knees. Tears coursed down her cheeks, and she begged helplessly, "But I do not want to love you." She began to sob. "You are a colonial. You are untitled, a murderer condemned, a rogue, a slave. I want a name for my children. I want so much more of my husband." She rolled her eyes in sudden confusion. "And I do not want to hurt you more." Ruark sighed and gave up for the moment. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears as they fell.
"Shanna, love,"
he whispered tenderly,
"I cannot bear to see you cry.
I will not press the matter for a while. I only beg you remember the longest journey is taken a step at a time. My love can wait, but it will neither yield nor change." His voice took on a lighter note, and his eyes twinkled with golden flecks of mischief. "You should know by now that I am a willful man. My mother called me determined. My father called me spoiled." Shanna sniffed and managed a weak smile. I admit that as fact." He chuckled at the jibe. "But come, my love, worry no more. Lie here beside me, and let me feel that warmth and softness. If you cannot declare your love, at least humor a sick man." Shanna complied and cuddled close to his side, resting her head on his shoulder. She heard laughter deep inside his chest and glanced up in wonder. "I cannot rest, for I fret sorely on which is worse." She raised on her elbow to frown at him until he explained. "The ache in my leg, or the one in my loins." "You lusty ape," she giggled, dropping her head again into the crook of his arm. "No man is ill who rouses so quickly at the slightest smile." Ruark held her close for a moment, kissing the softness beneath her ear, before searching out her lips. There his mouth stayed long, and enjoyed heartily the honey-sweet taste. The room grew quiet, and for Shanna it was a most natural place to be, held close within the circle of his arms. Still, many in the house would have raged to find them thus entwined and in one bed. A morning tray had been delivered by Berta, and Ruark was settling down to eat the first solid nourishment in days, when the door swung open and Pitney entered with a tray loaded with a coffee service. He was followed by Orlan Traherne himself. Soon a steaming cup was placed on his bedside table by the squire. "'Tis an early hour, but the best time to come and thank you without the interference of my daughter." Traherne jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "She's still asleep, so keep your voice down, or we'll be set upon by more of her frettin'." Ruark chewed on a mouthful of food, not quite sure of his status. He glanced apprehensively toward Pitney, who stood at the foot of the bed, his massive arms folded across his chest. The man returned his stare, with a warning frown creasing his brow. "I have assured Orlan that I know a man who saw you dragged off onto the pirate ship. He was a bit addled at the time, confused you might say, and dared say naught of the deed." Ruark nodded and sipped the coffee to find it heavily laced with brandy. He raised the mug in silent thanks to Traherne and savoured the heady aroma that issued from it. Pitney appeared to have spoken his fill and was satisfied with Ruark's silence. Traherne sat back in the chair beside the bed and folded his hands across his paunch as Pitney drew a straight chair up and straddled it, resting his thick arms on the back. When the room had been quiet for a few moments, the squire spoke. "Would you tell me the way of it all? I have judgments to make, and I have little enough to go on." While he ate, Ruark began his narration. He told of the raid and of the voyage to the island. He spoke frankly of his attempted misdirection and its unfortunate results, and made a point of the fact that all three of the captured men had wished to return when given the chance. He let it be urged from him of Shanna's time in the pit and his rescue of her. He avoided the details of their days and nights together, but let it seem as if they had been caught together by the storm. He mentioned briefly the two men he had killed and his reasons. Included was the episode in which Shanna had slain the one He related the plan and execution of the escape, with minor details omitted, and made much of Geitler's and Dora's parts in it. He drew chuckles from both of them over Shanna's valour in the face of adversity. The two older men seemed well pleased with his tale, and grinned in relief when he assured them that no unusual harm had befallen Shanna. The squire let his chin sink to his chest, and was lost in thought for a space. Pitney caught Ruark's eye and smiled, nodding ever so slightly his approval. Then abruptly, Traherne came erect and slapped his knee in sudden joviality.
"By George!"
He chuckled, then lowered his voice with a furtive glance toward the balcony.
"I see no help for it but to give the 3 bondsmen a bonus for their service."
Ruark cleared his throat and, as Traherne gave him pause, lent voice to another matter.
"Sir, Mr. Geitler and Mistress Dora risked their lives to no small degree. If the matter of rewards is discussed, surely they must be considered. I fear that they will be cast to dire straits for their effort."
"Rest assured that I have not forgotten, and will deal with them handsomely."
Traherne coughed and glanced at Pitney.
"It has been brought to my attention, though I had already considered the fact, that you have done me a great service in the return of my daughter unharmed. When you are about, I shall give you your papers, paid and clear. You are a free man."
He waited for the expected joyful response, but instead Ruark frowned and pondered first one and then the other of the two men. Ruark noted that Pitney was the more uneasy of the two, and well surmised the reason. But Traherne had grown somewhat puzzled by his bondsman's delay in answering.
"Sir, would you have me accept reward for a common decency to another?"
Ruark waved away any argument.
"I did myself a service in escaping from the band of miscreants, and could not have left other innocents behind. I cannot accept payment for it."
There was double meaning in his words, but Ruark was not about to take any recompense for saving Shanna. Besides, being a bond slave allowed him a good reason to stay on the island with her.
"Bah! You have more than earned your freedom with the 2 mills,"
Traherne snorted.
"Those would be yours if I had been hired as a free man to serve you. There is no cost to me there, but I served my employer as best I could."
Olin Traherne stared at him in bemused amazement, but Pitney avoided looking him in the eye.
"Had I not been forced to purchase expensive clothes,"
Ruark reminded the squire with a twinkle in his eye,
"I would have earned nearly enough to buy my freedom."
Traherne protested as any good outraged merchant.
"I paid far more for your garb than you did."
Ruark chuckled and then grew serious. He peered askance at Pitney when he spoke, and noticed the fine beading of sweat on his brow, as Pitney chafed beneath the double edge of his statement.
"I have been known as one who always pays my debts to the hilt."
He shifted his gaze and met Traherne's directly.
"When I lay the full sum of my indebtedness in your hands, there will be no doubt that my freedom is not another man's gift."
"You are a rare man, John Ruark."
Traherne sighed. "I would not see you as a merchant, for you have set aside fair payment."
He heaved himself up from his chair, paused, and studied Ruark closely.
"Why is it I feel as if I've been taken to the limits of my purse?"
He shook his head and turned away, moving to the door and letting Pitney precede him out. He looked back again.
"My trader's intuition is outraged. I have been rooked, John Ruark, but I know not how."
Chapter 21. Olin Traherne ate a light, brief breakfast and quickly took himself from the table, thus avoiding any conversation with Sir Gaylord. It had become the custom of the night to join the family in its morning repast. He was not really as boring as he seemed. It was only that the mention of money, finances, the sea, England, war, peace, or the prospect of either, ships, water, trade, nations, wind, or rain, ended in an oration by him on the wisdom of investing in a small shipyard which could supply hundreds of sloops and schooners for the price of a single ship of the line. His topic was noticeably limited, though he seemed remarkably adept at taking any random subject as an entry to it. Thus it was that Squire Traherne gave a last pitying glance at his daughter, shrugged away her silent appeal, and took his leave with a zeal that belied his age and girth. With a frown of disappointment, Shanna watched her father go, and managed to bestow a tolerant smile upon Sir Gaylord, who gave his own delicate but effective attention to the well-filled plate before him. His manners did not leave him room to speak with food in his mouth, for which Shanna was immeasurably grateful, but he was not above letting his gaze warm appreciatively as it roamed her trim figure. The briefest of nods sufficed to excuse her, and on her way to the drawing-room, she quietly bade Bertha bring her fresh tea, now that she would be able to enjoy it in some peace. Alas, it was her undoing. No sooner had she seated herself upon the settee than Gaylord entered, dabbing the last of his meal from his lips, and then tucking the napkin into his sleeve. Were it not for the ornate T embroidered on it, the cloth might have served as an elaborate kerchief. But then the man seemed to have a penchant for anything artfully stitched with a letter, and a special liking for the B, which ornately decorated all his clothing. Even his coats had the monogram, where it could be worn over his heart. As Bertha set out the cups and readied the tea to be poured, he rose and brushed her away. "Not a manly grace, my dear," he informed Shanna pompously, "but one that must be approached with a skill one rarely finds away from England." Lifting the teapot with a flourish, he poured into 2 cups no more than half their fill of the rich brown fluid, topped them off with a like amount of cream, and stirred until the cups held a thick pale concoction that on no account resembled tea. He gave no notice to Bertha's gasp of horror, but ladled several spoons of sugar into one, and then paused over the other, raising a brow toward Shanna. "1 or 2, my dear?" he asked solicitously. "No cream, Sir Gaylord, please. Just the tea, and a touch of sweetening." "Oh," he responded blankly, and paused to sample his own cup. "Delicious, my dear. You really must try it this way. The rage of London—" "I have," Shanna managed without malice, and leaning forward poured herself a fresh cup, and added a shallow spoon of sugar. Gaylord folded his frame into a straight-backed chair and crossed his legs before he sipped more of the tea. "Ah, well, no matter. I trust I shall have a lifetime to teach you the niceties of good British gentlefolk." Shanna quickly raised her cup and lowered her gaze, while Bertha paused in her puttering to glare at the night. "Shanna, my dear," Sir Gaylord leaned back and contemplated her. "You have no idea what simply being near you can do to even a peer of the realm. 'Tis sore upon my heart that we find so little time alone, or I would speak of the wonderful passions that stir my heart." Shanna gave a small shudder, and hastily excused it, as she saw he had taken note. "Too much sugar, I'm afraid." She freshened her cup from the pot, and dared not glance at Bertha. The housekeeper stood by the doorway leading into the foyer, and fingered a heavy figurine, narrowing her eyes in a most uncharacteristic fashion. The old woman seemed to come to a decision, and marched forward boldly.
"I got things to do,"
she informed Shanna, bringing a note of despair to her mistress's face and a shine of new hope in Gaylord's eyes.
"You need me? Just call."
Before Shanna could protest, Berta gave a last doubtful glare at Sir Gaylord and left. The room was still for a while as Shanna stared after her, and she almost jumped when the knight cleared his throat and rose from his chair to stand before her again. He fixed her with a limpid stare and set out to pay serious court.
"My dear Shanna, there are so many things we must discuss. 'Tis so rare I can find someone willing to understand the needs of the blooded elite. You are so beautiful and so desirable. No one else can ease my plight. I'm stricken to the quick."
He came a pace nearer, and Shanna was caught in a dilemma. She was equally afraid that he would take her hand, or that she would burst into laughter. Some of her struggle must have shown, for he continued apace.
"I pray, do not distress yourself, my dear. Be aware that nothing of what has happened has in any way affected my respect for you," he assured her.
Shanna was nearly frantic. Reason deserted her, and she could summon no rationale for excusal. She felt trapped, but Gaylord read her unease as indecision and grew bolder. His knee had already started to flex as if he would kneel before her, when his eyes strayed behind her, and he suddenly stiffened.
"Good morning."
The voice rang cheerfully from the doorway.
"And a fine, beautiful day it is."
With a gasp, Shanna twisted around on the settee to stare in amazement at Ruark, the last person she had expected to rescue her.
"Mr. Ruark, are you sure you should be up and about?"
She forced as much worry and concern into her tone as she could manage, so that the burgeoning relief that flooded her might be disguised.
"What of your leg? Is it so much improved?"
She knew far better than anyone that 3 days of rest and well-diluted poultices had done wonders. Only last night the surgeon had changed the dressing and declared the wound pink and healthy. She caught Gaylord's sigh of disappointment as he resigned himself to the obvious fate of further waiting. Ruark limped in on her father's staff and lowered himself to the sofa beside Shanna. Beneath Gaylord's glower, his smile was bright and debonair, though a hint of mischief gleamed deep in those amber eyes that so quickly mirrored his changes of mood. Shanna hastened from her seat to fetch a footstool for him and propped his leg comfortably. As she bent low to slip a pillow underneath his calf, she gave no mind to her décolletage or the manner in which it displayed her bosom to Ruark. However, Gaylord chafed as he saw Ruark's gaze roam freely over that which his own gaze craved. He was caught unaware when Ruark's eyes lifted, meeting his, and the bondsman's white teeth flashed in a broad grin of undisguised pleasure. Covertly admiring Ruark's appearance, Shanna missed the exchange. He had donned a loose white shirt and tan knee breeches over white stockings, and, amazingly, brown brass-buckled shoes. She cringed inwardly at the idea of the pain he must have borne to put the left one on. Over the shirt, he wore the long leather jerkin he had affected as a pirate captain. Above it, his face appeared darker and leaner, his eyes livelier, his teeth whiter, his hair blacker. She had never seen him more handsome, nor could she hide the soft glow that warmed her eyes as she stared at him.
"Madam Beauchamp!"
Shanna started in surprise, realizing that Gaylord was demanding her attention.
"I beg your pardon? I did not hear."
"Obviously, madam.
since I had to repeat the question twice. I asked if you might care for a stroll in the garden. 'Tis become a bit stuffy in here of a sudden. Oh, well, I'll open the doors then. She rushed to push them wide, ignoring any reply to his inquiry, and stood for a moment, enjoying the refreshing touch of the morning breeze. "'Tis cool," she informed the room at large, but when she turned, her eyes went to Ruark. Late September always brings the cooler winds and the evening showers. The clouds gather on the south side of the island all afternoon, and just before dark, they slip across the ridge to give us a wetting. This is the time when the cane grows highest. The glass doors framed her with a master's touch, and the lush greens of the lawns beyond accentuated her loveliness until it was almost painful for Ruark to look at her. She was a vision. Her gown of aqua was just enough different from her eyes to set them a sparkle behind the sooty lashes, and Ruark was completely captivated. Suddenly the three of them were startled by a loud crash which came from the porch, unmistakably the shattering of glass. With a bemused frown, Shanna turned and stepped out onto the veranda in time to see Millie skittering around a chair in her haste to leave an overturned planter which had been displaced from its perch near the drawing-room doors. "Millie, what are you doing?" Shanna inquired. She realized with amazement that the girl had to have been eavesdropping to be behind the chair in the first place. But then she had done that before in the stables, and Shanna could only wonder what she was up to now. Millie was caught and wheeled about, immediately defensive. "I didn't break it. You can't blame it on me." "Aye, the breeze is a bit strong today," Shanna quipped with a hint of sarcasm. "But never mind that. What do you want here? Have you brought fish?" I... Millie glanced past Shanna into the drawing-room, then blurted, "I heard Mr. Ruark was hurt, and I come to see if there was aught I could do for him." "You're a trifle late, but come in. He's here." Shanna led the girl into the room and waved her into a chair beside Ruark, avoiding his questioning glance. Despite his assurance that nothing was between them, Shanna felt a prick of ire at Millie's apparent inability to leave him alone. Sir Gaylord had risen at the entrance of the newcomer, and the girl bobbed a quick curtsy. "Millie Hawkins, I be, governor." The young woman boldly introduced herself before wiggling her small fanny into the chair. She eyed Ruark boldly. "Here you got it in the crotch, Mr. Ruark. Oh, 'tweren't nothing serious." Shanna closed her eyes as if to blot out the sight of Millie, while Ruark struggled to contain his mirth. When he regained his poise, he grinned across to Shanna. "'Twas Madam Beauchamp's attentions that brought me through, Millie. None others." "Oh?" Millie queried, turning wide dark eyes to Shanna. "Why, she must have sweetened to you a mite since the last time I see you together. She lowered that collar on you pretty good." Gaylord's interest perked smartly. Collar? What do you say?" "Never mind," Shanna said quickly. "Would anyone care for tea?" "Berta promised to bring me a tray in here," Ruark rejoined. "I'll have a cup when she comes." It suddenly occurred to Shanna why the housekeeper had left in such haste. No doubt she had seen Ruark entering the dining room from the foyer. As it was, Sir Gaylord pondered on much the same topic. Berta barely managed to serve him with civility, yet she catered to the injured bond-slave. The hulking Pitney spoke no word to him other than the least required to a knight of the realm, but the fellow seemed to hang on every phrase uttered by this colonial miscreant. Even Orland Traherne,
though certainly no disrespect could be awarded to that fine man, was a trifle reserved, and sought after the advice of this bondsman, who had proven no more than a stone in the porridge of the brave Sir Billingham. Berta was once more her cheerful self, as she helped Milan serve Ruark his morning fare, and Sir Gaylord stood apart from the group and fretted. He felt as if he had just heard a joke whose point had escaped him, while others chortled in glee. It was almost more than a proper gentleman could bear, and, to make matters more intolerable, he could not even gracefully question this bondsman's presence in Traherne's parlour. "Well," Milly slapped her hands upon her thighs after a long pause of silence, and got to her feet. "I didn't mean to stay long, just to see how you were doing, Mr. Ruark. Besides, I can't rightly chit-chat with you when there's so many folk about." The young woman rolled her hips as she took herself to the door, giving Berta cause to shake her head as her blue eyes followed the gyration. The housekeeper bustled out on the heels of Milan, and Milly turned in the open portal leading into the foyer. "I'll see myself out the front here," Milly announced to the three remaining. "Daren't go along the porch. Might cut me foot." She wiggled her bare toes as everyone's attentions were drawn there. "I forgot me sandals again." Leaving them with that, she sauntered out, sending back a coy wave to Ruark and closing the door firmly behind her. Shanna almost breathed an audible sigh of relief, but caught herself just in time, as Gaylord faced her abruptly, folding his huge hands behind his back and bending slightly forward. "No, Madam Beauchamp, about that's true." Shanna brightened. "Of course, Sir Gaylord," and rose to her feet, smoothing her gown of airy lawn over the hooped panniers. "Would you care to join us, Mr. Ruark? I think an outing might do you good." The Englishman's face sagged into a distasteful, pinched frown. "Wouldn't if I were he. Might slip and break his other leg." Ruark stood up with an ability that amazed Shanna, and flashed the dour knight a wicked grin of dazzling whiteness. "On the contrary, I agree that the exercise would be good for me." He swept his arm before him in a half bow. "After you, madam, of course." "We'll go through the front," Shanna offered sweetly. "'Twill be easier for Mr. Ruark to go down the steps with the balustrade to aid him." She glided to the drawing-room door and paused demurely for it to be opened. Gaylord was fast of foot, and, bowing gallantly, held it wide for her. He was about to take a place at her side when he was interrupted. "Thank you, Sir Gaylord." Ruark brushed by him and took a place close behind Shanna. "You are most considerate." Gaylord found himself with no choice but to fall in behind them like some attending lad. Even the sight of Milly still lingering in the hallway did not alter Shanna's sense of relief at having outmanoeuvred him. "Aye, governor," Milly's voice echoed in the immensity of the hall as she caught the coin Ralston tossed to her. She immediately tied it safely in her bodice and sauntered to the door, calling back, "I'll be there." Ralston greeted the three of them soberly, and in the presence of Shanna, barely managed a brief nod to Ruark. His eyes crossed Gaylord's face, and he hurriedly returned his regard to Shanna. "I came to fetch some papers from your father's study. If you will excuse me, madam." "By all means," Shanna consented coolly. "Shall I send Jason to help you find them?" "No need, madam," the agent replied stiffly. "Your father instructed me on their whereabouts." The small group ambled out the door onto the portico, while Ralston stood and watched, his face dark with loathing. His fist was knotted about his quirt, as if he longed to use it on the questionable Mr. Ruark, and it was a long moment before he turned and made his way toward the squire's chambers. Taking a place in the squire's chair, he casually began sorting through papers and sketches scattered across the top of the mammoth desk. He studied the drawings of the two mills closely. The construction of the sawmill had taken a hold on Traherne's fancy, and Ralston noted recent markings on the parchment that could only have been made by the bond slave. No doubt the anxious squire had hastened to Mr. Ruark's bedside to discuss the project before aught else could delay it. At present, Traherne was at the site, taking the place of the architect as much as he could. Though Ralston carefully followed each line and read each notation, he could understand little of the plan and dismissed the drawings as a weapon to discredit the designer. Arrogantly, he leaned back in the chair, which seemed to diminish his narrow frame, and mused on the success of John Ruark. It grated against his own sense of self-importance that the man had risen to such a state of worth to the squire as to be thought indispensable. Some day, Ralston promised himself, he would have the chance to deal with that bond-slave in the manner deserving such a one. Sir Gaylord also found it difficult to cope with John Ruark and his interference. However crippled the bondsman truly was, he somehow managed to maintain a position between the lady and himself. Gaylord longed only for a private moment to court her, and was deeply aggravated to find himself forever speaking around the cocky knave. Finally, he begged to be excused. "Arrogant slaves and servants," Gaylord muttered to himself as he crossed the lawns with his long gangling gait. "Should be horsewhipped, the lot of them," he sneered to himself. "But come the marriage, I'll see them well instructed on the subject of good servitude." Ruark leaned on the blackthorn staff and watched the man depart. "At least that oaf has the wits to know when he's not wanted." But as he turned his gaze to Shanna, she was already moving away, strolling among the shrubs, plucking a dead-leaf hair, pausing to pull withered petals from a blossom, bending to clean a weed from the neatly raked soil. Ruark trailed along behind her, trying to work the stiffness from his leg, setting his weight upon it carefully before taking a step, relying as little as possible upon the cane. Once they were left alone, Shanna had difficulty maintaining even an outward show of serenity. Her heart hammered in her breast, and she felt like a young girl smitten with her first suitor. Cautiously she kept her gaze averted from his, and centered on the flowers and greenery. From the corner of her eye, she saw him stumble and, glancing at his face, caught the quick grimace of pain before he could hide it. Her stilted composure flew from her, and she was at his side in a second. "Your leg!" It was as if the agony were her own. "It must be hurting you dreadfully." Ruark raised his eyes to meet hers, and time trembled to a halt. Shanna's hand rested gently on his shoulder, and almost hungrily he searched her face for some sign. They stood motionless, touching, yearning, longing, and those soft, curving lips seemed to draw him closer, closer. Shanna let out a breath in a rush. Nervously, she stepped backward and rubbed her hand as if it still tingled from touching him. She gestured toward his thigh and lamely tried, "We should be getting back. You're not used to this." "That is truth," Ruark agreed hoarsely. "I am not used to being close to you, and you sorely test my restraint." Shanna turned away, not wanting to meet his gaze again. She toyed with a large poinciana bloom. Ruark watched her closely for a long moment, somewhat bemused, sensing her uncertainty, but seeing no reason for it. He could not know how her pulse raced. He moved to stand close behind her and laid his hand upon her slim waist. Shanna started as if burned and whirled away from his embrace. "Don't," she began, and struggled in an effort to control herself. "Don't touch me." She attempted to laugh in a gay manner, but it came out half-choked and forced. "Must I remind you, sir, that we are unchaperoned? Keep your distance." The words sounded bare and heavy as she spoke them, not at all light and amusing as she had intended. "Is it something I've said or done?" Ruark questioned softly. "No." Shanna tried to smile into those probing eyes, but the effort was a failure. Awkwardly, she plucked the blossom, and her fingers whirled it restlessly. "'Tis been 3 nights since you stayed with me," Ruark murmured, his voice low and gentle. "I hear you moving about in your rooms late at night, as if you were upset over something. Are you angry with me?" "No." The answer came out too sudden, too short, and clipped. Shanna shook her head, her lips tightly clenched. Ruark leaned forward to caress a lock of her hair where it tumbled over her shoulder. His voice was hoarse, ragged. "May I touch just for a moment?" She gave him no answer, but crushed the blossom between hands which sought each other to keep from shaking. "I want you." His whisper crackled like fire in her ears. "Oh, Ruark, don't say that." The words burst out of her in a half-sob. "I can't." Her hand pressed tightly across her quivering lips, and her eyes squeezed shut as she fought against the flood of emotions that washed apart her every resolve. The flower fluttered unnoticed to the ground. "Don't touch, don't say." Ruark's tone was harsh. "Shanna, are you afraid of me?" Her eyes flew open and saw the glint of anger in his. Yes. Her mind screamed until her skull ached with the pain of it, but her voice was gone, and her hands were clenched at her sides as she stared mutely at him. "Yes." Her thoughts raged silently. "I am afraid you will touch me and I will crumble. I am afraid you will say I love you, and I will melt at your feet. I am afraid that I cannot stand against you any more. Don't you understand? I am defenseless now. You've known me too closely, and I've known you too dearly. I've tended your hurts and calmed your ravings as you have mine. I have waited in fear for some word of hope from your lips, and watched you weak and helpless on the bed. I cannot deny you longer." But to Ruark, she stood with a pained frown marring her beautiful face, twisting her hands together and licking suddenly dry lips. My father will be home soon." Her voice was shrill, as taut as a bowstring. "I must see to his lunch." It was the shallowest of excuses, scarcely better than none, but it was enough, and Shanna fled the garden, leaving Ruark to carefully make his way back alone. Suddenly Ruark's words came back to her, and Shanna halted where she stood, realizing she had again been prowling about her bedchamber. The week had aged, and 7 torturous nights had passed since she had gone to him. But her will was crumbling. His eyes haunted her, for she saw in them the mirror of her own passion and desires. Now that he had regained some degree of mobility, he was always near, watching her, waiting. The only relief from his regard was when some of the overseers came from the sawmill to obtain details or clarifications of his sketches, and she would be safe for a time from his unwavering stare. In the pursuit of the sleep she so sorely wanted, Shanna tried everything, a warm bath, reading, a light snack, poetry, even a glass of warm milk that Hergus had brought to her. Still, there was a restlessness in her. The bed seemed overly large, and the sheets cold to the touch. Though her clock had chimed the 11th hour, she felt no yearning for sleep. Indeed, she sensed a new awakening deep within her, so sharp and pungent as to be almost physical. Since her return, she had grown more careful of her manners with Hergus, and more aware of Berta's gentle, loving nature, and of Pitney's sometimes brusque affections, even of her father. She had never been particularly demonstrative of her love with any of them, but, like a child, had responded with affection when they pleased her, and flared in anger when they did not. Then there was Ruark. His leg was healing with almost magical rapidity, and though Shanna struggled to cool the affair, more and more she found herself comparing all other men with him, no longer using her imagined knight for the contrast. And beside Ruark, everyone else seemed lacking. She was afraid to even question the significance of this, fearful she might then have to admit things she refused to let herself think about. With a slow, thoughtful stride, Shanna wandered out onto her balcony. There was just the slightest chill in the cool breeze, and she was glad she had chosen a heavier dressing gown after her bath. Half sitting upon the balustrade, she tugged its soft folds tighter around her naked body and gazed up wistfully at the moonless sky. The stars were brilliant and clear, twinkling against the velvet black of the night. The hazy glow of the Milky Way arched in magnificent display from horizon to horizon. Shanna began pacing again, and found herself standing before the French doors of Ruark's dark chamber. Did he sleep? Was he awake? He had said he often heard her walking about. She felt a driving need to satisfy her curiosity, and her slender feet carried her forward against her will. He was there. She could see the shape of him beneath the sheet and the darker expanse of his bare chest. Then she realized his eyes were open, and that he watched her in return. Her hands tugged at her belt, and the robe slid to the floor. Her soft, pale skin glowed briefly in the blackness before she lifted the cover and slipped in beside him. His arms were about her, and his mouth was upon hers, hard, insistent, moving, seeking, finding, stirring fires that had smouldered to an unbearable intensity and were now leaping flames of ecstasy. It was the bliss of homecoming, the thunder of renewed passion, the sweetness of a spring awakening, and the ache of surrender, all merged into one, and mingled with the mutual rhythmic movements of their bodies as she eagerly took him into her. The blend was explosive, fusing them into oneness, then flinging them aloft on a plunging, soaring flight until it left them breathless and exhausted in its afterglow. "Ruark?" she whispered against the furry chest. "Aye, my love." The answer was soft as his lips touched her brow. There was a long silence. "Oh, nothing." She snuggled closer and smiled through the drowsiness that engulfed her before she slept. And so it was. The last dregs of Shanna's dreams began to break apart under the determined onslaught of Ruark's love. She found her chambers lonely when he was not there with her. When he rode with her father to the mill site, she would watch eagerly for his return like she had in her youth for her father. On a few occasions, the overseers came after dinner to air problems of the mill, which only Ruark could set right, and on those occasions, to avoid Gaylord's persistent company, Shanna sought the privacy of her chambers. There, waiting for Ruark, the clock's pendulum seemed to stand suspended. More than once, The book of poetry sagged in her hands as sleep overtook her. Then she would awake and smile drowsily as strong arms came around her and a warm, hard body pressed close to hers. A hoarse voice would whisper against her ear, "I love you." And then the moments would speed by, and the sound of the clock would become a chattering, she wished she could stop. The pond, so essential to the mill site, was above the town, but close to where logs could be lifted from the bay below, or floated down the small stream from above. The dam had been completed, and the flow of the creek dwindled to a trickle. Water filled the rock-strewn gully. The mill itself was placed to make it easily accessible for the wagons which would bear the sawn lumber away. A high flume would carry the water and the logs to the mill from the pond, wherein they were to be collected. The whole of it was sketched on the design, but many of the details had not been committed to paper. Ruark's hours were well taken between the squire's demand of his attention and the insistent queries of the overseers. The mornings were hectic times, with repeated visits by the taskmasters bringing problems for Ruark to solve. More often than not, the overseers arrived for breakfast and began an immediate discussion of the plans. On this morning, having ushered the last of the overseers out, Ruark found himself alone in the huge mansion, except for the servants. When he sat, Milan or Berta hovered nearby, wishing to please him with some service, however small. When he paced, Jason stayed near the front portal to open it in case the guest of the house should leave also. Ruark began to sense that he intruded upon their routine, which did nothing to ease his agitation. He chafed that Shanna had gone riding with Sir Gaylord. It was a bitter draught to swallow, having to watch others pay homage to his wife, while he could not declare his most insignificant rights as her husband. The house became a torture chamber for him, and slipping into the leather jerkin, he left the manor to the servants. Attila fretted in the stable, unaccustomed to being left behind, and nervously took the sugar lumps from Ruark's hand. Ruark had not ridden since his capture, but he was restless and made the decision to further test his leg. "Come on, you gourd-haired goat." He petted the finely shaped velvet nose. "Let us be about some pleasures of our own." He held the stallion in close check for a space, proving the strength of his leg. Then, finding it sufficient, he shook out the reins and set the steed upon the high road to the cane mill. The late morning was gusty and warm, but as Ruark crossed the ridge of the island's spine, the breezes whipped fine mist into his face, and before he descended into the small valley which held the mill, his shirt was soaked where the leather jerkin did not cover it. The ride was invigorating. The only thing missing was Shanna to share the elation. The rollers of the crushing mill were silent, awaiting the new harvest, and only a few supervisors remained. The rest of the men were working on the sawmill, rushing to complete it before Traherne left for the colonies. Ruark entered the cane mill through the cooking room and tossed a cheery greeting to the man who tested and fired the kettles of molasses. "Fie, Mr. Ruark, what be ye about here?" "Just looking things over," Ruark replied. "Any problems?" The man chortled. "No, sir. You built it pretty good, Mr. Ruark. But then, the master can tell you better about that. He's in testing his rum." When he entered the distillery wing, Ruark became impressed with the feeling of unhurried activity that pervaded the place. The crackle of the fires beneath the huge boilers mixed with the chuckle of trickling spigots and the hiss of steam through the pipes, filling the place with subtle sounds. The shadow of a man was elongated on the cobbled floor where the sun spilled through the windows at the rear of the room. Calling a question to the master brewer, Ruark began to make his way between the squat kettles which gleamed golden beneath their serpentine coppery coils. The heat was almost unbearable, and steam came from his sodden shirt and breeches. Sweat oozed from every pore, and he wondered vaguely if the man had been cooked alive in the hot, humid air or gone deaf. Then, as he was rounding a timber, Ruark's foot slipped on the damp stone floor, and he struggled briefly for balance. The sudden effort on the weakened leg brought a twinge of pain that made him curse sharply. Clutching the timber for support, he leaned against it until the cramp died away. Suddenly, a loud clank of metal rang in the room, and an arm-sized section of piping swung heavily against the timber where he stood, spewing scalding steam and mash everywhere. Ruark stumbled backward, flinging an arm over his face to shield his eyes. His leg was still too stiff to allow such alacrity, and he sprawled on his back upon the cobblestones, but managed to roll away from the spouting geyser of half-brewed rum. Distant rafters were obscured by the rolling cloud of brownish steam, and Ruark realized that had he taken but another step forward, he would have been caught in the midst of the inferno gushing out of the pipe, and would have had no chance to escape. Only the brief pause had saved him from agony, even death. A shout came from behind him, and he glanced around to see a worker crouching low in the doorway, trying to peer through the thick haze. At Ruark's answering call, the man crept forward until he was at his side.
"Are you all right, sir?"
The question was shouted over the roaring wheeze of escaping pressure. Ruark nodded, and the fellow leaned closer.
"There's a valve. I tried to shut it off."
He disappeared into the murky cloud before Ruark could tell him the master brewer was there to do it. After a long moment, the hissing below began to subside, and finally lisped into silence.
"My lord, what happened here?"
The bellow came from the doorway, and Ruark's brows lifted in surprise as he recognized the master brewer's voice. He got to his feet.
"A pipe let go. An accident."
"No accident, sir."
The cooker came forth from amid the haze. "Look at this, will ya?" He held up a heavy hammer.
"Some bloody idiot hit the joint off with this. Me kettles, me rum, ruined."
The master brewer wrung his hands as he wailed.
"'Twill take me days to clean up the mess."
His tone became a shout of rage.
"If I catch the blooming blighter, I'll hit the joint off his neck."
"Save a crack or two for me, Timmy,"
Ruark said tersely, curious as to whose shadow he had seen.
"I'd have been cooked proper, but for the timber there."
The master stared at Ruark as if seeing him for the first time, and was mutely flabbergasted.
"Aye,"
the cooker chipped in.
"Some toad tried to boil Mr. Ruark out, he did. I check every joining in pipe before I fire the kettles. This one only started this morn. There's no way it could have let loose by itself."
"It could have been that the man meant no harm to me, only to do some mischief. Whatever his intent, we'll let the matter be, unless we find a cause."
Ruark silenced their objections with an upraised hand.
"If he meant to do me injury, then I am warned, and I shall be more cautious henceforth."
He dismissed the subject as he spoke to the master.
"I came to see if all was well. Do you have any problems?"
"Nay," the man replied with a snort.
"Not until this." "'Tis my fervent hope you shall have no other trouble the likes of this," Ruark avowed. "I will be gone then. Rest assured I do not envy you your work."
With a last rueful glance upward at the dripping plumbing, he left the room. Swinging open the small door, Ruark stepped out and leaned against the heavy planked wall to draw several deep breaths of fresh air as he massaged away the ache that had begun in his thigh. There was no way anybody could have missed his presence in the distillery room, so he could only surmise someone had reason to do him ill. His eyes roamed the yard for any sign of his assailant, then paused. A short distance away, near the hopper, 2 men stood, one tall and thin, dressed in sombre black. None other than Ralston. The man he spoke with was one of the workmen, a brawny fellow with thick arms. As his eyes met Ruark's, Ralston stiffened. He whirled abruptly and stalked off to his mount, leaving the workman staring after him with jaw aslack. Ruark frowned heavily. Now that he thought of it, he did remember hearing the clatter of hooves some distance behind him on the trail as he came up the road to the mill. Had the agent followed him with some mischief in mind? Perhaps Ralston was fearful that he could tell Trahan about the purchasing of bond slaves from the jail. But then the man must also realize he had to guard the secret himself, as he had more to lose with a hangman's noose around his neck. Ruark flipped the reins over Attila's head, mounted, and set off down the road. The stallion was in rare form, and Ruark let him stretch his muscles well before he finally turned him toward the creek. He had stowed the saddle and trappings in their proper place in the stable, and was rubbing the sweat from Attila's sides with a handful of coarse sacking, when Ruark heard, or sensed, a small movement behind him. He was quick to look, lest some other disaster before him. It was Milly, standing just inside the stable door. For a moment, the girl seemed poised to flee, but she plucked up her courage, squared her shoulders, and came toward him, swinging her hips in what she hoped was a provocative manner. Ruark continued with his chore, debating whether he should feel relieved or more apprehensive. The young woman leaned against the post of the stall gate, watching him. "Good morning, Mr. Ruark," she drawled lazily, chewing on a stem of hay. "I seen ye coming down the high road on that fine piece of horse there." Attila snorted and nuzzled Milly's shoulder. "I got away with animals myself, I has." She laughed. "We ain't so far apart." Ruark grunted non-committally and spread the rag to dry. He began to comb burrs from the long, flowing mane and tail. "Well, Johnny Madeary," Milly's tone became a trifle hard. "You can ignore me if 'tis your liking, but 'tis ye, your own self, I've come to see." Ruark paused and bent her a quizzical eyebrow. "Sure no, lass." He had a fair brogue when he chose. "Myself 'tis it. And what fine affair has brought you to a smelly old stable?" He threw down a handful of burrs and lifted one of Attila's hooves to check it for pebbles. "This was the only place I could speak to you without that Madam Beauchamp hanging about your neck." Ruark chuckled. "Begorra no." He mocked her gently. "And it sounded like you got something dearer to be settled." "Sure I do," she snapped with surprising rancour. "And what I got is to set that Shanna bitch back on her heels." Ruark dropped the last hoof and straightened, looking at the girl over the horse's back. "Now that, lass, I should warn you about. That woman has a fair to middling temper and might not take kindly to a rash accusation." He came around Attila and rested his arm on a high slat of the stall. "I'd be very cautious of what I bandy about." Milly braced her feet apart and leaned forward from the hips, her finger pointing to her own chest as she sneered haughtily. "I got myself wid a babe." Each word was accentuated heavily, and all thought of humour fled Ruark. This suddenly became a serious matter. He knew her next words before she spoke them. "And you," she jabbed her finger at him, "are going to be its pa." Ruark's lips became a thin, angry line. as his eyes sparkled with cold, piercing lights. He flung out a hand.
Millie, do you think I'd let myself be rooked in so easily?
Nay. She stood back and leaned again, chewing a straw in supreme confidence. But I got me a friend what will say 'tis so, and I knows all about you and Miss I and Orty. The pa won't take to a bondsman sleeping with his pet. That should be worth a fine penny or two from her, and I wouldn't be so picky as to say you'd not see her at all. She might even pay for it, come to think. Could make us an easy living, dearie. Ruark stared at her, realizing she meant everything she had spoken, and his scowl grew black as thunder.
I am not easily coerced, Millie. Nor will I be father to some sailor's brat for your comfort.
His voice was low, but bore a whiplash in it that stung more than the words. I'll swear the baby's yours, she challenged.
You know I've never touched you. You would speak a lie, and would soon be out.
I'll make you wed me.
I will not.
Traherne himself will see to it.
I cannot wed you,
he growled. Millie stared at him in wonder.
I already have a wife.
It was the only thing he could say that would stay her. Her mouth sagged open, and she staggered back a step, as if he had struck her. A wife? She gave a short, humourless laugh. A wife? Of course you could have had one in England. A wife? And wee ones too, I'd wager. Won't Miss I and Orty be took aback with that? She glanced around wildly and began to laugh loud and insanely. A wife! Half sobbing, half mewling, she fled in distress. Shanna was riding Jezebel back to the stables and was just about to enter the open door when the mare shied and reared back. Millie, bursting out of the place, almost ran beneath the horse's feet. When she saw the pawing hoofs above her, the girl screamed in terror. Jezebel pranced away, and it was all Shanna could do to stay in the saddle. When she had quieted her mount, she turned her attention to Millie, who stood staring up at her, a weird half-smile twisting her face. "What the devil are you about now, Millie?" Shanna snapped, angry at the girl's carelessness. "There she is!" The frightened Millie sobbed as tears flowed unheeded down her cheeks. She skittered sideways in the dust, away from the stable and Shanna, as if they were both something to be avoided. "Miss I and Mighty, Miss Shanna Beauchamp. So you got yourself a man, do you? You always gets the best, don't you? And now you got the handsomest man crawling to your bed. Well, I got some news for you. He don't need ya. He can't wed ya. He's already got a wife." Horrified, Shanna attempted to calm the raving girl. Millie, you don't know what you say. Be quiet." The girl would hear none of it. She spread her hands wide and rolled her head, laughing loudly all the while. "Oh, wait till they hears this," she wailed. "All them highfalutin folks who thinks you're so lily-white and pure. Wait till they hears it." Shanna slid from Jezebel's back. "Millie, don't," she implored. "You have no idea what this is all about. Millie!" The girl danced around in a circle, kicking up a small cloud of dust and sending Shanna's mare prancing again. "Be still, you nag!" Shanna jerked on the reins angrily. "Oh, lawsy me!" Millie trilled. "Miss Shanna taken in by a bondsman, and folks fretting so for fear them pirates have raped her. Oh, lawsy, wait till they hear." "Millie!" Shanna's voice took on a warning note. "You, Miss, got it all. Never worked for a thing, never wanted a thing. Got herself a man now. She ain't no better'n me. Honking it with a married man. Betcha she'll have a fat belly too."
Shanna's face flamed crimson with Millie's last comment. She could bear the insults no longer and flared. Just who do you think he's married to, anyway? No sooner were the words out than Shanna realized what she had blurted. Aghast, she clapped a hand over her mouth as if that would bring the words back, but it was too late. The slow dawning was already creeping over Millie's face until she gaped in pained astonishment. "You!" she barked. "You! Oh, no!" It became a mournful wail. Now sobbing harshly, Millie whirled and fled down the path toward town. Lamely, Shanna dropped her hand as she stared after the girl, recognizing with sickening dread that she had given over into Millie's possession the secret she had so carefully guarded for these many months. Giving a groan of despair, Shanna stamped her foot in rage at her own foolishness. She turned listlessly and would have taken Jezebel into the stable, but she found herself face to face with an amused Ruark. "Madam, I fear that you have just told the town crier." "Oh, Ruark!" Shanna flung herself against him in abject misery. "She'll go straight to my father. He'll be in such a rage he won't stop to listen. He'll send you back to England to hang."
"Gently, love. Gently." Ruark held her close to him and whispered against her hair. "'Twill do no good worrying about it. If she tells him, we'll admit it. Your father is a reasonable man. He'll at least allow us to speak our piece."
His calmness and assurance began to affect her, and Shanna took refuge in his strong encircling arms, heedless of the fact they stood in the open, where any chance glance would find them. Strangely, the prospect of having to confess their marriage did not seem as repugnant as it had once. "At least you won't be bothered by Millie any more," she sniffed wryly. Ruark shaded his eyes and peered off across the distant lawns.
"And what of Gaylord? Where is the good chap? I know you left with him."
Thinking of the night's ungainly horsemanship, Shanna chuckled gaily. "The last I saw of him, he was at odds with his mount. That was shortly after we left the stables, and he is, even now, probably struggling to turn the horse about so he can come home."
"He seems to demand much of your time lately."
The words came out sharper than he had meant. "Why, Ruark?" Shanna stood back and rubbed the butt of her quirt along the lapel of his jerkin, smiling up at him coyly. "You cannot seriously be jealous of Sir Gaylord." Scowling, Ruark half turned from her, and his tan darkened a shade or two.
"I cannot stand his foppish manners, 'tis all."
But in more truthfulness he admitted hoarsely,
"And I can bear no one fondling or ogling you."
The golden flame in his eyes touched her with a warmth full of promise.
"That privilege, madam, I claim as mine alone."
"And so you do, sir," she replied, teasing him. A smile curved the corners of her mouth as she leaned forward to murmur confidentially, "And very skillfully." Giving him a saucy look over her shoulder, Shanna danced quickly past him, leading Jezebel into the stables. With a low growl, Ruark swooped his hand around, catching her upon the buttocks, bringing forth a giggling shriek from her, and as his hand lingered to caress her, Shanna skipped away and made a face at him. "Oafish knave," she flung, "when will you learn to keep your hands to yourself?"
"Never,"
Ruark assured, leering after her swinging hips. He fell in beside her, taking the mare's reins from her hands. Hooking an arm around Shanna's neck, he brought her close against his side.
"For all the times I must look at you and not touch, I vow I shall make up for them when we're alone."
His hand slipped downward over a soft round breast, and his open hungering mouth was upon hers, parting her lips, devouring the sweetness. The kiss was heady wine,
sapping the strength from their limbs, and sudden intense passion swept over them like a rampant river. Ruark's voice was hoarse as he muttered against her trembling lips. "Your father will be gone until late. Come with me to the cottage." He met no resistance. Willingly, Shanna nodded her head, and almost in a daze, she felt his arm leaving her. Fused with warmth, she leaned against a heavy timber as he hurriedly attended the horse, glancing Shanna's way often, as if his eyes could not get enough of looking at her. Then the gate to the stall was closed behind him, and he was taking her slender hand into his. It was nearly dusk when Shanna slipped into the manor and quickly ascended the stairs. She had made an effort to recoil her hair into a neat knot, but the gilded tresses had escaped her trembling fingers, and she had been only half successful. Her cheeks still bore a rosy blush of passion. The manly scent of him clung to her, and her eyes were like soft, limpid pools of aqua. It was no wonder Hergus, in Shanna's chambers, waiting to attend her evening bath, gave a gasp at first sight of her mistress.
"You've been with him again,"
the servant charged.
"And then broad light of day. 'Tis shameful you are a-whoring with Mr. Ruark beneath your pa's nose."
Shanna flinched, and her cheeks grew hot with colour.
"Don't call it that. Aye, you dinna want to be reminded of what you do."
The woman's voice began to burr heavily with a Scottish accent, as it always did when her ire was roused.
"A fine lady you were, till he come along. Now you canna hold yourself from him. And him, like an animal he be, sniffing you out, waiting till your pa's back is turned, then tumbling you. Aye, I can only see yourself plump-bellied with babe, and him smirking 'cause he done it to you. He must be proud of what he's got in his breeches to use it so often on you. Hergus, that's enough." "Aye, I guess it be."
The maid sighed heavily.
"There's no talking to you."
But Hergus tried one last appeal.
"Lass, you know I care for you, but I canna stand this thing you do to yourself. I've been with you since you were a wee babe, and I, not much more than a budding woman. 8 and 10 I were." She drew herself up and gave a sniff. "I see you now, giving yourself in a backdoor affair to a common bondsman. With Jamie and me." Her eyes grew distant for a moment. "We came from a poor Highland clan, and we hadna long on each other's arms. But ye—"
Her attention returned to Shanna, and she said with a vengeance,
"Shanna, lass, you dinna care what you're doing. Do you no feel some shame?"
Shanna lifted her chin a notch. Strangely, she felt no sense of wrongdoing, and wondered why not even the slightest twinge pricked her conscience. What was there, when she lay in the comfort of Ruark's arms, that made it all seem right? Love? Aye, he loved her. He had avowed as much. But what of herself? Did she love him? How did one recognize love when it came to them? What made her surrender all to Ruark, if not for love? Passion? Aye, there was that. But there was more, and standing as she was, before Hergus's questioning regard, she could find no answers. "Nay," she whispered so low, the maidservant had to strain to catch the word. Shanna turned her back to the other, and began to loosen the bodice of her habit. "I feel no shame. He loves me, and I—" Shanna frowned and shook her head. What crazy thing had she glimpsed in a moment of dawning, then seen flit away? She sighed at its loss. "There is much about Mr. Ruark and I that you do not understand, Hergus. But I fear it will all be out, if Milly has her way.
What does Milly know?
Much, I'm afraid, Shanna replied ruefully. It was one thing for Haggis to criticize her mistress's actions, but an entirely different thing for another to raise voice in anything but praise of her charge. Her loyalty lay firm on that account.
Then the twit's better hold her tongue.
Shanna glanced around in wonder, and Haggis shrugged.
Your pa's in the parlour with Mr. Ralston, Mr. Pitney, and that's Sir Bellingsham. I canna rightly see even Milly poking in on the squire and his guests, and you'd best hurry yourself along. He come round some time ago and was asking for you. I'll tell him you're back, but I wouldna dally were I the one.
Haggis lightly dusted an immaculate curio shelf and flicked her fingers free of imaginary dirt as she turned her gaze to Shanna again.
I overheard Sir Bellingsham asking where you were off to. He found your horse in the stable, but you were gone without telling him where. I guess he figures your pa should be keeping close watch over you.
The woman pondered on.
Maybe your pa's beginning to wonder about you up here with Mr. Ruark, only a few steps away. But then, Haggis sniffed loudly. I suppose he feels he can trust you. Such a pity you betray him.
Shrugging off the maid's barbs, Shanna began to disrobe, but with her body still flushed and rosy with passion, she could not bring herself to part with her shift. The servant took the hint and left with a last comment flung over her shoulder.
I'll be back to do your hair.
Securing the heavy tresses on top of her head, Shanna sank deep into the scented water and began to wash, idly dabbing the soapy sponge along her arms and shoulders. It was a leisurely bath, and her mind was occupied with dreamy thoughts. Leaning back in the ornate tub, she closed her eyes as the heat relaxed her. She was close to drowsing when she heard a gay whistling in the hall outside her sitting room. She smiled softly, knowing it could only be Ruark, and grew giddy with the memory of their afternoon together. The canopy high above his dark face had glowed with an aura of light that pervaded the cottage. With the curtains drawn about the bed, their naked bodies had been suffused with the radiance of daylight shining through the white drapings. His amber eyes had moved over her with a thoroughness that had left her breathless and trembling. Then his hands, with their slow, intoxicating gentleness, had followed, bringing soft sobs of pleasure from her. His kisses had fallen where they would, branding her with their fire. With a low laugh, he had caught her to his hardened frame and rolled upon the bed until she lay full length upon him, their limbs entwined, their mouths eagerly blending. His lean fingers had threaded through the shimmering gold of her hair, catching it at the soft nape, and his lips had traced a molten path down her throat.
Shanna. Lovely Shanna, he murmured huskily. Your splendor blinds this poor beggar. How beautiful you are, my love.
Tremulously, she had brushed a kiss upon his cheek, her feelings too strong for words. The illusions vanished abruptly as Haggis called through from the sitting room, gave a quick knock on the bedchamber door, and entered. Hastily Shanna rose, and snatching a large towel around her, stepped behind the dressing screen to dry herself. Haggis took umbrage at this and chided.
Never you mind about the fact I swaddled you when you were a babe and helped you to dress for years. Since you've taken with your bondsman, a body would guess you only trust him to see your blessed skin. 'Tis not right that you should strut about in front of him and you're all together, then be so flighty and shy before me, who's known you almost as well as your own ma.
Shanna gave a worried look toward the French doors, blushing lightly. If Ruark had heard her pacing the floor, then he most certainly overheard this exchange. Donning her shift, she stepped from behind the screen and gave the servant a warning frown as she firmly presented her with a brush. If you've come to do my hair, proceed. Otherwise, I'll find a task worthy of your good nature, such as emptying chamber pots in the morning tide. Chapter 22. Shanna's slippered feet were a blur flitting down the curving stairs, barely seeming to touch the steps. She was like a young girl again, fretful of her tardiness, flushed and breathless, and in her haste, heedless of the display of trim and shapely ankles that flashed beneath her lifted skirts. Fergus had barely contained her curls with a ribbon before the full realization of time struck Shanna. If there was any one thing that consistently roused her father's ire, it was the needless delay of his meal. Jason stood tall and erect at his post beside the front portal. He seemed to study the far wall, an intense frown pulling his dark face into heavy folds. He gave no notice to Shanna in her immodest haste. As in the days of her youth, Shanna felt his reproof and, halting, dropped her skirts and smoothed her teal-blue gown, then lifting her head proudly, continued down with a poised aloofness that drew his regard and won a smile of approval from the black man. He stiffly bowed. "You look mighty fetching this evening, madam." She gave a gracious nod. "Thank you, Jason." From the drawing-room, her father's voice boomed out.
"Bertha! Go see what's keeping that girl. 'Tis past the dinner hour."
Shanna eased somewhat, as there was still a touch of good humour in his tone. She moved to the door and took a deep breath, feeling much like Daniel before the lion's den. But if Milly had found a chance to tell her father, Shanna reasoned, by now she would have been facing a raging snarl. Summoning an outwardly serene smile, she entered the room and paused as the men rose to their feet. Pitney was already standing beside her father, and they turned together, each with his own choice of libation in his hand. "Gentlemen, do be seated," Shanna begged softly as her gaze travelled about the room. Ruark had garbed himself handsomely in his royal blue finery, and his lithe, powerful grace made the long, gangling form of Sir Gaylord seem much like an uncoordinated giraffe as they stepped forward simultaneously. Ralston gave her a brief nod, which sufficed for an acknowledgment of her presence. "I am sorry I'm late, Papa," Shanna murmured sweetly. "I didn't realize the time." Trahan brushed aside his daughter's apology. In the face of her almost girlish radiance, he could do naught but consider that there was, after all, no harm done.
"I am sure the gentleman will regard the wait well worth while, my dear. We were just discussing the voyage to the colonies."
"Is it much like England?" Shanna charmingly presented the question to Ruark. "I suppose 'twill be cold."
"Cold? Aye, madam."
Ruark smiled, and could not suppress the glow that came into his eyes as he beheld her beauty.
"But I think not entirely like England."
"Oh, gracious, no," Gaylord piped in. He indulged himself with a bit of snuff, taking it from the back of his hand, and delicately applied a monogrammed handkerchief to his pale nostril. His blue-grey eyes watered as he sniffed. "A savage land, hardly fit for a lady. Crude forts, untamed wilderness. Heathens, the lot of them there. I dare say we shall all be in constant danger." Ruark arched a dubious brow toward the man.
"You seem an authority, sir. Have you ever been there?"
Gaylord bent a cold, withering glare upon the bondsman. "Did I hear you speak?" The inflection in his voice carried a tone of amazement, as if he could not believe he'd been addressed by a common slave. Ruark managed to subdue his mockery, and with feigned chagrin replied,
I really don't know what made me do that. Gaylord tossed his head, missing the twist of sarcasm in Ruark's tone. Be more mindful of it, then. 'Tis odious enough having to share the same table with a bond-slave without being interrupted by such. Feeling his power over the man, Gaylord sneered. And bear it in mind, my good fellow, I think there is much of the knave in you. I do not believe you innocent of the pirate's scheme to spirit away Squire Traherne's treasures, no matter the rumour. And if I were he, I'd keep a wary eye on you while you're in his manor. Mayhap you now seek a more valuable reward. His glance dipped only slightly, so as only Ruark noticed it was directed toward Shanna. A rogue will stop at nothing to gain gold for his purse? Ruark stiffened at the slur, and his eyes hardened as he met Gaylord's taunting stare. Ralston smirked as he saw the darkening of Ruark's brow, and could not ignore the opportunity. He joined the two. His eyes swept the younger man contemptuously as he directed his remark to Gaylord. "'Tis most unseemly that a mere bond-slave should question an honourable knight's knowledge." Gaylord drew himself up to his full height and struck an arrogant pose as he realized the truth of Ralston's thinly veiled suggestion. Over her shoulder, Shanna caught her father's attention and inclined her head toward Ralston with a slight frown. His nod was immediately forthcoming. "Mr. Ralston," Traherne called, "might I have a word with you?" Ralston scowled and reluctantly left the two. He had just begun to enjoy himself, and this was a game he loved to play. Still, he could not disobey his employer. As he drew near, Orlan Traherne lowered the glass he sipped from and frowned in mild reproach. "Mr. Ruark is a guest in my household." His voice was low, so that only Pipney could hear. "I must see to the peace and tranquility of my home. I insist that you, being only a paid servant yourself, treat my guests with equity." Ralston reddened and grew rigid with indignation. "Sir, do you fault me in front of others?" "Nay, Mr. Ralston." Traherne's smile bore little humour. "I only remind you of your station. Mr. Ruark has proven his worth. Do not disprove yours." Ralston suppressed an urge to reply in heat. He had grown accustomed to the rich apartment he maintained in the village, and was well aware of the reaches of Traherne's wealth and power, but considered the man would hardly miss a few £100 here and there, and thus, in his years with the squire, Ralston had laid away a goodly sum for himself. His accounts would not bear any close scrutiny. He also knew that Traherne would, with his commoner's petty vengeance, seek punishment if the shortages were found out. With the fine skill of an experienced diplomat, Shanna had taken it upon herself to allay further confrontation between Ruark and Sir Billingsham. Placing herself between the two men and bestowing a warm smile to Ruark, she presented her back to him and spoke directly to Sir Gaylord. "Kind sir." Her pitying eyes gave her words the taste of purest honey. "'Tis indeed a shame we are so far from London, and you can find none of your peers to lend good rhetoric to the conversation. It must be pain to you to hear the common and mundane discourses of earthly things so prevalent out here on the frontier." The knight heard only the soft warmth of her voice, and was captivated by the distraught beauty of the visage before him. He began to feel as if he had harmed her in some way as she continued. "I, too, have heard the lofty ideals vividly expressed in the court, and know the loneliness you find in your lordly pursuits. You must remember, though, that all, even my father and myself,
are of common extraction here, and temper your judgments with mercy. Why," Shanna laughed as if incredulous at her thought, "you would not ban my good sire and myself from your company, would you?" Sir Gaylord was equally incredulous.
"Of course not, my dear lady. Your father is governor here, and you, as his daughter, are most," he sighed longingly, "attractive."
"Good." Shanna tapped his arm with her fan and leaned close, saying confidentially, "I can say of my own knowledge that Mr. Ruark was forcefully taken from this island against his will. I beg you to understand why I must treat him with some deference." She looked aside to Ruark and smiled wickedly. The knight could only mumble his agreement, though he still struggled with her reasoning. "You are so kind, sir." She curtsied gracefully and gave her hand to Ruark. "Let us see to our dinner, then." Shanna looked back over her shoulder toward her father. "Papa, are you ready to eat?"
"Most certainly."
Trahan chuckled deep in his chest, and realizing he had just witnessed a set-down in the softest feminine way, could almost feel pity for the blundering numbers who had fallen in her wake. With a strange sense of pride, he watched the poised deliberation of his daughter as she walked beside the bondsman. They made a splendid pair, the two of them. And what fine children she would bear him if they— Bah, madness! Trahan shook his head to shed the thoughts. "I have cast the die too well. She would never deign to wed a bondsman." Shanna slipped easily into the slow, considered movements which gave her an air of cool aloofness. Her hand rested lightly on Ruark's arm, and she smiled into those gleaming amber eyes. The two of them led the procession into the dining room, where Milan had begun to chafe at the delay, seeing only the ruin of delicate flavours as the cook tried to keep the dishes warm. At Shanna's entry, the small man's face suddenly beamed, and he clapped his hands together as a signal for the young boys to bring the food. At last, dinner was to be served. "Sit here, Mr. Ruark," Shanna directed, indicating the chair near her own, which was placed at the end. Ralston left open the place opposite the bondsman for Sir Gaylord, and took a seat across from Pitney, nearer Trahan. If there was trouble to be brewed, he was the master brewer, and he would see this mixture to its best fermentation. The conversation at the beginning of the meal was somewhat stilted. Gaylord could only gaze at Shanna, and when her attention was diverted, he allowed his eyes to dip appreciatively to her breasts, where the stiff bodice pressed the swelling curves into a most tempting display. Annoyed by the knight's lustful perusal, Ruark had to hold tight rein on his own manners. Ralston, unusually verbose, directed his words to the squire.
"I've noted that the good hound has been brought in to clean her hull. Do you intend, squire, to take the schooner along to the colonies, or do you plan to use her here for trade around the islands?"
Trahan paused in his eating and gestured to Ruark.
"Ask the lad here. It belongs to him."
Ralston and Gaylord both turned to stare aghast toward Ruark, who casually stated the situation.
"Gentlemen, it is permissible by English law for a bondsman to own property. I gained this schooner in a fair battle, as Madame Beauchamp will attest."
"This is preposterous," Gaylord declared. It nettled him sorely that a slave should have a vessel, while he, a titled gentleman, was still trying to gain financing for a shipyard.
"However so,"
Ruark grinned,
"the schooner is mine, and shall remain mine unless I choose to give it up for my freedom. But then, I think it would take me longer to earn the price of a ship than to pay my indebtedness. The Tempest will be loaned to the squire for the voyage, in return for the price of seeing her made fit. A fair enough exchange, as we both see it."
The Tempest?
Ralston queried arrogantly.
Aye, I've renamed it,
Ruark replied leisurely.
Of late, I've come to enjoy storms, as they seem to bring me naught but good, and I deemed it only fitting. My daughter has an aversion to them,
Traherne commented absently, missing the spreading colour that had risen on Shanna's face with Ruark's statement.
No cause as I could see, but it started when she was a little thing.
Perhaps I'm outgrowing that, Papa, Shanna returned softly, not daring to meet her husband's gaze. After all, it was a storm which enabled us to escape the pirates. Her father accepted this with a mouthful of lobster, then swallowing, muttered,
Good. 'Tas time. You'll be having children of your own some day. Wouldn't do for you to put that fear in them.
No, Papa, Shanna agreed meekly.
And what of the pirates' treasure on the schooner? Ralston sneered. Does that belong to Mr. Ruark also?
It did, Traherne stated, raising his eyes to his man.
But all that which was not mine, he gave to Mr. Geitler and Mistress Dora for the years they spent in service to the pirates.
The agent's eyebrows raised in surprise.
Generous of the man, considering he could have bought his freedom.
Ruark ignored his tone of derision.
By right, it was theirs, and I saw it as fair payment from the pirates.
Gaylord held his silence. He could not understand giving even a small wealth away. Ralston dismissed the subject. He knew such foolish deeds would tend to endear the lady more to the bondsman, and perhaps that was Mr. Ruark's ploy, Ralston mused.
Madam, Ralston addressed Shanna directly, are you aware Sir Gaylord's father is a lord and magistrate of the English courts?
He cast a glance awry to Traherne to see if the man was listening, and grew piqued that the squire should appear disinterested in the conversation and, instead, savour his favourite dish. Indeed? Shanna presented an inquisitive gaze to the man on her left. Lord Billingham? I never heard his name mentioned while I was in London. Has he been a magistrate long? Gaylord daintily dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin before looking at her earnestly.
I can think of no cause, madam, that might have presented such a fair lady as yourself before him. He judges evil men, murderers, thieves, miscreants of all kinds, and you are far too delicate a flower to be found where those would roam. He has sent many a scoundrel to Tyburn's triple tree, and for the sake of caution, he has elected to be known to those rogues only as Lord Harry.
Ralston watched Ruark closely, expecting some reaction from him, as he guessed it may have been more than coincidence. His target only met his gaze for a moment, shrugged casually, and continued with his meal. Pitney was giving careful attention to his food, and Shanna was as intently studying her own. She remembered too well when Mr. Hicks spoke of Lord Harry and his secret handling of Ruark's hanging orders, and wondered what game Ralston played. Only one as familiar with Ruark Beauchamp as Shanna would have noticed his sudden preoccupation with the meal and the gradual hardening of his eyes. His nostrils flared slightly each time the hated name was mentioned, but otherwise he executed well his role of bondsman, and it seemed as if this exchange was simply over his head. With very great care, Shanna questioned, smiling gently at Gaylord. Lord Harry? 'Twould seem I've heard that name before. Her brows drew into a puzzled frown. But for the life of me I can't remember.
Pitney's comment was grunted. I've heard of him. Some call him Hanging Harry. Got that with his liberal use of the triple tree.
Gaylord was offended.
A malicious rumour.
Shanna seemed bemused. I've often wondered how a man must feel after he has sentenced another to be hanged for some offence. I'm sure your father sent only the well-deserving to their end, but it crosses my mind what a terrible burden it must have placed upon him. Had you knowledge of his affairs? I suppose he spoke often of them.
My father's affairs were much beyond me, madam. I gave them no heed.
Shanna brightened. Oh, what a pity. They adjourned again to the drawing-room after dinner, and there Shanna was beset by Gaylord's close presence on the settee beside her. Over her fan, she watched Ruark light his pipe by the French doors, and, meeting his eyes, caught the almost imperceptible inclination of his head toward the portico. Fanning herself, she rose and complained demurely. "'Tis a bit stuffy in here, Papa. If you've no objections, I'll take a stroll along the porch." Glancing over his shoulder, Trahan nodded his approval, and Ruark was quick to offer. "Madam, since the pirates' raid, 'tis not safe for a lady to go about unescorted. I beg—" "You're quite right," Gaylord interrupted, and to Shanna's consternation took her arm. "Please allow me, madam." Gaylord had turned the tables deftly, and this time Ruark was left standing, while the other man smugly stepped past him with Shanna. As the knight closed the doors behind them, he sneered in the bondsman's face. Pitney's huge arm halted Ruark before he could lay a hand on the latch, and he was shoved gently backward. Ruark was not in the mood for foolery. The muscles in his lean jaw flexed tensely as he lifted his gaze to find a gentle smile on the older man's face.
"Easy, lad,"
Pitney rasped in a low tone.
"If there comes a need, I will see to it."
His grey eyes flicked toward Trahan in a silent warning, and Ruark glanced behind him to see the squire turn away from the cupboard with a glass of rum and draw out his pocket watch. The man considered it a moment before looking at Pitney. 5 minutes. He left the comment hanging, and Pitney drew out his own timepiece.
"Less, I'd say, knowing the eager knight."
"Bitters to an ale?" Trahan wagered.
"Aye,"
Pitney answered, and tucked away the pocket watch as he considered Ruark.
"You have not seen Shanna at her best."
He gave a nod toward the French doors.
"Better man than he have tried. If you must fret, have a pity for Sir Gay."
The room grew quiet, and only Ruark and Ralston showed emotions. Ruark was uneasy, while Ralston smirked in good satisfaction. Then suddenly from the porch, a low, enraged shriek came from Shanna. Ruark jumped, and Ralston lowered his glass in wonderment. In a hair's space, it was following by a ringing slap, the beginning of a curse, growled by Gaylord, followed by a shout, that too from the knight, terminated in a loud grunt. Pitney consulted his watch and said to Trahan,
"Ale."
All of them, including Ralston, started for the door at once, but before any could touch it, the portal was flung open, and Shanna flounced into the room, holding the torn bodice of her gown shut with one hand, while she flexed the other as if it pained her. Her beautiful face was aflame beneath her wildly mussed tresses. Trahan halted his daughter with a hand on her arm, and his eyes carefully searched her for some sign of mistreatment.
"Is all well with you, Shanna, child?"
"Aye, Papa," she replied brightly. "Better than you can guess. But I fear our lordly guest has taken to adorning the shrubs with his manly form." Trahan stepped past her, as Ruark doffed his coat and laid it over his wife's shoulders. Shanna gazed at him softly, as he took her hand to examine it.
"Shall I avenge you, milady?"
he questioned in a low voice, without raising his eyes. "Nay, my captain pirate Ruark," she murmured. "Poor fellow, he's had his just reward. Look yonder." She swept the injured hand toward the doors as her father and Pitney pushed them open. Traherne seemed to choke on something as the dim light spilled onto the porch to illuminate the lanky shape of Sir Billingsham as he struggled to pull himself over the railing that bordered the walkway. Shreds of leaves and broken twigs clung to him, protruding from his rose-coloured coat in random array. The knight set his feet on the porch and, unconscious of those who stared, paused to pluck the greenery from himself. He had succeeded only to a slight degree when he raised his head to find 3 of the 4 men who watched smiling broadly at him, while the 4th gaped in stunned astonishment. Sir Gaylord was equal to the occasion. Lifting his jowly chin, he stared back at them with a haughty gaze, and strode loftily past them as they made way for him, ignoring Shanna completely. Still, in all, his bearing lacked something, for his gait had an odd half-step quality, caused, no doubt, by his missing shoe. Tugging the oversized coat about her, Shanna gave a small curtsy. "Good evening, gentlemen," she said, and swept out of the room, turning her hand as if it still ached. Traherne regarded his empty glass for a moment before he sighed almost sadly and went to pour 2 tall ales, handing one to Pitney. Ralston helped himself to a short brandy and tossed it off before he, half embarrassed, excused himself and left. Traherne poured a 3rd ale and offered it to Ruark. "Ah, gentlemen," the portly man chuckled after a long pull at his own glass. "I do not know what I shall do for excitement when the lass is gone." His chuckle gave way to rolling mirth, which infected the other 2 and left him gasping in his chair. "I think I will retire. I'm getting too old for all of this." He left the room to them, and as he went down the hall, an occasional chuckle drifted back. Pitney refilled their glasses and nodded his head toward the door. "A breath of fresh air, Master Ruark." They strolled through the open doors and passed on down the wide veranda and admired the bright full moon, while John Ruark offered his large companion some tobacco from his pouch. To his surprise, the man produced a well-browned clay pipe from his pocket, and after a first puff of smoke, nodded his appreciative thanks. "Took the habit when I sailed on one of Orland's ships," he murmured. "Hard to get good tobacco way out there. But this is good. Aye, this is good." They walked on for a space in silence, leaving a fragrant trail of smoke behind them. They had almost returned to the drawing-room doors when Pitney paused to knock the dottle from his pipe bowl. "A pity," the huge man commented as he tapped the pipe against his heel. Ruark gave him a questioning look. "A pity. Your brother, Captain Beauchamp, could not sail with us." Ruark's face went blank as he sought for some denial. "My brother?" was all he could manage, for anything more would have been a lie, bold and open. "Aye," Pitney returned, watching him closely in the meagre light. He pointed at Ruark's chest with the stem of his pipe. "And sometimes it tickles me mind that there is even more to Ruark Beauchamp than John Ruark lets on." Tucking the pipe in his pocket, Pitney went into the house, and when Ruark entered a few moments later, the room was empty. The hour was late, and the moon was a swollen red ball low on the horizon. It seemed to squat there with ominous deliberation, and gave no clue that it would become the pure silver goddess that fled across the sky and lent her name to stricken lovers. The streets were otherwise dark in the village, and Millie Hawkins shuddered as she strolled again by the appointed meeting place to find it still empty. Fretfully she paused and with a worried gaze swept the cobbled street in both directions. The skin on the back of her neck began to crawl, and her spine tingled coldly. She had the distinct feeling she was being watched. She peered into every nook and cranny, but saw nothing. Then she gasped in fear as a tall shadow detached itself from a deeper one and came toward her. Her hands trembled to her mouth, and she stared hard for a moment before sagging in relief.
"Oh, 'tis you, governor," she giggled. "You gave me quite a start, you did. You're late."
The man shrugged and offered no explanation. He wore a full black cape which hid his stature, with a high collar pulled up close beneath a tricorn drawn down to hide his features in the darkness. His riding boots were of soft black leather, as were the gloves which covered his hands, and he carried a quirt as if he had just left a horse. As he drew nearer, Milly gave him no pause.
"Well, governor, have I got news for you? We got to have an understanding soon. That Mr. Ruark ain't no good to me at all like you said he'd be. He's already got my missus, and you never guess who. Ms. Shanna Beauchamp, at so. Only she ain't no widow no more. She's Miss John Ruark now. And the fun of it is, the Eye Lady told me herself."
Milly paused to savour her news.
"Why, she ain't as good as me, bedding a bondsman. Ain't got no taste at all. She's kept it a fair secret, though."
The girl chewed at a fingernail for a moment, and her eyes took on a gleeful gleam.
"Comes to mind, her pa don't know either. What a fine blow he'll have when I lets him in on it. Me ma too. She's always pointing out at high Miss Shanna and saying be like her. Well, I's better in her."
Milly reached out and caressed the arm of the man, missing the pinched frown he gave her.
"I gots me better than any bondsman. I best tell you now, governor, you've got to pay the due. I ain't take, seeming what's gone half the time. I wants me a man round when I gets me eat up."
The quirt began to slap softly against the top of the man's boot, but Milly did not notice as she bestowed her best smile on him.
"Of course, I ain't one to tie you down, and if you roams a bit, I ain't going to howl about it. Not so long as you comes back."
The man slipped his arm around her and began to lead her down the street. Milly revelled in this unusual affection and misread his smile completely. She leaned against him and slipped her hand inside his cloak.
"I knows a quiet spot down by the beach," she murmured, a suggestive look in her eyes. "'Tis an hidden place with soft moss to pillow me backside."
In the shadowed street, the echo of her light laughter dwindled. The next day broke clear and cool, with a sharp edge to it that could almost be felt. At the first hint of dawn, Ruark and Shanna awoke, and with a parting kiss he made his way quietly to his own chamber, where he shaved and dressed to await the manor's first stirring. He lounged on the bed, listening to Shanna move about her room, then rejected the idea of returning. Hergus scolded her enough without adding more kindling to the woman's fire. It was a nightly occurrence, now that they shared a bed, even if it was only to lie in the comfort of each other's arms, until sleep would descend upon them both. Making his way to the small dining room, Ruark poured himself a cup of coffee. The pungent, nutty taste of the brew had captured him, and he welcomed the steaming warmth of it on this rare, chilly morning. Milan had set out a platter of meats and small oat cakes, and at the man's invitation, Ruark was just seating himself before a liberal plate when Traherne and Shanna entered the room together, laughing. The father wondered at the change in his daughter, In the past few weeks, she had grown rosy-cheeked and light-hearted, and ever since her escapade with the pirates, she appeared to have lost much of her starched formality. The frequency of her biting comments had faded until she almost seemed a different person, a warm and gracious woman whose charm now rivaled her beauty. Trahan chuckled to himself, accepting the good fortune without question. The smell of buttered griddle cakes filled his nostrils, and he hurried to his chair, leaving the seating of his daughter to Mr. Ruark, as it seemed the man's wont anyway. A ring of hooves sounded out front, and in a moment Pitney blustered into the house, rubbing his hands and savouring the aroma of the food. He tossed his hat to Jason and joined the others, dragging a chair back from the table for a seat. He met the amused stares of father and daughter and rumbled,
"The floor of me house was much too cold this morn for a man of me age to be stumbling about."
He glared about, as if daring anyone to question his honesty.
"Besides, I finished a table for Mr. Dunbar, and he said he was coming here to see Mr. Ruark about that mule of his. Seems the man wants to buy it."
Pitney accepted a plate from Milan and set about easing his appetite. The meal was taken by all with light banter as a side dish, and the mood was generally cheerful. But it was not to remain so for long. Milan had renewed Ruark's coffee when a shout was heard and a banging fist jarred the front door. Jason let in a bondsman from the village who came on bare feet directly back to the dining room. At Trahan's side, the man stood nervously turning his hat in his hands as he gave fleeting glances at Shanna as if her presence held back his flow of words.
"Mr. Your Lordship, Squire Trahan."
The man's tongue stumbled in haste.
"Well, Mr. Hanks," Trahan urged impatiently, "out with it."
The bondsman's face reddened as he looked again at Shanna.
"Well, sir, I was out in my boat early getting in a few good fishes for Miss Hawkins. She gives me a threepence or so for 'em. I drew the boat in to fix me lines and bait when I spies a bit of colour up by the bush. The tide was out, so I beached the skiff to see about it."
He paused and blushed darkly, lowering his gaze. He crushed the hat between his huge, calloused, square-fingered hands.
"It were Miss Milly, sir."
His voice was choked.
"She were dead, beaten bad, and tossed in a tide pool."
In the frozen silence he rushed on.
"Miss Hawkins has to be told, sir, and I ain't got the right words, it being her only young'un in the war. Will ye tell her, sir?"
"Milan!" Trahan bellowed, and the servant almost dropped a plate at the sound.
"Send Maddock to bring my carriage around immediately."
He pushed back his chair, and all at the table rose with him.
"Come and show us where, Mr. Hanks."
Numbly, Shanna crossed the room, her mind tumbling over itself with the shock of Mr. Hanks's announcement. Milly and Babe dead? What hellish being would do such a deed? This would be a terrible tragedy for Mrs. Hawkins to bear, and Shanna felt sick at heart as she wondered why so much trouble had to come to such a good woman. In the back of Shanna's mind, it came to her that her secret was safe once again, but that meant nothing now. She'd have gladly told her father herself if it would have made any difference in this matter of Milly's death. She had not really disliked the girl, and certainly never wished any disaster to befall her. Her worrying seemed so trifling now. Trailing behind Shanna, Ruark was just as stunned. The attempt on his life yesterday, and now this murder of Milly, were they somehow related? It was a dark blemish on the happy, serene days he had enjoyed ever since Shanna had lowered all barriers between them.
"Shanna, girl!"
Trahan's voice halted them.
"'Tis best you stay here."
"Mr. Hanks is right, Papa," Shanna returned quietly. Madam Hawkins must be told. 'Tis fitting a woman be with her. I will go to her. Both father and husband stared at Shanna, warmly gratified with her wisdom and understanding. Traherne nodded, and the room was emptied in a rush. Milly lay face down in a shallow depression in the sand. At high tide it would have been a pool, but now the sun had whitened the sand until it seemed the unfortunate girl was but napping on the beach. Her clothes were torn from her until only a few meagre shreds remained. Thin wheals marked her body and limbs as if she had been thrashed cruelly with a narrow rod or staff. Huge purplish bruises swelled on her arms and upper body, where a heavy fist or cudgel had smashed repeatedly into her. An ugly welt marked the side of her face and extended well into the matted hair. One hand still clutched tufts of salt grass, bespeaking her struggle to hold on as the tide ebbed. Her other hand was stretched out, and near it was a crude R dug into the sand. The short leg of it trailed off and curled under, ending where her fingers had buried themselves in a last desperate, convulsive effort. Ruark stared at her, his mind filled with the sight of another girl who had died in much the same manner. How could this happen so far away with an ocean between? How could it be? Traherne bent near the girl and peered at the scrawled letter in the sand. "'Tis an R," he murmured, then straightened to consider his bondsman. "Or it could be a P. But then, I can vouch for Pitney." He pursed his lips thoughtfully. "It could stand for Ruark, but 'tis my inclination to disbelieve that. I am certain I could vouch for you also, should the occasion arise." Ruark's throat was dry. The twisted body was all too familiar. He managed a hoarse, "Thank you, sir." "Or it could stand for Ralston. Yet I can hardly envision him with a young girl like this. He much prefers heavier, plumper, older women. More solid and reliable. Like England, he says." Ruark raised his eyes and scanned the low bluff above the beach. A clump of brush showed broken twigs, and higher up, a strip of white cloth hung like a banner from a branch. "There!" he pointed. "She must have fallen from up there." He walked down a ways to a break in the bluff and scrambled up, followed in close order by Traherne and Pitney. Mr. Hanks remained below and strolled out toward his boat, wanting no further part of the gruesome affair. The three found a small glade heavily shaded by trees and hidden by shrubs. Its floor was a thick bed of springy moss, and here was written the rest of the tale. The moss was uprooted in chunks and tossed about, giving a sign of a fierce struggle. Pieces of Milly's clothing were scattered afar, and deep boot marks showed where she had been carried to the brink. Pitney's voice shook. "The filthy whoreson thought her dead and threw her into the sea. She would have gone out in the tide and disappeared without a trace. The poor lass. 'Twas an evil thing that was done here, by an evil man." His grey eyes caught Ruark's, and for a long moment the two gazes held unwaveringly. When Pitney spoke again, his tone was certain as he directed his statement to the younger man. "I do not know of such a one who would do this." Traherne snorted. "Nor do I. 'Tis a beastly thing, beastly." "Squire," Ruark began reluctantly, and Traherne faced him with a quizzical stare. "I would have you hear it from me and now." He had to squint almost into the sun to meet the man's gaze, but meet it he did. "Milly claimed she was with Babe, and needed me to wed her." "And were you the father?" Traherne inquired slowly.
Nay, I was not, Ruark avowed. I never laid a hand on the girl. After a moment the squire nodded. I believe you, Mr. Ruark. He sighed heavily. Let's get the girl home. Ellet will be along with her wagon any moment now. The barouche bore the men to the Hawkinses' house, where Pitney excused himself and made off for the dram shop. Arrangements had been made for Milly's body to be tended to by a close friend of the fishmonger before the woman could see the abuse her daughter had suffered. Trahan and Ruark stood outside the humble dwelling and braced themselves for meeting the Hawkinses. The yard and exterior were a shambles. A pair of scrawny swine snorted in a corner beneath a haphazard shelter of boards, while a dozen or so guinea hens scratched in the path. With some apprehension, the two entered the house. It was neat and clean, though painfully unadorned, but for a single wood-carved crucifix hanging on the wall. Mr. Hawkins lounged on a lopsided settee and did not even glance at them. The old lady's out back, he grunted, and sucked long on a bottle of rum, still staring off into the distance. In back of the house, a roof hung on crooked poles, giving shade, but little hindrance to rain. Beneath it, Mrs. Hawkins stood at a high table, her back to them. With a huge knife, she cleaned fish, spilling the offal into a wooden barrel. Shanna sat on a stool to one side and met their eyes with a small shrug, though signs of recent tears still lingered in her own. "Good day, gentlemen." Mrs. Hawkins spoke over her shoulder without pausing in her task. "Have a seat, wherever. I has me work to do." Her voice sounded tired. Both Trahan and Ruark remained standing and stared at each other awkwardly, wondering what was to be said. The old woman worked on, though she wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand and sniffed loudly once in a while. "She was an unlucky girl," Mrs. Hawkins' flat voice stated suddenly. She braced her hands on the table and stood with bowed head. She could barely be heard now. "I pray she's at peace. She fretted overmuch about things she could not have, and was never satisfied with what she got." The old fishwife turned to face them, her eyes streaming tears of sorrow. "Milly weren't a bad girl." She smiled and found a clean spot on the apron to wipe her face. "Wilful sometimes, aye, that she were. Man gave her trinkets and coins sometimes. When she came to think, they would give her whatever she wanted. She made up stories about some of them. Oh, I know, Mr. Ruark, what she said about you and her, but I'm aware you never touched her. She used to cry in her pillow, 'cause you wouldn't pay no mind to her. When I'd wash your clothes, she'd sit and moon over you." "Mrs. Hawkins," Ruark began gently, "were there any others who were steady?" "Many others." The woman sniffed and blew her nose loudly. "But none that lasted. Oh, there was one lately, but I don't know who. She never would say, and only met him at night, far away from here. Mr. Ralston never—" Trahan could not put it to words. "Nay, not him. He always said she was cheap trash. Even hit at her once with that little whip of his." The woman laughed briefly. "Milly teased him. Called him old stick bones and sour face." The tears began to flow again, and the woman's shoulder shook with suppressed sobs. Shanna rose quickly and went to comfort her. Mrs. Hawkins was half a head taller, but the two of them put their heads together and spoke softly. When Mrs. Hawkins calmed, she bent and kissed Shanna on the cheek. "Go now, child," she smiled. "You've done me good. But we would be alone now for a while." All and Trahan ventured. "If you have a need, madam, do not hesitate."
He paused, then added,
Millie left a sign in the sand, and she traced.
Do you know of any— Mrs. Hawkins shook her head. I wouldn't worry myself about Millie's sign, sir. She never took to writing. A long, quiet moment passed before Ruark offered, I'll come by tomorrow to fix the roof. There was nothing left to be said, and the three departed. The ride back to the manor was over long and very quiet. Chapter 23. October was middle-aged, and the Hampstead was in port for a general replenishing before she would bear Traherne and his extensive entourage to Virginia. While his party visited the Beauchamps, the brigantine and the schooner would ply the coastal colonies in trade. Meanwhile, the mill grew like a well-nurtured mushroom. Each day saw its completion nearing, and a crude blade hammered out by the blacksmith was installed until a better one arrived from New York. In fact, several blades for different purposes had been ordered at Ruark's insistence, and it was a grand day when the Marguerite arrived with all of them aboard. The gloom of Millie's death was set aside when Gaetler and Dora came to the manor house and shyly announced their intentions to marry. After sharing a toast for the occasion, Shanna pressed them into taking a ride about the island with Ruark and herself, only to order the carriage halted before a small building, and there to introduce the prospective bridegroom to the school she had long ago urged her father to build. Gaetler was ecstatic over the crates of books, slates, and other implements of learning Shanna had shipped home during her own years of instruction. Amid profuse and enthusiastic assurances that he would consent to be the island schoolmaster, Gaetler and Dora began to unpack the largesse of materials and were left in a welter of happiness. Amid this activity, Gaylord Billingsham became, to all appearances, entrenched into the lifestyle of Los Camellos. He did not seem overly affected by Shanna's rebuff, and not at all inclined to relieve his host of his presence, however strained Traherne's graciousness was becoming. The knight's manners were polished, his arrogance subdued, if only a trifle, his benevolence almost monkish. Only two major disruptions disturbed the normal life on the island. One occurred when Gaetler opened his school for the first day. As acting governor, Traherne had decreed that all children between the ages of 7 and 12 should be present, and that the only excusals would be made by him. This brought a few objections, as some of the older children were well ingrained into the family's economic system. It was not until he personally made an appearance at the homes and kindly pointed out the probability of increased earnings that the goal of having all the children attend school was met. Even then, it was a sad moment when it became known that most of the older children had not the slightest understanding of the rudiments of writing, reading, or ciphering. The older boys had somehow gained the idea that school was a place to have fun, and Gaetler was soon ensconced as a beast with a hickory stick ever in hand. By the time the first week had passed, however, they were familiar with the proper decorum and began to look upon the small, seemingly meek man with a new respect. Life on Los Camellos quieted and barely regained its ruts when the day arrived for the marriage of the schoolmaster. Since weddings were rare, this was an occasion seized upon for much revelry and celebrating. There would be dancing and feasting in the streets, and with the prospect of various spirits being consumed without heed, Traherne declared the next day a holiday for the safety of all. The townsfolk had raised a small cottage across from the school and furnished it with donations from one and all. Pitney laid his huge hands to wood and built a tester bed the likes of which the island had never seen. Shanna and Hergis together took Dora in hand. The mistress of the manor gifted the young woman with a satin gown of gentle maize, and the Scotswoman washed and curled Dora's hair, then painstakingly created a comely coiffure for her. The girl bloomed like a radiant flower under the careful grooming, and when vows were spoken, Ruark watched much in awe, for in that moment Dora was truly beautiful. The night dissolved into a continuous round of merrymaking, and as Shanna stood with Pitney and her father on the brightly lit thoroughfare, the tumult of sound, sight, and smell washed over her. Amid the press of village folk, she could feel her own spirits respond to the gaiety and excitement. Garlands and bouquets of flowers were everywhere, filling the eye with a riot of colour. Bunches of pungent herbs scented the air, lanterns and torches gave an eerie, shifting, flickering light to the scene, and the roar of laughter and boisterous songs assailed the senses. Shouting above the din, Ruark appeared beside Shanna and pressed a glass of champagne into her hand. As she sipped, the nose-tickling wine kindled a warmth in her stomach, and Shanna's reserve slipped a notch or two. The sweet smell of savoury foods drifted on the gentle evening breezes and mingled with the tangy spice of newly tapped ale and rum. Bondsman, servant, freeman alike joined the celebration. Pitney strolled with Traherne to the refreshment tables to sample the feast. Shanna found her hand in Ruark's when they were following the newly wedded couple in a rigadoon. Shanna's considered self-control slipped again as a fresh glass of sparkling fluid was thrust upon her by one of the townsmen. Breathlessly, she drained it and then gave herself in renewed abandon to the dance. Her happy laughter blended with Ruark's, and her head reeled giddily from the effects of the champagne. She saw Ruark's dark face before her, white teeth flashing and eyes that burned golden whenever they touched her. Her heart hammered wildly, taking up the intoxicating excitement of the festivities, and the stricture of months of duplicity was stripped away to give her spirit flight and freedom, if only for the moment. Space and time ceased to matter. Gaylord had no chance to intervene, and Shanna gave no heed to the pompous knight, angrily directing her father's attention to them, or of Hergus's frowning disapproval. Here, in the midst of the crowd, she was alone with Ruark, seeing him, feeling his nearness, and she was ecstatic. Never had she known such carefree bliss. She laughed and danced to her heart's content, and the champagne helped quench her thirst. Its conscience-cooling clarity seemed to lend a vivid buoyancy to her mind, and her head grew as light as her feet. The squire was enjoying himself as much as his daughter, for his good Welsh blood had a taste for fun and regalement. By damned it did, and the fact had ceased to surprise him that he enjoyed seeing the daughter he had sired in the company of his favourite bondsman. The lad was as adept at the dances as she, and the lean, powerful grace of his body complemented her trim womanliness. Orlan Traherne had often watched his daughter at past affairs such as this, surrounded by posturing dandies and the eager to be rich. He had seen her for her own amusement tease and torment each man, leading him on the chase, and then crushing his vanity against her open disdain. These many months since her return from England, it had been obvious that she had held herself in check, as was a widow's proper way, and he could not fault her revelry now. Orlan smiled to himself in retrospect. At least she had overcome her dislike for this Ruark, and apparently could accept him as a man, if not her peer. With a worried frown, Gaylord watched the dancing couple from Traherne's side. "What do you intend to do about this squire?" he demanded. "In England, 'twould be a scandalous moment for a bondsman to so handle a lady."
This fellow should be reminded of his place. I would not usurp your authority, but were I the governor here, I would see that the man gives proper respect to your daughter, as well as to the other ladies present."
Pitney cast a doubtful glance over his shoulder at the knight, before exchanging a wondering look with Traherne. Orlan rocked on his heels as he sampled a morsel from a tray of warm breads.
"You may well have noticed, sir, that my daughter demands respect in her own manner."
He sipped his wine, considering the knight with an amused smile, lightly resting on his lips.
"I have learned of late to trust my daughter's judgment in many things, perhaps more so than she does herself. Still, if you are strongly bent to educate the lass, you are welcome to try."
Gaylord straightened his gold satin coat with a jerk and stretched his long neck above the lacy jabot.
"Should Madame Beauchamp accept my proposal and become my wife, I would in no way offer her less protection than I do now from such as that one. 'Tis my duty as a knight of the realm."
As he swaggered away, Traherne turned to Pitney with a chuckle.
"I fear the good fellow learned nothing in the bush. I hope the damage will not be costly."
Ruark's laughter died as a large hand rudely clapped down upon his shoulder, and he was whirled about to face the sneering Sir Gaylord. The bride and groom shared a look of surprise, while Shanna stared in disbelief, amazed at the audacity of the man. Gaylord's blue-grey eyes ranged coldly over Ruark.
"'Twould seem that I must constantly remind you of your place. It is with the rest of the servants and slaves. I insist that you leave Madame Beauchamp alone. Do you understand me?"
Ruark lazily bent his gaze toward the long fingers crushing the silk of his coat. He was about to comment when Shanna snatched away Gaylord's hand as if it were something distasteful. She faced the knight, her cheeks flushed, her eyes snapping green fire. For the sake of caution, the man stepped back a pace, remembering the firm crack of her slap against his face.
"Sir, you intrude,"
she charged incredulously. "Have you cause?" The villagers had paused to gape at them. A low, questioning murmur rose from those nearby, and even Sir Gaylord recognized the angry buzz of it. The knight was out of his element, for Ruark had earned his niche in the tiny world of Los Camellos, and Gaylord Billingsham was a foreigner and disliked by most. Gaylord spoke in a more reserved tone.
"Madam, I only seek to ensure this man gives proper respect to you. You may feel obligated to him for saving you from the pirates, but 'tis my duty as a gentleman to guard a lady's reputation."
It was ludicrous to Shanna that this clod should feign worry over her honour in the presence of others, while in private seek to win her with bungling caresses. She laughed with bright amusement.
"I assure you, sir, I am no proper lady."
Looking up into Ruark's amused regard, she giggled.
"An improper one,
perhaps." Taking her husband's glass, she passed it with her own to Gaylord. "Will you find a place to set these, sir?" she requested sweetly, and slipped her hand into Ruark's, signalling the musicians to begin again. "I should like to dance with my slave." Ruark grinned leisurely into the reddening face of the knight.
"Another time, perhaps."
Tucking Shanna's hand in the crook of his arm, Ruark led her away from the silently raging man. The slim stems of the two goblets snapped, and without a word, Gaylord whirled on his heels and stalked away. The dances livened and grew uproarious as individuals gave their own interpretations of the various steps amid the clamorous approval and the rhythmic clapping of hands, until, breathless and exhausted, the couple settled themselves to feasting and drinking to nourish their high spirits. Shanna ever found a glass of champagne in her hand, thrust there with hearty and jubilant coaxings to drink up and be jolly. Light-heartedly she sipped, and her laughter sparkled with Ruark's deep chuckles. Finding room at one of the trestle tables, she crowded in beside him on a long bench. The close contact was not unrewarding. In fact, Ruark much enjoyed the arrangement. Her thigh was pressed to his beneath the table, and her shoulder overlapped his. The intimacy provided him with an excuse to place his hand on the bench behind her, and as the lanterns gave off only a meagre light here, and no one stood at their backs, it was only natural that he indulge himself with a fond caress or two, for he found it hard to keep his hands from her. The dark-haired beauty, Madame Dupree, and her captain husband sat further down the table, and were much involved with each other after the Frenchman's long absence from home. Even Shanna was inclined to feel less scornful of the man as he bestowed loving kisses upon the nape of his spouse's neck and along her shoulder. "How sweet!" Shanna smiled aside to Ruark. "I think he actually does love her."
"Oh, lass, not half as much as I love you,"
Ruark breathed near her ear.
"I am near bursting my breeches for the want of you, and you can only sing me praises of another man's devotion. Am I to starve with this feast before me of rosy breasts and silken loins, feigning some indifference to the succulent fruits? I long to taste the apple of your love, and would most greedily devour it."
"Shh!" Shanna giggled, leaning against him. "You're drunk. Someone might hear you." Assured that in the din his words would be unheard by any other than she, Ruark grinned lazily.
I'm drunk, but only on this nectar that is more heady than any wine I've dared to drink. I have a fever in my blood, a fire only you can quench. I feel it throbbing in my loins. Ride with me, fair damsel. Ride upon this horny dragon, and I shall set to flight any dreams of nights. A kiss, a soft caress, a gentle word, and like a moth I change my scaly armor for the softer coating of man. Ah, love, have care for this great beast. He lumbers in your wake like some poor plodding soul, begging just one glance, some sign of recognition from his adored one. Your gilded locks wave like a gonfalon on an airy breeze, and I think that now the fair damsel will turn and look at me, and see me not as a monster, but as the one who would gladly kiss the soles of her feet. Ah, Shanna, my Shanna, be merciful to this besotted beast. Take me to your soft breast, and release me from this scaly weight."
Shanna was suffused with a warmth and tenderness she could neither fathom nor explain. It was on the tip of her tongue to deny her dreams as frivolous, a fantasy once held dear by a young girl, but outgrown, like porcelain dolls. This was real. The hard feel of Ruark's thigh against her own, her arm against his lean ribs, this cacophony of sight, smell, and noise that surrounded them, yet at the same time shielded them from prying eyes. He was her lover, whether husband or not, and she gave herself freely to him whenever the moment was ripe. She had stopped denying him. She had ceased calling herself widow. She had come out of mourning, and strangely, her spirit thrilled with the awareness of him. A toast to the newlyweds broke her reverie, and Shanna turned as everyone around them rose to their feet, lifting their glasses high, and quickly followed suit. It was a prelude for the merrymakers to escort the blissful pair to their cottage, a procession which wandered through the streets as a moving celebration. Shanna found herself laughing again, though at times she cringed at the drunken humour of the sailors, which abused the imagination, but elicited squealing giggles from the virginal maids. It was almost a relief when the party began to disperse, and Ruark took her back to her father. The carriage was brought, and Shanna was properly seated and left as a search began for Hergus. When the group was formed, complete with Hergus and Gaylord, Shanna was still in her place, her shawl neatly folded and held against her breast, both arms wrapped securely about it. The smile on her face reminded one of a cat well fed at the cost of a flock of canaries. Thus she sat, giving almost no heed, as Ruark and Hergus crowded in on either side of her, leaving Sir Gaylord a choice of sharing the footman's bench or a long, lonely walk. Seeing the knight's dilemma, Pitney relented with a smile, and sliding tightly against Traherne, causing the squire to give a disgruntled snort, Pitney patted the narrow space beside him in invitation. Gaylord sighed. He was not about to walk or to share the seat with a servant, and had little choice but to wedge himself in. It was only casually noted by the others that Pitney's huge elbow rested against the knight's ribs, and it was not until the ride commenced that Gaylord, with each bump in the road, was given to sudden abrupt grunts, as if he were pained. Once at the manor, Shanna preceded Hergus up the stairs, and it was not until the door of her chambers was closed behind them that Shanna carefully laid the shawl on the bed and unfolded it to reveal an unopened bottle of champagne. Hergus was taken aback and gaped at her mistress, thinking for sure the lass had taken leave of her senses. "Now what do you intend to do with that mess? I be believing you've had enough of spirits, seeing how you were flaunting your bondsman beneath the noses of every moony-eyed twit who set their sights on him. And there your pa was too. If you think the squire is an addle-pated old man and blind to all your shenanigans, then ye be lacking the wits I was thinking you had." "Oh, I don't think that," Shanna declared with a laugh, and went searching for glasses in the sitting-room. "'Tis just that I've come out of mourning, and it seems only fitting to celebrate." "What do you mean, mourning?" Hergus called after her in bemusement. "I never knew you to care overly much for Millie, nor even that the two of you got along." The maid shrugged and commented much to herself. "Mostly 'cause the little chit, God rest her soul, had it in her mind to be envious of you. If that Abe Hawkins wouldn't have taken himself to drinking his life away, she and her ma could have had a lot more. But then, he hasn't ever done an honest day's work." "'Tis not for Millie." Shanna came to stand in the doorway with 2 sherry glasses she had found. She dipped into a low curtsy that made her printed taffeta skirts billow out wide around her. "The widow is no more. I've come out of mourning." Hergus grunted derisively. "You were never married long enough to even consider yourself properly wed. The least Mr. Beauchamp could have done was to live long enough to put a babe in your belly. Had he done so, I doubt you'd be fooling round now with Mr. Ruark." She sighed wearily. "But I suppose if he had lived longer, it would have been just a luck for himself to be without a fertile seed to give you." Abruptly, Shanna set aside the glasses, suddenly feeling as if she had indeed imbibed too much. She thrust the champagne from her sight, burying it beneath a pillow on her chaise. Observing her, Hergus was inclined to worry that she really had gone daft. "I'd best get you ready for bed. I hear Mr. Ruark coming up the stairs, and I've had me say without letting him hear me." Hergus shucked the taffeta gown from her mistress, leaving the delicate chemise for modesty, as that seemed the girl's wont lately. "Come to the dressing-table and I'll brush out your hair, and then I'll leave you." It was a matter soon done. The gilded tresses spread in thick waves of silk over Shanna's bare shoulders before the woman took herself from the chambers. Alone now, Shanna stared at her reflection, that image of soft woman, creamy skin and thinly clad breasts, white shoulders and wistful countenance. Ruark's words of the evening echoed in her brain, and she could almost see herself standing alone on a hill, ignoring the plaintive cry behind her as she searched hard and fast for her knight in armour. A fickle dream to want something not worth the wanting. She could have Sir Gaylord in a trice, but even now she shuddered in revulsion at the thought of having to submit to his bungling caresses. Much more did she yearn for the vibrant warmth of Ruark's hands upon her, softly titillating, weaving their spell. The evening breeze stirred the draperies, and in the silence of the house she could hear Ruark moving about his room. Almost as one compelled, she went to the French doors, and like a wraith she was gone, not hearing the door of her sitting-room open and close, and footsteps coming across the floor.
"Your pa just said to be up shortly."
Fergus blinked in surprise at the now vacant bedchamber, and gasped as the realization struck her.
"Oh, my lord, she's gone to him again, and there's her pa coming."
Stripped to the waist, Ruark leaned against the heavy footpost of his bed, his eyes like flaming golden brands, as he watched Shanna saunter toward him, moving her hips with an undulating grace beneath the batiste garment. Her ripe breasts pressed wantonly against the gossamer confines, rousing his senses to full awakening. Her bare feet seemed to glide over the carpet, and her lips were bent upward in a totally wicked smile. My captain pirate Ruark, widowmaker, virgin taker, darkest of all dragons, you weave such a comely thread of words to ensnare an unwary maid. Now say me yea or nay. Was it some scaly beast who laid upon my virgin loins on a stormy winter's night? Nay, I would not think it. 'Twas some dark, handsome wooer who picked the plum, but only nibbled the fruit before he vanished in the blackness. Was it some passion's flower he yearned to pluck that brought him to this isle? Or some thirst for revenge upon that one who but sought to save herself from that hoary wretch of the dungeons, then found all too late he was an enchanted lover? What dark dragon do I see before me? What of the raven locks and strong human arms to twine about me? Is it beast's blood flowing in your veins, my gallant cavalier, or the warm blood of man? His heated gaze seared her, and he beckoned with his words. Come, vixen, and I will show you. Shanna gave a deep, throaty laugh and placed her hands on his hard, flat belly, sliding them upward over his ribs and chest, caressingly, tauntingly, feeling the heavy thud of his heart beneath her palm. I perceive you are all too manly, my lord, she purred as his hands came upon her waist. A low growl sounded deep in her, like a she-cat calling her mate. Slowly, deliberately, she leaned against him, first her hips, and then the peaks of her thinly clad breasts, rousing his hot blood to boiling, as the heat of her touched him. Shanna, Shanna, Ruark rasped and folded her in his arms, crushing her to him and bending to cover her soft, reaching mouth with his. A light gasp made him raise his eyes, and he saw Fergus standing shocked and still in the wide French doors where Shanna had passed but moments before. The woman had a hand over her mouth, and her eyes were wide, though whether from fear, horror, or surprise he could not tell. For Ruark it was like being drenched with icy water. "We've got company," he muttered, and withdrew from the kiss, setting his hands to Shanna's ribs and moving her back a step. As she whirled in bemusement, he turned his back to the maid, since his tight breeches lent him nothing of concealment for his once raging desires. He snatched a robe from the armoire and hastily donned it as Shanna found her tongue with a fury. "Fergus, do you spy upon me? What is the meaning of this?" The maid could only stutter, shamefaced and painfully aware of her mistress's meagre garb. It was one thing to be alone with Shanna in the altogether, but another to see her nearly so in the presence of her lover. Fergus was a modest person, and her motherly fondness for Shanna made her embarrassment all the more excruciating. "'Tis obvious you have no excuse for spying on me," Shanna snapped, stamping her foot in outrage. Whirling angrily, she flounced to Ruark's bed, where she threw back the coverlet and turned down the sheet. The irate, non-widow Beauchamp plumped her round bottom upon the soft feather tick and threw up a hand in disgust. An amused smile twisted Ruark's lips as he began to fill his pipe. It was his most fervent desire of the moment to join his wife on the bed, but there was yet the Scotswoman to deal with, and she seemed not to have the least intention of leaving. "Master Ruark!" Fergus groaned, a worried tone in her voice. "There is no time." She wrung her hands in anguish and hurriedly came to him to whisper, "Squire Traherne said that he would himself come to see her safe abed." The servant moaned in dismay. "And if the squire should find her here, oh, Master Ruark, 'twould be dreadful." Ruark looked up from lighting his pipe. "How long were you there listening?" A red flush of colour brightened the woman's cheeks, and her eyes fell to her twisting hands. "I didn't come to spy, only to warn her that her pa's coming. I only just come. I wouldn't lie to you, Mr. Ruark." "I know that, Fergus." "I wouldn't speak a word of it." Then she added quickly, "Or of anything else, sir. I think you—" She halted and stared past him in amazement. Following her gaze, Ruark turned to see his wife curled like a child upon his bed, her dark lashes resting against her cheek in deep slumber. He set his pipe down and nodded to Fergus. "Fold down her bed." As the maid willingly fled, Ruark crossed softly to the four-poster and carefully lifted Shanna. Feeling his arms close about her, she sighed like a soft kitten and snuggled to him, at once at ease and most content wherein she lay. Shanna's own sheets were being tucked about her when footsteps sounded in the hall. Ruark quickly took his leave by way of the balcony, pausing outside in the darkness so that his own passage would not be noticed. He heard the door to Shanna's room open, and then Fergus's voice, hushed and much relieved. "She went out like a snuffed candle, sir. I was just putting away her clothes." Traherne's grunt sounded. "Good enough." A long pause followed, then he said, "Fergus, have you seen much of a change in her of late?" Nay, sir." The maid's words stumbled slightly. "She's grown up a lot, that's for sure." "Aye, that is sure," Traherne repeated thoughtfully. "I wish her mother were here. My Georgiana was always better with the child than I. Still, I have learned much these past few months." His heavy sigh came soft and wistful. "Perhaps, between the two of us, we will yet see the best of all of it. Good night, then." The door closed, and Ruark leaned back against the wall in relief. Fergus came close to the French doors, and, spying him, marched out to stand before him. "You're a fool, John Ruark, and you make a traitor of myself. The good squire trusts me to see what is best for the lass, and I warn you now, I cannot twist my tongue around another lie." Ruark's frown was hidden in the shadow, but his tone bore the pain her words inflicted. "Lord willing, I shall not have to ask you again. There is indeed a time to live and a time to die.
but sometimes it seems the time to live is far outweighed by the other. Have patience, Fergus. I can only swear to you that all I do, and all I intend, is for Shanna's good. For you see, Fergus," and his voice became a hoarse whisper, "I love the lass beyond all else." Fergus lowered her gaze as she struggled to maintain her anger and find a scorching answer. Then she realized she was alone. Preparations approached the frenzied point as the sailing date neared, and the mill was readied for its first load of logs. Ruark was left to see to the final inspections, and this was his labour, just days before the journey to the colonies was to be launched. With the overseers, he conducted an exacting last check, seeing that all bearings were well greased and all cogs, wheels, and walking beams were sturdy and set as directed. The huge water wheel was checked. It was perfectly balanced and turned with no more than the gentle pressure of a hand upon it. The new saw had been laid in place and awaited the first load of logs coming by wagon from the South Plateau. Ruark was well pleased with all of it. It was an accomplishment he took pride in. He dismissed the overseers, then others, then walked the flume back to the pond, carefully looking over the gates and bed as he went. Everything was in readiness. The seesawing hee-haw of a mule higher up the embankment drew Ruark's attention. The first wagon driver had halted his load of logs on the road above the mill and made his way down afoot to be sure where they were to be dumped. The team he had left, for the most part, dozed in the shade, lazily swishing flies with their tails, except for Old Blue, the rear animal on the far side, who brayed discontentedly, laying his ears alongside his head. Old Blue was his cantankerous old self, even under Traherne's ownership. The squire had bested Mr. Dunbar's offer, and Ruark chuckled as he wondered if Traherne was beginning to question his wisdom in purchasing the beast. Ruark paused at the pond's edge, gazing out over the mirror-smooth water. All noises were subdued, and there was a tenseness in the air, a sense of expectancy that in another moment would be crushed beneath the din of activity. The gates were ready to be opened, the logs ready to be dumped. It only awaited his signal. A splintering, snapping sound intruded upon the quiet, rising quickly in volume and rate. Ruark looked up at the wagon, and to his horror saw the side stakes slowly folding beneath the weight of the logs. With a last final crack, they gave way, spilling the load down the hillside. They gathered speed as they bounded toward him, thumping and jarring the ground on which he stood. There was no place to flee but the pond. Ruark leaped high and stretched out. His body cleaved the air in a shallow arc, and he struck the smooth surface almost flat. As the water closed over his head, he bent and dove deep, clawing downward with all the strength he could muster. The butt of a log plunged past him, so close he could see tiny bubbles clinging to its coarse bark. Then its buoyancy checked the descent, and it was gone. Rocks brushed his belly painfully, and he bumped into the slope on the far side. Rolling once, he could see the unsettled, frothy turbulence high above. Another log almost touched the bottom before it shot upward, to leap clear into the air like a hooked fish, then fell back to crash and bob upon the surface. Ruark's lungs burned and were near to bursting. He kicked off the bottom and headed for a clear area above, broaching like the log. Falling back to tread water, he gasped precious air into his lungs. Shouts and angry curses came from the shore where he had stood, and as he struggled to clear his eyes, he saw the foreman and the driver backed by a crowd who anxiously scanned the water for some sign of him. Clinging to a nearby log, Ruark waved his arm and heard the answering shout. He rested a moment
and then began to swim slowly back toward them.
"I never meant to inspect the pond quite so thoroughly as that,"
he gasped as he crawled up on the shore.
"The damned fool left his logs unchained when he came down,"
the foreman raged.
"Like hell I did,"
the driver declared.
"You take me for a bloody boob? I checked him good, and they was chained."
"No harm's been done." Ruark took the foreman's offered hand and hauled himself to his feet. The sound which had preceded that of the dumping logs did not lend to his peace of mind. "But I've a mind to look at that wagon." He led the way up the slope. The chains were held in place by a pin through a link and a bracket on the wagon's bed so that the pin could be tapped out and the load dumped. Wooden posts on each side further restrained the logs, but these now lay on the ground with the pins and the small sledgehammer each driver carried. Someone had deliberately knocked the pins out after removing the posts. The partial track of a booted foot was marked into a soft spot of earth, and Ruark could only surmise that Old Blue had had something to bellow about after all. As the men around him wore the flat soles of sandals or work shoes, there was no doubt in his mind that another man had been here. Ruark followed the trail some distance along the road and around a curve protected by thick brush and trees. Here he found another impression of a booted heel along with the marks of a horse's hooves. He frowned in silence, realizing someone had meant to kill him. Ruark glanced up as Ralston's small carriage came briskly around the bend. The thin man halted beside the workmen who had gathered around Ruark. He climbed down from the high seat with a triumphant sneer on his face.
"Ha! Dawdling again, I see. Squire Traherne may yet be convinced that sterner measures are needed to extract worthwhile labour from slaves."
The man's boots were meticulously clean, or Ruark might have accused him then and there.
"There was a slight mishap,"
Ruark explained tersely, watching Ralston narrowly.
"And it seems 'twas no accident, but intentional. Probably the carelessness of one of your precious bondsmen."
Ralston gestured with the quirt.
"Am I to believe it had something to do with your condition?"
"Aye, you might say that,"
the foreman piped in.
"Mr. Ruark was below when the logs let go. He saved himself with a dip in the pond."
"How touching."
Ralston smirked and regarded Ruark with a jeer.
"You are always in the midst of some foolery, aren't you?"
He caressed the end of his quirt and seemed to grow museful.
"Yet you turn everything to your betterment. Perhaps you, more than the others, are in need of some discipline."
Ruark stared at him coldly. He did not intend to let the man use that bloody little whip on him. Milly might have cringed and whimpered beneath her merciless beating. But if Ralston had been her assailant, then he faced a man now, and not some helpless girl. A clatter of hooves on the road drew the attention of all. Attila came thundering around the bend with Shanna on his back. Seeing the group that had gathered, she hauled the beast to a skidding stop while the more fearful workmen scattered from her path. "Mr. Ruark!" Her eyes went down his sodden attire as she leaned forward to stroke the grey's neck. "Have you taken to swimming in your garments?"
"'Twas an accident, mum, and he were caught in the middle of it, he were,"
one of the men volunteered. "An accident?" Shanna gasped. She disengaged her knee from the saddle horn and found Ruark's hands about her waist, lifting her down. "What happened? Are you hurt?" The questions came out in a rush, and her worried frown told Ruark she was in no mood for humour. He was about to reassure her when he was roughly shouldered aside by Ralston.
"Keep your distance, fool,"
the agent raged, waving his whip dangerously close to Ruark.
"I shall remind you but once, Mr. Ruark, that a bondsman is not permitted to touch a lady of circumstance."
Ralston paused for some reaction from the man he berated, But finding a hard, penetrating stare his answer, he whirled to Shanna. "Madam, it is not wise to trust these rogues overmuch, and most rash to be so familiar with them. They are the scum of civilization and hardly worth your concern." Shanna was rigid with rage, and her eyes snapped green sparks. "Mr. Ralston!" Her voice could have sliced the heart of the staunchest oak. "You abuse the title of man and disregard that of a gentleman. You have thrice stood in my way and sought to chide me for my manners." Ralston's face flushed dark crimson at this public chastening, but Shanna gave him no pause. Stepping forward and tapping his chest lightly with the tip of her own quirt, she snapped, "Never, never confront me again. There is much I will have out with you some day, but for the moment, get yourself from my sight." Ralston sputtered, but could only obey. In livid fury, he stalked to his buggy, but before mounting, he glared about. "You men," he roared, "get back to work. You have dallied enough. I will see the next laggard flayed where he stands." The road was emptied as Ralston got to his seat and whipped his horse into a full run. Ruark watched him go, and then gestured for the driver of the wagon to pull on so others could pass. "Are you hurt?" Shanna asked quietly, her eyes searching him for some sign of injury. Ruark tossed her a grin. "Nay, love." "But what happened?" Ruark shrugged and casually told her of the occurrence and the evidence of tampering. He related the near disaster at the distillery as well. "It would seem, my love, someone is not pleased with my presence." Shanna's hand trembled as she placed it on his arm. "Ruark," her voice was ragged and tight. "You don't think I—" She couldn't finish, but Ruark saw her tears as he looked at her in surprise. He smiled gently and shook his head. "Nay, love, it never entered my mind. I'd trust you as I would my own mother. Do not fear that." For a moment, Shanna was unable to speak as she struggled to control her shaking. But then she managed. "But what reason would anyone have to harm you?" Ruark laughed. "Several of the pirates might have cause, but I would doubt their courage to venture here." He tried to ease her worry. "I shall be more wary henceforth." A workman scrambled up the slope to them, holding a ragged, dripping twist of straw in his hand. "Your hat, Mr. Ruark." He gave over the mangled mess ruefully. "'Twould have been the same for you, had you not been so quick a wit." The man did not wait for thanks, but turned and slid down the hill again. Ruark contemplated the thing in his hands, trying to see some shape in it, then lifted his gaze to Shanna, and his eyes gleamed with humour. "I could be a free man now, were it not for the cost of new hats," he quipped. Chapter 24. The days began to run together as the Hampstead and the Tempest took on supplies and goods to barter. Attila and the mare would be taken along, and provision was made for them on the deck of the Tempest, this time under Ruark's direction and with padded stalls to protect the beasts. The rush and furor of preparations filled the dwindling days with activity. Haggis scurried in and out of Shanna's chambers like one possessed. Once she paused in the hall under Ruark's amused smile, her arms laden with woolen capes and furs. "Put the winter clothes away. Take the winter clothes out," she said breathlessly. "Seems it'll never stop." Then the days were gone, and all was aboard the ships which rode at anchor out in the small bay. Amid final shouts and farewells, the passengers stepped into the lighters and were rowed out to spend the first night on board to await the first breezes of early dawn. And the dawn came. The sails creaked aloft to slap and sag until the wind freshened. The anchors were raised as the first sail billowed full, and though motion was difficult to detect, soon a curl of white foam formed beneath the prows, and they were under way. The masts heaved with a loud creaking as the Hampstead rose on the first swell clear of the cove. A shot echoed from the island, and Shanna watched the cloud of smoke drift away from Signal Hill. The Hampstead answered the farewell salute with her stern chaser, and a moment later the Tempest followed suit. Los Camellos was only a smudge on the horizon when Shanna finally went below, piqued that Ruark had not seen fit to visit her at the departure. At the morning hour, there were only her father and Pitney to greet her at the table with Captain Dundas, a squarish man much like her father, large and heavy, but a bit leaner and more solid from his years on the quarterdeck. Over the meal, the conversation was mostly about what raw materials might be found for the mills in England. In fact, Shanna rather gathered from listening to the men that the colonies were full of palisaded forts and crude log cabins. Her imagination failed as she tried to conjure painted, half-naked savages roaming the wilderness. She missed the rich voice of Ruark, and his absence from the table made the morning seem somehow lacking. It puzzled her that her father had not asked him to join them. Strolling on the main deck moments later, she still saw no sign of him and grew petulant because she could not go below in search. She felt neglected that he hadn't even taken time to share his company with her. She set herself by the quarterdeck rail where she could survey the entire ship, and it was some time later when she felt a presence by her side and turned hopefully, only to find Pitney regarding her, an expression close to pity in his eyes. Shanna nodded briefly and came to the point. "I've seen naught of Mr. Ruark as yet. What is he about?" Pitney squinted into the distance.
"About 2 miles, I'd say, give or take a quarter."
Shanna frowned her bemusement, for she could find no sense in his words. Then Pitney inclined his head and pointed. She followed the direction of his arm to where the Tempest stood off the starboard beam. It was a long, bewildered moment before the truth sank in. Shanna slowly regained Pitney's gaze, her eyes wide in stunned realization.
"Aye,"
he answered her unspoken question.
"'Twas Ralston's idea that he be near the horses, but Hargus and I agreed."
Pitney ignored her outraged gasp.
"'Twill avoid much temptation."
Shanna jerked her shawl tighter about her shoulders with an irritated shrug, and her eyes took on a chilling hue as she glared at him. She left, her lips moving with mumbled words that Pitney was relieved not to hear. Angrily she stamped her way below, and a moment later the large man flinched as he heard a cabin door slam. It was well into the mid-watch of the afternoon when Shanna was seen out of her cabin again. Most of the seamen were old acquaintances, and she exchanged light greetings when she met an old friend. However, when Pitney or Hargus came near, Shanna's eyes took on a decidedly flinty hardness, and her lips stiffened slightly. The day wore on, and even with so many friends and family about, Shanna was completely beset with loneliness. Her gaze was ever drawn to the small white-sailed schooner that plunged along beside the Hampstead. Night eased her plight, though the bunk was narrow, hard, and cold. Another day followed, and Hargus found herself with nothing to do, for Shanna combed her own hair and would not allow the woman in the cabin. The Tempest was sighted at dawn, hull down on the horizon, only her white sail showing. But as the day lagged by, she drew nearer to take up her station abeam again. The next morning dawned grey and cold. The Tempest was not sighted until noon. The fourth day out, a light misting rain raked the decks, and only a brief time could be spent in the open before a chill cut to one's bones. The sails were reefed as the wind strengthened and became more easterly. Near evening, the course was shifted to a due westerly one. They had sailed northward, taking advantage of the southeasterly winds and passing well east and north of the Bermudas. Now they sailed west to make landfall north of Chesapeake Bay, and would let the prevailing northeasterlies blow them down upon it. The schooner would take the advantage more of the quartering tailwinds and press ahead, making port a good day ahead of the Hampstead. In the ensuing days, Shanna grew more restive and short of temper. Her days were empty and long. Once the Hampstead turned west, the sun came out, and freshening winds swept her swiftly along toward her goal. Though the weather was warmer, it was still bleak for Shanna, and the poor ship could not travel fast enough to suit her. It was after the evening meal, and even Sir Gaylord had been unusually gracious. Still, it little eased the wintry chill of Shanna's manner when she finally took to the deck to escape the fruitless attempts at humour her father and Captain Dundas employed to cheer her. She was huddled against the rail, a fur-trimmed cloak drawn snug about her, hiding her nose in a woolen muffler coiled about her neck, when Pitney came to stand beside her. He leaned his elbows on the rail and watched the fickle waves form frothy caps of white. After a long silence in which Shanna ignored him, he spoke.
"You seem in poor temper of late, Madam Beauchamp."
Shanna tightened her lips and gave him no answer, but Pitney knew only too well what had soured her happiness.
"You're angry and upset because, of course, you've been dealt a cruel blow by fate."
There was a mocking tone in his voice that lent the words a heavy sarcasm. "Hardly by fate," Shanna scoffed. "More by trusted friends."
"Ha ha, you have a voice."
Pitney laughed gently.
"Hargus and myself have been wondering about that."
Shanna grew petulant beneath his prodding. "There has been little enough to say to either of you."
"Poor lass,"
he chided her.
"'Tis a sad thing that ye alone suffer against the outrageous whims of fortune."
Pitney paused and rubbed his hands together while he stared at the darkening evening sky.
"Shanna, child, let me tell you a story. 'Tis of a young man whose trials might well rival your own."
Shanna braced herself to hear his platitudes.
He was not a complicated soul, though he had taken his father's simple smithy and worked it with honesty and sweat into a vast iron trade that hired around a dozen hands. He met a titled lady, the youngest of a wealthy family, alas, all daughters. After a blissful courtship, they were discreetly married, and she bore him a son. It gave the family a continuance of heirdom, and they accepted the man into their home. The son was coddled by his aunts, and the mother would not tolerate interference by the father, who, being common, could not understand the ways of gentlefolk, or so she was convinced to believe by her kinfolk. The father yielded in the matter, and let the nanny and tutors rear his son, taking only those rare moments with him when the others did not demand the boy's time. The father became an outsider in his wife's home, and their bedchamber was soon moved from his to another wing in the house. He saw her at evening meals, but only from across the table, and surrounded by a flock of haughty dames who looked upon him like a tolerated leper. Out of pride, he left. The son once escaped the manor house and visited his father's shop, where the two of them spent joyous hours in camaraderie, before the lad was hunted down by servants headed by the domineering aunt. She wore the belle of the household,
and warned the father of interfering further with the boy. The man stood upon his rights, but the local magistrate was well impressed with the power of the wife's family, and the poor man found himself barred from the manor house and enjoined from seeing his own son. The boy fled again during a winter storm and journeyed through a blizzard in bare feet and sleeping gown to be with his father. The lad was fetched back, and the father was cast into jail for disobedience. But the son was taken with a chill, and the fever soon found him. He died in a barren manor house, crying for his father. As it served no further purpose, the man was released and wandered the streets drunk and broken of heart. He returned to the manor once more and begged his wife to leave the frigid, lifeless realm of the dowagers and go away with him. Aye, she promised, and took him into her bed again.
Pitney paused and stared at his large hands for a long moment.
The next morning, she was found at the bottom of the stairs, broken and dead. The dames all agreed the husband had pushed her, and buried beneath their wealth and influence, he was cast into a dungeon. But with the help of friends, he escaped and fled to his sister's house in London. Her husband, a merchant grown wealthy of his own skills, had gained title to a remote island and was soon to take his wife and baby daughter there to live. The condemned man changed his name and garb and went with them, where he helped them make their home and found one of his own.
Pitney's gaze raised and rested fondly upon the woman beside him, who smiled back tenderly through her tears.
I have been with you since you were a wee babe, Shanna lass.
His voice was oddly thick.
I rocked you on me lap and bounced you on me knee. I've always served your purpose and do so now, as much as it may seem otherwise.
Uncle Pitney, Shanna sniffed, wiping away a tear that trickled down her cheek.
I have seen you abuse the sensibilities of many men, though most of them deserved it. But this one you married, this Ruark, has been much afflicted by the world in such ways as few others are. He is a bold man, with a good head on his shoulders, true to what he believes is true. That such a man should be reduced to bondage is odious. But ye, me proud Shanna, have betrayed him at every turn with little care for his honesty or pride. 'Tis of course no fault of yours that ye are a spoiled brat, and me own hand has been lent to that. I've seen little in your schooling that would have taught you to have a fondness for simple folk. It may be counted a credit to your wisdom that you've been more than fair with most people. Alas, this cannot hold true for those most near and dear to you. You thought all men were foppish fools, and when that one came upon you, who was to be valued above all others, you had no knowledge of how to care for him. You would have taken him with you on this ship, and in the closeness of it, would only have been a matter of time before one of you gave the game away. He had to be separated from Sir Gaylord, but you cannot see that. Ralston is suspicious of you both, as he is of everyone, and has hounded Mr. Ruark's trail for many weeks. I've watched him myself, but you are oblivious to that. This game you started has been played out far too long, and will bring more harm and hurt, yet I can understand that you cannot give it up.
Pitney faced his niece, and was a trifle bemused at the soft regard she returned to him.
I would ask two things of you until the end of it is seen. That you not hinder the man overly, and that you ask no further favours of me where he is concerned.
Shanna stared into the roiling sea, considering for the first time the full account of what her Uncle Pitney had said. The deep blue of the open sea gave way to the greener hues of the shallower water on the 10th day out of Los Gemelos, and before the sun had approached its zenith in the sky, the low-lying dunes of a coastline came into view. The lookout gave a shout and Shanna dragged out her heaviest cloak, and despite the chill wind sweeping the decks of the Hampstead, joined the men on the quarterdeck. After all, this was Ruark's home, and she was anxious to see for herself what kind of land had borne such a man. Ralston's spare frame shivered in his woolens, and moaning for the good soft winters of England, he sought the warmth of his cabin. The heartier Sir Gaylord stayed on the deck a whole minute longer. Then, with a disparaging snort, he too retired to the shelter of the decks below. Only Pitney and Traherne stayed to watch the green-capped dunes creep nearer. Shanna wedged her way between the two men and huddled there, taking whatever shelter and warmth they could offer. At the captain's order, the ship altered course to parallel the shoreline on a southwesterly heading. Small islands were now seen forming a bastion before the main coast as the brigantine stayed well offshore. "It seems so barren," Shanna voiced the common opinion in a disappointed tone. "'Tis naught but sand and shrub. Where are the houses and people?" Dejectedly she watched the bleak coast slide by. She turned to find Captain Dundas standing close behind them. He smiled, almost gently. "'Twill be a good 2 or 3 days up the James River before we reach Richmond." Some time later, they left sight of land again, but in the early afternoon, a new coastline was sighted. It was near Hampton that a small lugger headed out to intercept them, and soon Captain Beauchamp's first mate, Edward Bailey, came aboard. "Captain Beauchamp left me here to see is safe up the river," he explained, before pulling an oilskin packet from his pocket and handing the captain a sheaf of documents from it. "These be me papers and some charts of the river." He produced a letter from the packet and presented it to Traherne. "A letter from Mr. John Ruark, 'tis." Mr. Bailey gave them no pause as Traherne opened the missive and began to read it. Smiling broadly, the mate turned to Shanna. "The Beauchamps are anxious to see you, Mum. Everyone named the captain a liar when he tried to say how you looked. Of course, he didn't come close to doing you justice." Shanna was amused at the roundabout compliment and gave the flatterer her best smile. "I shall have a talk with Captain Beauchamp at the first opportunity," she chuckled. "I will not have my reputation so abused." "The letter reaffirms that Captain Beauchamp has left transport for us at Richmond. Mr. Ruark has gone to see it ready and will meet us there," Traherne stated, and gave Shanna a sidelong regard. "I half expected the lad to leave the Tempest and seek his freedom." At Shanna's astounded gasp, he shrugged. "I would have. I'd have signed over the schooner and taken my leave of bondage." He chuckled in good humour, and his eyes twinkled at her. "I begin to wonder at his wisdom." Shanna presented her back angrily and refused to be further baited, while Mr. Bailey's face was a study in blankness. He cast a narrowed eye at the sky and tested the wind. "Mr. Ruark impressed me as a man of rare honour. Why he could be a Beauchamp and not be found wanting." As Shanna turned her head to look at him over her shoulders, he spoke to Captain Dundas. "You can set full sail and steer due westerly. We can make a good distance yet afore dark." The river became subtly more wild after they passed Williamsburg, and the banks more sparsely settled. Darkness descended, and the ship was anchored for the night. Fog rolled down the river like a smothering blanket of wool, and soon the Hampstead was like a small universe suspended in time and space. Shanna could not have vouched that a world existed beyond the heavy greyness that swirled lazily against the sides of the ship. The rhythm of the open sea was gone, and small erratic movements took place as the Hampstead strained against her cables and surged on the errant swirls and currents of the river. Shanna fought the loneliness of her cabin. A small stove spread some warmth, but the chill of the night soaked in. She missed the nearness of Ruark beside her in bed. Pensively, she went to her sea chest and withdrew the music box. He had asked her to bring it along, and it was her closest link with him at the moment. The box was heavy and sturdy, though the exterior gave little hint of it in the wealth of carvings, and it was well weighted to give resonance to the notes. As she lifted the lid, the tinkling music filled the cabin with Ruark's presence. The song was one she had so often heard him whistling or singing. She hummed softly and closed her eyes as she remembered strong arms about her, golden eyes gazing down into hers, the smile that could taunt, anger, please, or soothe, the warmth of him beside her, the rippling strength of his muscles as he laboured in the sun or moved softly above her in the dark. The last echo of the notes died in the stillness of the cabin. Shanna opened her eyes to find that an odd mistiness clouded her sight. A long sigh slipped from her as she put the music box safely away. There are fires, and then there are fires. Shanna blew out the lantern and snuggled beneath the down comforter and blankets, and the flame that warmed her was not the one in the stove. "A day or two, my love," she whispered in the darkness. "An eternity, yet as nothing." Her choice of words came to her with full awareness, and tears welled up within her eyes. My love, I do love you, Ruark Beauchamp, and you shall never have cause to doubt it again." The fog hung low on the water until the onshore breezes awoke to set it a-stirring. Then it drifted up to leave a pathway open beneath it, but still it clung reluctantly about the mastheads. Mists rose in streamers from the oily surface, and as the ship began to awaken, Shanna was among the first on deck. Had it not been unseemly of a lady, she would have urged the men to haste as they stumbled up from below and paused to rub sleep from their eyes. After a light breakfast, Shanna returned to the deck with her father, not willing to miss a thing of this new land. Both of them were enchanted with the endless variety of what they saw passing by. Trahan would stare in awe and mutter, "A merchant stream, an untouched market." Rich black soil lay bare on the river banks, and small rounded hills began to thrust upward, showing occasional sheer bluffs of stone above the thick forest which came to the water's edge. Houses appeared, some of red brick, large enough to speak of fortunes sheltered within. The river was still more than a mile wide, but the current had stiffened. The morning was not yet gone when the ship rounded a point and the James swept away to the larboard. Henceforth it took a more tortuous course, and the crew was worked to their limits. The sails were constantly in need of trimming, letting out or taking in, and several times it was necessary to tack across the width of the river to make headway. Shanna was as bright and cheerful as the day was fitful and stormy. She gave herself to waving when persons were sighted along the bank, and held her gay spirit even when Gaylord ventured upon the deck in a gloomy mood and bewailed the weather in these climes. But it was much to the relief of all that he shivered in his fox-trimmed cloak and soon took himself back to the nether regions of the ship. Shanna's day was only dimmed when the night drew nigh, and Mr. Bailey ordered the anchors cast out, though Richmond was but some 20-odd miles away. The man was insistent. "'Tis not wise to ply the river at night," he asserted. "A stray current could send you fast aground, and snags cannot be seen. Better to wait the darkness out and be sure of arriving." The wind keened through the rigging the next morning and drove a stinging spray with it, keeping even Shanna inside. She paced the narrow confines of her cabin, suddenly unsure of her self-control. How could she keep from flinging herself into Ruark's arms in a rush of joy? She would have to reach deep for whatever strength she could muster. A wrong step now could send him to the gallows. The door burst open, and a gust of wind swept in, bringing Pitney with it. He rubbed his hands and warmed them at the small pot-bellied stove before he spoke.
"We're almost there. Only a mile or two more. The wind is nigh dead abeam, and the current is strong, but another half-hour should see us tying up."
Shanna drew a deep breath as the battle raging in her breast blossomed to a din near to bursting. Taking her emotions in a firm grip, she nodded calmly. After Pitney and her father had left for the upper decks, she followed in their wake, outwardly docile. Crewmen were swarming in the rigging to secure the wind-wild sails as the Hampstead was warped closer to the landing. No sooner was the gangway opened and the plank lowered than Ruark came leaping aboard, a dripping cloak whipping about his boot-tops. Runnels of rain trickled from his broad-brimmed hat as he thrust his hand toward Trahan and laughed ruefully.
"'Tis a poor day for a welcome, but there are places where the rain is considered a good omen."
"And I trust 'twill be," Trahan rumbled and broached what had of late become his favourite subject.
"By God, Mr. Ruark, this land of yours is a veritable warehouse of treasure. I have never seen such untapped riches just waiting,"
he chuckled with anticipating relish,
"for the touch of a master merchant to bring them alive."
Ruark turned and waved his arm, bringing 2 carriages and a covered wagon alongside the ship before he gripped Pitney's hand in welcome.
"'Tis much on my mind, lad,"
the huge man rumbled, licking his lips,
"that a good tankard of ale would warm me innards. Could it be that your colonials have a dram shop where a man might ease a terrible thirst?"
"Aye," Ruark laughed and pointed off in the direction of the dock street.
"The ferry port, that whitewashed building there, has a keg of England's best on tap. Tell the keeper that John Ruark will buy the first."
Pitney left with a haste that gave credence to his plea and made Gaylord step quickly from the plank, else be brushed aside onto the cobbled jetty. The night glared haughtily at the broad back, but Pitney gave no pause or notice. Gaylord continued on his way toward the shipping office to claim the baggage he had sent ahead on the English frigate. Ralston had also departed the ship, and for a moment Ruark watched as the thin agent stalked across the pier, the hem of his cloak whipping about his knobby calves. Not so much as a glance had Ruark given Shanna, who waited demurely several paces behind her father. But now he faced her, and his eyes told her everything. Her hand trembled as it hid itself in the encompassing warmth of his.
"Shanna,
Madam Beauchamp." His voice was only slightly strained and husky.
"You have provided the brightest moment in my day."
As she stared, his lips moved further in soundless vow.
"I love you."
The ache in Shanna's throat was almost unbearable as she gave him a casual smile and replied, "Mr. John Ruark, I have missed your wit and humour at the table, to say naught of your clever comments and your dancing. Have you been to any festivities of late? Perhaps some colonial lady has caught your eye?" She bent him a cool, questioning gaze, and Ruark laughed lightly.
"You know my heart is committed, and Dame Fortune has decreed that I should find no other as fair."
He watched the slow flush of pleasure spread over her face. He had not released her hand, and now tucked it beneath his arm, as he cast a wry glance toward the heavens.
"There is an ancient Oriental saying about the wisdom of standing in the rain,"
Ruark mused aloud.
"If you will allow me, Madam Beauchamp,
I will escort you and your father to a place where you might have a cup of tea, while the coaches are loaded." Trahan looked almost longingly toward Pitney's stalwart back, in time to see him disappear through the doorway of the tavern. Heaving a sigh, he gestured with his hand. "Lead on, Mr. Ruark. I suppose a father has some duties toward his offspring that cannot be avoided." He paused in reflection, then added ruefully, "Still, there are times when I wish the lass would have been born to a pair of breeches." Ruark was exceedingly glad she hadn't been, but did not offer any answering comment. Shanna, however, felt the heat of his eyes upon her, and they warmed her more than any verbal reassurance. Nearly an hour later, the driver of the first coach came to tell Ruark that all was ready and that they could be on their way whenever it pleased the squire. "I'll fetch Pitney," Ruark offered, rising to his feet. He fished in his purse for coin. "I did say I'd buy the first." The tavern was a noisy place, nearly bursting at the seams with seagoing men and common labourers. It was here in the midst of the bedlam that Pitney quietly quaffed his ale, leaning against the bar beside a red-haired man who appeared very emphatic about whatever it was they were discussing. Ruark could not hear above the din, but the man shook his head, hammered the bar with his fist, and jabbed a finger at his companion's chest.
"Nay, I'll not speak me peace now,"
Ruark overheard as he inched his way between the brawny chests of several tars who were imbibing close by.
"I've got to find the man myself. I know for sure he's the same and only one. Then I'll have it out with you, and the rest who need to know. I'll not be putting a noose about my own neck to save the hide of a man I ne'er met."
Ruark grabbed Pitney's arm in a hearty greeting and slapped his coins down on the bar.
"Keeper, give this man another to see him through the day, and one for his friend, besides." "None for me,"
the Scotsman declined, shaking his head.
"I've got to get back to my work and the docks." "Before you go, Jamie, my friend, I would have you meet a good man. This is John Ruark,"
Pitney rasped with a twisted smile.
"Or have the two you met before?"
Ruark frowned. Now that he looked at the man closely, there was something oddly familiar about him. But Jamie quickly got to his feet and avoided meeting Ruark's gaze. He hastily jammed a stocking cap over his red hair, and, with a mumbled farewell, was gone.
"Should I know him?"
Ruark asked.
"Aye, but as long as I know where to find him, I'll let it go for now."
Pitney sipped the ale and lifted the mug in thanks to Ruark.
"A good brew. I've one for yourself, laddie. It'll stiffen your spine for the ride home."
Warily, Ruark studied him.
"From the way you talk, I would say you've had enough for the two of us."
With a roar of mirth, the hefty man clapped Ruark on the back.
"Drink up, John Ruark. You'll be needing a bracer to keep your mind off that fine filly you wed."
When Ruark returned to the coaches, Shanna was already seated in the first one, and as Pitney joined Trahan on the dock, Ruark adjusted Attila's saddle so that he could gaze at the one he most adored. "Will you be riding, Mr. Ruark?" Shanna asked quietly, watching him.
"Aye, madam. With this rain, I'll have to check the roads ahead to see if they're fit."
Shanna leaned back against the cushioned seat and drew a thick fur over her lap. A smile of contentment slowly took possession of her face. At least he wouldn't be far. The interior of the carriage was not richly appointed, but rather gave an air of sturdiness and homey roominess. Piles of fur robes almost filled the seats, and a small iron warming pan was on the floor, giving off a welcome heat against her feet. Gaylord returned, and it was with some amazement that Ruark watched him assuring the safety
of several large trunks into the wagon. "Sir Gaylord will be travelling with us?" Ruark questioned Traherne.
"Aye,"
the squire grunted.
"'tis to our discomfort that he has chosen to present his plans and need to the Beauchamps, and by the amount of baggage he fetched from the warehouse, he'll be their guest for some time."
Pitney chuckled and nudged Traherne with his elbow.
"At least the good knight will not be your guest. Someone else will have to feed him."
Ruark snorted and rubbed the back of his hand against his chin.
"What makes you dislike these Beauchamps so much?"
Pitney guffawed aloud at the offhanded remark, drawing a chuckle from Traherne.
"If you will take to the carriage, sir," Ruark said, "I shall see that your chests are properly loaded beneath Sir Gaylord's baggage. I've an idea that the Beauchamps should have sent 2 wagons along, but if all is right, we can be on our way."
Traherne nodded, only too eager to get out of the rain, and Ruark walked back to the last wagon. As he was returning, Ralston paused with one foot on the step of the second carriage and met his gaze with cool contempt. Then he gave a shrug and entered. Delaying only long enough to comment derisively on the comfort of Pitney's elbow, Gaylord followed Ralston into the coach. Ruark tied Jezebel to the rear of Traherne's coach and tossed Shanna's side saddle into the covered wagon. When he leaned into the carriage, he saw Orlan examining one of the fur robes, blowing on it as he tested its richness and depth.
"Magnificent!"
Orlan murmured.
"John Ruark, I could not be more comfortable. Would that I were always served with such foresight. Here I am, surrounded by a small fortune, and the Beauchamps use them as lap robes. Remarkable."
"We're ready, sir. Shall I give the signal?"
At the man's nod, Ruark glanced at Shanna and touched the brim of his hat before he withdrew and closed the door. He stood back and waved his arm. A sharp whistle sounded from the driver as he shook out the reins and cracked his whip over the lead team's head. The coaches moved forward and then lurched as they climbed the lane from the riverside. The drum of the horses' hooves settled into a rhythm as they loped easily through the streets of the small settlement of Richmond. They travelled for some distance past open fields before coming to a junction, where they swung off into a narrower track marked by a large tree with 3 bold cuts upon its trunk.
"Three-chopped road!"
Ruark called over the rattle of hooves and the whirl of carriage wheels, and at Traherne's nod he added,
"At the next crossroads, we'll stop at the tavern for a bite to eat."
"Good man, that John Ruark," Traherne rumbled in satisfaction as he settled himself back against the seat. "He's seen to our every comfort." Thick forests took over the land. The way was cleared wide to allow easy passage, but where the trees began, the growth was dense. Even a man on foot would have found it nearly impassable. True to Ruark's word, when the caravan came upon another crossing, the drivers swung the carriages from the road and hauled up before a sprawling many-gabled structure which a weather-beaten sign proclaimed as the Short Pump Tavern. A cheery-faced matron greeted them as the Beauchamp guests, and a table was swept clean and spread with a fresh cloth. No special place was made for Gaylord, and with reluctance he joined Traherne, testily dusting the bench with his gloves before sitting. The 3 drivers casually took places at the far end of the table and gave no more than passing note of the knight's disdainful stare of disapproval. Mugs of warm spiced cider were passed around. Shanna sipped hers with only meagre interest, as she wondered what delayed Ruark. Her question was answered shortly, when he came in carrying an odd musket, nearly as tall as he, which he leaned beside the door. Coming to the table, he placed before Pitney the two huge horse pistols, which once had threatened him.
"I found these in your sea chest,"
he explained to the inquiry written on Pitney's broad face. Doffing a beaver-skin coat, which he had taken from the wagon, Ruark spread it to dry in front of the stone hearth, displaying a brace of pistols in his belt. Gaylord found this too much to bear. He shot to his feet in outrage.
"Weapons? For a bondsman?"
In exasperation, he faced Traherne.
"Really, squire, I must protest. You treat this bondsman more like a blooded lord."
Sipping his cider, Traherne only shrugged.
"If he protects your hide, what difference does it make to you?"
"Protects my hide? The knave will see it bored through." Gaylord flung out a finger to Ruark.
"You! By what right do you bear arms?"
"By no one's right, but my own, of course,"
Ruark replied calmly. As the knight drew himself up in victorious arrogance, Ruark continued chidingly, as if he lectured a wilful child.
"There are beasts, large, bold, and of a dangerous bent, and highwaymen are not unknown, though rare. Then there are those heathen savages you spoke of."
Ruark smiled sardonically.
"I saw no one else rushing to the fore to protect the ladies."
He grinned into the reddening face of the other.
"But rest assured, Sir Gaylord, should you find such a man, I would be much relieved to surrender my arms to him."
Ruark waited while Sir Billingsome sputtered into silence, and when he gave no further suggestions, Ruark took a seat in a space that had strangely opened between Shanna and her father. The innkeeper set a steaming mug before him, and the mistress of the house brought a huge kettle of stew and began filling plates. A young lad fetched a wooden platter piled high with golden loaves of bread and bracketed with dishes of mounded butter. Small crocks of honey and preserves were set out, and soon the meal was well entered with much enthusiasm by the hungry travellers. Shanna found her appetite more than it had been in weeks, and Traherne met each new taste with rich praise until the matron blushed her thanks. When he rose to leave, she pressed into his hands a gift of her own best plum pudding to eat along the way. As Ruark took up his hat and coat, Ralston approached the door, where he lifted the long rifle and ran his hand over the smooth, oiled stock of curly maple that bore an engraved brass plate.
"'Tis a fine weapon you have here, Mr. Ruark,"
he commented when the younger man came to fetch it.
"A costly one. Where did you get it?"
Ruark looked down the barrel toward the two hawkish eyes sighting him, and his own narrowed. Shanna held her breath, for the rifle was pointed straight at Ruark's head, and the thin fingers caressed the trigger as if Ralston wished the gun were cocked.
"I must warn you now, if you are not aware of it,"
Ruark casually gestured to the piece.
"'Tis loaded."
Ralston smiled lazily.
"Naturally."
"Mr. Ralston!"
All and Traherne barked.
"Put that damn thing down before you blow your own fool head off."
At the command, Ralston's smile faded, and reluctantly he relented. Ruark caught the rifle from him, and beneath the cold stare of the other man, drew a soft cloth over the stock and shiny plate, carefully wiping away the finger smudges. The insult was small but direct. Whirling on his heels, the thin man stalked out of the tavern, slamming the door behind him. Three Chopped Road was long, in some places narrow, in others wide. Always the countryside varied. They trailed beneath high granite bluffs and teetered along rock-strewn paths on the brink of cliffs. The road plunged through valleys and jolted over logs laid to cover soft bottoms. In the late afternoon, they passed a rare plantation and a few smaller farms with log cabins. A hand-hewn sign appeared by the roadside, proclaiming a muddy crossing to be the Middle Valley Post Road. A small community blossomed here, and beyond was a large house where a simple shingle swung in front, identifying the place as Inn. The road-weary group were mostly silent over the meal of venison. They were content just to sit on a good sound surface without being jarred or bumped or jostled, and conversation died away almost as soon as it was born. "We've only 3 rooms to see you through the night," the keeper explained. "The men will have to share 2 and the women the other." Gaylord glanced up from his plate and pointed to Ruark with his fork. "He can stay out in the stables with the drivers. That should leave Mr. Ralston and myself in one, and Squire Traherne and Mr. Pitney in the other." Traherne's scowl gathered as the knight spoke, and the innkeeper shrugged apologetically. "I've no more rooms, but there's an old cabin out back that no one uses. Someone might sleep there." Ruark readily volunteered. Lifting his cup to his lips, he met Shanna's gaze over it. Then he rose, setting down the mug and swinging up his coat. "I'll see to Madame Beauchamp's horses, Squire. I would suggest an early bed, as we'll see a good day's travel on the morrow, and it will be tiring enough." He clamped the hat on. Turning, he leisurely sauntered across the common room to the door. "Good night." Chapter 25. Shanna chafed beside the snoring Hergus and wondered at the time. No noise of movement or voices came from below or from the rooms down the hall, but she had no way of making sure that everyone was asleep. "Hergus," she whispered, and to her satisfaction received no reply. It was not likely she could test her father or Pitney by the same method, but another half-hour, she guessed, might see them all in a good, sound slumber. Cautiously, Shanna rose from the bed and went to the chair where Hergus had laid open her case. A woolen cloak lay atop the one side, and in the dancing firelight she wrapped it around her and then pushed her feet into a snug pair of slippers. Rain still trickled down against the window panes, and the wind moaned drearily around the eaves. A cold, wet night, but it would serve her purpose well. The moments dragged, and Shanna slipped from the room, crept down the stairs, fled across the common room, and was out. Free. Her feet splashed through cold puddles as she ran, but her heart had taken flight. The cabin was a dark shape beneath great overhanging trees, some distance from the inn. Timidly, Shanna rapped on the rough wood of the door. Beneath her touch, it creaked slowly open. No sound of greeting came from within, and Shanna pushed the door wider. Ruark was nowhere to be seen, though a fire hissed and crackled on the hearth, casting its warm flickering light upon the walls of chinked logs and the sparse and simple rough-hewn furnishings. As the cabin was the only one behind the tavern, there was no doubt this was the one the keeper had spoken of. The wind and rain pelted Shanna's back and billowed her woolen cloak forward as if to urge her further into the shelter. Its chill breath swept between the folds, penetrating the thin, delicately made batiste nightgown she wore beneath, and with its icy touch made the fire an irresistible lure. Gathering the wrap tighter about her shivering body, Shanna stepped within and turned to shut the door. She gasped as a dark shadow loomed before her. But the fear was short-lived, for the face beneath the dripping brim was the one she sought and welcomed. "I hoped you would come," Ruark said huskily. He came forward into the light, and his heel caught the door, slamming it shut behind him. The bolt dropped in place of its own, barring them against any intrusion. He tossed a large bundle he carried down before the fire, leaned his rifle beside the door, and sailed his hat off onto the wooden planks of the table.
"Good Lord, I missed you,"
he rasped, and took her hard against him, heedless of the icy rain that clung to their garments. His mouth came down like the plummeting attack of a bird of prey, and seized hers in a fierce, crushing, impassioned kiss. Shanna clung to him as the only solid thing in her reeling world. Their faces were cold from the wind, but their kiss flamed with the stirring heat of desire. Her cloak slid to her feet, and she was clasped tight against his damp, furry coat, but she scarcely felt the chill that soaked through her gown. "I love you," she whispered against his lips, and tears of gladness sparkled in her eyes as he raised his head to stare down at her. His hands rose to hold her face as he searched its depth for truth. And Shanna repeated the words with her heart, with her eyes, with all the feeling of a woman in love. "Oh, Ruark, I love you." Laughing with ebullient joy, he snatched her high, almost upon his shoulders, and spun her about until the sounds of their mirth mingled in a heady swirl. Carrying her closer to the fire, Ruark stood her there, smiling down at her. Very gently, he reached out a hand to touch her cheek, and she caressed it with her own, pressing a kiss into his palm. In the dampened gown, Shanna shivered, both from the cold and the overwhelming near-to-bursting sense of contentment that welled up inside her.
"Here, we'll warm you. Wait a moment."
Ruark stood back, and her eyes followed him as if they were fed by the mere sight of him. His clothes were strange to her, buckskin breeches that fit closely to the hard, muscular leanness of his thighs, and a coat of beaver fur whereon bejewelled droplets clung. In the twinkling firelight, the droplets gleamed like 1,000 rubied eyes. He was more the beast, the lean hunting cat, and she felt both pride and fear. This was his land, and he was free. No man would ever tame him, nor would she, in her own mind, ever name him slave again. She considered the question her father had started, and knew that if Ruark fled to seek his freedom, she would follow, wherever he led. With a tug at the ties, he shrugged the heavy coat from his shoulders and spread it around hers. Shanna snuggled beneath the beaver, still warm from his body, and watched as he added small sticks to the fire until it blazed high. Her gaze roamed the room in wonder, passing in question over the rope and wood frame of a bed that might have once served the occupants of the cottage, but not even a feather tick was in evidence. Ruark saw where her eyes paused, and his own sparkled. "Have no fear, my love. I have been about this night to see that your comfort is well served." Shanna laughed and drew the coat close about her, as if demure. "Beast, now that I'm trapped in your lair, I fear I shall find myself devoured for a tidbit."
"Devoured?"
Ruark pulled the tight dark linen shirt over his head, and Shanna's breath caught in her throat as his naked torso stretched before her in the shifting light.
"Nay, not devoured, love."
He reached out and traced a long tress where it curled over her shoulder.
"This is the magic cup filled for lovers at the table of the gods. The more often it is tasted, the richer the nectar. Wealthy kings have beggared themselves trying to draw the limits of this treasure. This is a thing that must be shared, but it can never be devoured in selfish greed."
Shanna touched his arm, her eyes caressing his face in fond possession. "I am nothing but selfish with you, my darling."
Ruark's mouth pressed lightly upon her lips. "And 'tis so with me,"
lovely Shanna.
Kneeling, he plucked at the ties on the bundle, and then straightened, kicking the lot. It spilled wide open, blossoming like some weird, unearthly flower. A palette formed of rich, luxuriant furs, glossy reds, tawny golds, thick, dense roans, and blacks, nothing but the choicest of them all. "Where?" "'Tis mine," Ruark said in answer to her unfinished question. He gestured casually. "I fetched it from the wagon." "But how came you to have them? And those clothes you're wearing? They're yours, aren't they? Made for you? The fit?"
"Aye, 'tis so."
He paused to grin up at her, kneeling on one leg and resting his arm across the other thigh.
"My family learned I would be passing here, and they sent them, 'tis all."
"Your family?" Shanna moved a space closer.
"Shortly, love," Ruark smiled, "and I will take you to them."
Again, he was crouched on the furs, spreading them, smoothing them, setting one aside for cover. In that instant, Shanna's vision of a savage formed in her mind, and he was it, half naked, gold and bronze before the fire, hair pulled back to a knot at his nape. Those who thought they could bring this man to heel were fools, whether Gaylord Ralston or even her father. Ruark came to stand before her, a red and black-hued shape, dark as any savage, and the wild beating of her heart gave evidence of the fact that this new glimpse of Ruark Beauchamp excited her beyond anything she had ever known. The heavy coat was taken away, and his fingers were at the ties of her gown, slipping it from her shoulders. Shanna closed her eyes in ecstasy as his hand slowly followed its descent, cupping her trembling breasts and stroking her smooth velvet hips. In the warm, wavering glow of the fire, her skin shone with a golden luster, shadowed and highlighted, even lovelier than he could remember. There was a radiance about her he had never noticed before, something different, but he could not name it.
"How lovely you are,"
he breathed, almost in reverence.
"I could not have believed it, but you've grown even more beautiful. What sorcery has love performed?"
Shanna smiled softly into his eyes. "No sorcery, my love. Your eyes deceive you. You have fasted long, and would relish plain porridge for a dainty dish."
"Eh, no plain porridge, this,"
he said thickly, and bore her down to the furry pallet. Ruark's hands shook as he set aside his own garments. Then he gathered her close. Her soft breasts were a brand against his chest, a dream fulfilled, a release from the longing torture of the sea voyage. Her silken thighs opened to his questing hand, and his wandering caresses brought soft, breathless cries of trembling joy. His kisses came upon her mouth, warm, devouring, fierce with love and passion, then traced lower to spread their heat over her quivering breasts, which thrust forward eagerly in anticipation. Shanna closed her eyes as the bliss of his greedy mouth swept her every nerve with intense excitement. She felt the bold urgency of him against her, and then he was aflame within her, consuming, searing, setting fire to her until the rippling molten waves flooded her with almost unbearable pleasure. She heard his harsh breathing in her ear, the hoarse, whispered words of love. His heart beat wildly against her naked breast, and beneath her hands, the hard muscles of his back tensed and flexed with manly vigor. Then they were caught together in a shimmering, surging, swelling tide of rapture. The rain beat upon the oiled skin stretched across the windows, and the wind howled like a banshee in the night. But in the aftermath of their own storm, Shanna and Ruark lay peacefully content. They faced the hearth, her back pressed against the solid bulwark of his chest, his knees tucked behind hers as they watched rekindled flames eagerly lapping at the flanks of a log. Their voices were hushed and lazy, yet seemed to echo in the silence of the cabin. Their hands raised before the shifting, flickering fire, and they gently entwined slender fingers in a knot of love. Ruark's lips nibbled at the soft flesh of her shoulder and sank warmly against her creamy throat, then paused to taste an earlobe.
"I'll build you a mansion,"
he breathed. Shanna laughed. "This cabin will do, if you are here with me." She wiggled onto her back so she could look up into those soft, begilded eyes and read the gentle love that smiled down upon her. "Stay with me always. Never leave me."
"Nay, love, never again. I love you."
The corners of her mouth curved softly. "And I you." Ruark smoothed her tumbled hair across his arm and nuzzled his face into the fragrant curls, breathing in the sweet scent of her. "I think I've loved you forever," Shanna confessed in wonder. "When the scales of blindness were lifted from my eyes, I saw you not as a dragon, but as the one I would have chosen."
"You did choose me, remember?"
Ruark grinned. Shanna giggled and snuggled closer against him. "Aye, that I did." Then in sudden seriousness she murmured, "You know the way here as if you followed the trail before. Where is your home?" Ruark stretched lazily, flexing a bronzed arm in the air.
"Wherever you are."
Shanna's eyes were soft with love as she gazed at him. "And will our home be like this?"
"A cabin in the wilderness?"
He smiled and whispered,
"Months on end alone together. Would you fret upon that, my love?"
Like an eager child, Shanna shook her head. "Oh, nay, but never leave me." Beneath his searching hand, she lay soft and pliant, meeting his kisses with gentle ardor.
"Would I leave my own heart, the very breath of my life?"
Ruark asked hoarsely. "And what of children?" she whispered.
"We'll have a dozen," Ruark assured her. "Give or take a score."
Shanna laughed. "Is it enough to begin with one?"
"Oh, one or two."
His caresses grew bolder.
"Whatever the market bears."
"But of this one, would you be amiss if we had a girl?" Ruark paused, and the silence grew and grew. Very gently he drew back the cover, revealing her body to the warm light of the fire, touching her taut breasts and the smooth belly.
"That is what is different."
He smiled. "Are you sorry?" she breathed, watching his face.
"Nay."
He grinned wide, covering her with the fur again.
"How long?"
"Were I to guess," Shanna drew a breath, "I would say the Pirates' Isle."
Ruark chuckled suddenly. "More good comes from that with every passing day."
He leaned nearer and said soberly,
"I need you, Shanna love."
He kissed her softly.
"I want you, Shanna love. I love you, Shanna."
He was caressing, searching, and again their passions bloomed. The fire reddened, the coals grew dark, and the long night passed with a swiftness little noted. It was still dark when Ruark escorted Shanna back to the inn, but the first rays of the dawning sun were slipping further up on the horizon. All was still within the common room. A hound lazily rose from the cold hearth and sought a softer place on a braided rag rug, giving them no more than a disinterested glance. They eased their way up the stairs and parted at the chamber door with a last fierce kiss that would have to suffice the day long. Moments fled, and it was quiet again. Then the door at the end of the hall opened wider, and Ralston strode out of the room he shared with Gaylord, his stork-like frame clothed in a long robe. Pausing before Shanna's door, he smirked thoughtfully to himself and tapped his cheek. "Madame John Ruark it might be, milady," he mused derisively. "But soon you will feel the prick of being a widow again. This I vow." The rain had cleared, and the sun had made its debut with a frosty nip that stung one's cheeks and nose. Shanna waited with Ruark in the shelter of the doorway as the carriages were hitched and brought about. Her father and Pitney were still inside the tavern, finishing the last of their coffee, while Gaylord stalked in circles a short distance away from the young couple in an effort to drive away the cold. Shanna's hands were clasped deep in her muff, and she huddled in the fur-lined velvet cloak. Though she knew it would be a long day before they arrived at the Beauchamps, she had taken special care with her appearance. The royal blue velvet gown, with its frothing of old lace at the throat, did her uncommon beauty full credit. Her hair, dressed high beneath the deep hood of the blue cloak, gave her an air of dignity and sereneness, and as Ruark's eyes feasted upon her, he could only wonder at the variety of women he had glimpsed in this small, trim form, from bold, seductive temptress to the quiet, cool, graceful lady she now portrayed. Sneering, Ralston passed them. He was less than cautious of Shanna this chilly morn, as he questioned offhandedly, "Did you sleep well, madam?" Shanna did not pause. She smiled sweetly. "Indeed I did, sir. And you?" He tapped his whip against his boot. "Restless most of the night." Without further comment, Ralston walked away to where Gaylord chafed and grumbled, leaving the two to stare after him in bemusement. "What do you suppose he meant by that?" Shanna asked, looking up at Ruark. "That, my love, only he knows for sure," Ruark replied, staring at the man from under his brows. After Traherne seated himself in the coach, Pitney climbed in and took a place beside the portly squire, drawing a raised eyebrow from Traherne, who realized that the girth of the two could have been more evenly distributed. Orland tapped the knee of his stalwart companion and spoke his piece. "Watch your flapping wings, my good man. I can well imagine the bruises you put upon Sir Gaylord's ribs, and I'll have none of the same." The seating arrangement left Shanna to be handed in by Ruark. Gaylord, seeing the lass alone on the seat, made bold to join her, brushing the bondsman aside and setting his foot on the step to climb in, but Traherne's staff suddenly barred the way. "Would you mind riding in the other coach?" the squire requested. "I would like a word with my bondsman." The knight straightened himself arrogantly. "If you insist, sir." Traherne nodded once and gave a small smile. "I do." Once upon the road, the conversation was mostly about the lands they passed and the wealth of the countryside. The relentless motion, combined with the brevity of sleep in the night past, made Shanna drowsy. Her eyelids sagged, and with a stifled yawn, she yielded to slumber, bracing herself back against the cushion. But it was a natural place in sleep to rest her head on her husband's shoulder, and soon she was snuggled close, her arm flung across his hips. Ruark welcomed her nestling weight, but under that more burdensome one of Traherne's stare, he shifted uncomfortably. "Did you say you had something to discuss with me, sir?" he questioned, clearing his throat. Traherne pursed his lips thoughtfully, regarding the sleeping face of his daughter. "In actuality, little enough. But there was much I would rather not have discussed with Gaylord." He paused, as Ruark nodded and then inquired, "You seem distressed, Mr. Ruark. Is she heavy?" No, sir, Ruark replied slowly. A smile twisted his lips. 'Tis just that I have never held a woman with her father across from me before.
Relax, Mr. Ruark, Trahan chuckled. As long as it goes no further, I will deem it your kindness to be my daughter's pillow.
Pitney lowered his tricorn upon his brow and peered at the younger man from beneath it, which lent considerably to Ruark's unease. He began to sense the huge fellow knew more about them than either he or Shanna had ever offered. At the noon hour, they stopped alongside the road and feasted upon a box lunch packed at the tavern. Soon after, they resumed the journey. The teams laboured up a long incline from the valley floor, and the rolling foothills and green forest were left behind. Here the trees bore little hint of green, but rather were garbed in a splendourous riot of colour, and only an occasional sheltered oak still raised its arms in summer colour, or a rare tall pine or spruce. Finally, all the coaches stood in Rockfish Gap. A magnificent panorama spread out beneath them in all directions. The mountains ranged north and south, their brilliant autumn colours dimmed by the bluish haze that clung to the peaks. The sheer beauty of the view took one's breath away. Shanna stared in awe of the countryside, which was gilded with dark, coppery hues, and where the late afternoon sun touched, bright golds and brass. Even the memory of soft, misty evenings in Paris, or the lush, tended fields of England, dimmed in contrast with this wild, untamed kaleidoscope of colour before her. She respected the soft pride that rode in Ruark's voice as he drew their attention here or there. When she would turn, she would find him watching her closely, almost expectantly, as if he waited for some reaction from her. Then, at her wondering look, he would just smile, while his eyes glowed with intimate warmth.
The rains may have washed out or softened some of the roads, he explained, as Trahan climbed into the coach again. I'll ride on ahead and leave sign for the drivers. They know the way, and from here 'tis mostly downhill. I'll either join you again or be waiting.
Tipping his hat, he strode away without pausing for a reply. A quick thud of hoofs rang out, and he was gone. The drivers shook out their reins, clucked to the teams, and the coaches began to move again, a quick series of sharp bends, and they left the ridge to ease out across a low shoulder, then travelled southward as the way straightened out in a slow curve around the hip of a mountain. They crossed a narrow trail where a small tavern and a trading post squatted beside the road. Further on, a wider road crossed, and here the coaches slowed to make the turn, now heading northward along the mountains. The horses galloped loose in the traces as if the coach were only a light weight behind them. The brake shoes whined as the coachman rode with one foot on the long brake lever and slowed the headlong plunge as the hard-packed road dipped ever lower into the valley. Wide fields began to show on the left where the valley fell away. Shanna's heart rose in her throat as the carriage dipped and careened downward almost on the horse's heels, and now the fields stretched out on either side. Still the valley floor rolled with hills and vales, a copse of woodland here, and a broad field there. Suddenly a horse was dashing alongside them, and Shanna recognized the grey of Attila. The coachman talked and sang to his team, slowing the carriage to a halt. As Trahan leaned out the window, Ruark reined Attila close.
We're almost to the Beauchamps, sir. Only a short distance further. I was wondering if Madame Beauchamp would care to ride the rest of the way on horseback.
Trahan turned to ask his daughter, but Shanna was already pulling on her gloves. She leaned forward from the door, and Ruark swept her from it, on to Jezebel's back. Soon the caravan was rushing on. The two riders led the way, and as Pitney could see from his window, they drew ever further ahead.
"The vigour of youth,"
Traherne sighed and leaned back, bracing his feet upon the opposite seat. Pitney raised his jug of ale in silent salute.
"Best arrive soon," he mumbled. "There's only a wee drop left."
The way was open and the sun warm. The pair left sight of the coaches and were on their own. Where the trail was smooth, they ran far apace, but as the way roughened, they had to slow their mounts to an easy trot. Surreptitiously, Shanna gazed at Ruark's profile. He seemed absorbed in the countryside and studied it as they passed. He rode easily and looked both the part of a gentleman and a woodsman in the soft buckskin breeches and fitted waistcoat, his white linen shirt and tied stock. He was handsome, and her eyes glowed with love and pride as she watched him. The Beauchamp's red brick mansion rose immense and tall between oak trees, whose trunks would have taken 3 men to girdle. Shanna stared in amazement, for it was one of the largest homes they had seen since landing. There were wings jutting out on either side, and the main portion had a roof, steep and dormered, bracketed with tall chimneys. As they neared the house, excited cries came from within, and in a moment the front door burst open, and a young woman hurried out onto the small portico.
"Mamma, here they come!"
A flood of people swarmed out at the urging, and as Ruark lifted Shanna down from Jezebel's back, Nathaniel descended the steps and came forward to take Shanna's hand and lead her away from Ruark. An older couple had come to stand on the lawn, and beside them stood a tall, dark-haired woman and a younger boy whose grin nearly split his face.
"My father and mother,"
Nathaniel announced as he brought Shanna before the elders.
"George and Amelia Beauchamp."
Shanna sank into a respectful curtsy, and as she straightened, the older man smiled down at her, looking her over carefully through wire-rimmed spectacles. A handsome man, he was tall, lean, black of hair, and broad of shoulders, ready with a quick smile.
"So, this is Shanna."
There was a note of firmness in the gentle drawl of his deep voice. He nodded in approval.
"A pretty lass she is. Aye, we'll claim her as a Beauchamp."
The older woman, with brown eyes and grey-streaked auburn hair, was more reserved and considered Shanna for a long, uncertain moment before she gave a quick, worried glance at her eldest son. As if with decision, she sighed and took the girl's hand in both her own.
"Shanna, what a beautiful name."
She searched the sea-green eyes and finally managed to smile.
"We've much to talk about, my dear."
Shanna puzzled at the woman's manner, but she had little time to muse upon it, for Nathaniel drew the tall, dark-haired woman to his side.
"My wife, Charlotte, the vixen?"
He grinned, slipping an arm about her narrow waist to hug her close.
"You'll meet our brood of children later."
Charlotte laughed and extended her slender hands toward Shanna. "I fear the name Madame Beauchamp will draw too much attention here, or none, as the case may be. May we call you Shanna?" "Of course." Shanna was completely taken with the easy friendliness of the woman and accepted the feeling as mutual as the slender fingers squeezed her own.
"Jeremiah Beauchamp."
Nathaniel gestured to the grinning lad.
"My youngest brother. At 7 and 10, he's only just now appreciating the fairer gender, so don't mind if he gawks a bit. You're the prettiest thing he's seen in a long while."
A dark blush stained the youth's face, but still the grin remained. Like his father, he was tall and reedy, but bore the auburn hair and brown eyes of his mother. "'Tis a pleasure, Jeremiah," Shanna murmured sweetly, offering her hand.
"And this is my sister, Gabrielle."
Nathaniel gently chucked the chin of the girl who had rushed out, and she bobbed vivaciously.
"You'll meet her twin, Garland, later."
"I think you're just too beautiful for words," Gabrielle exclaimed. "Have you really been to Paris? Garland said it must be an evil place. How do you manage to make your hair stay like that? Mine would be down around my shoulders by mid-morning." Shanna responded with gay laughter and spread her hands at the rush of questions.
"Gabrielle,"
Amelia placed an affectionate arm about the girl.
"let Shanna at least catch her breath." "Our son has been remiss in his duties," George said. "He should have brought you to us long ago."
His face took on a sparkle of humour.
"Welcome to the Oaks, Shanna."
Just then, the two mud-splattered and begrimed coaches careened into the lane and skidded to a stop before the manor. The steeds, sensing an end to the journey and smelling the pastures of home, had outdistanced the heavier wagon, which was nowhere in sight. Ruark threw down the steps of the first and opened the door. Traherne heaved himself from his seat and laboriously climbed down as Nathaniel came forward to greet him. Pitney had also descended and renewed his acquaintance when Sir Gaylord joined the group.
"Gaylord Billingsham,"
he named himself, and almost daintily extended his hand.
"Knight of the Realm and gentleman of the court. I sent you a letter some months ago when I learned Squire Traherne would be travelling here." I remember," Nathaniel responded, "but 'tis no time to speak of business. Let us see to the amenities."
Guiding the gentleman to his parents, Nathaniel began the introductions. It was not felt by anyone but the knight when he was presented last, or at least nearly so, for Ralston was the only one who followed him. The sun had touched the hilltop to the west, and the day was growing darker. It was the senior Madame Beauchamp who put an end to the conversations that were beginning on the lawn.
"Good sirs and ladies," she chided, "'tis unseemly that we should take a chill when a fine warm house is close at hand. Come."
She took her husband's arm and caught Shanna's with her other.
"We shall have a table set after a while. The gentlemen would no doubt enjoy a libation before we eat, and I, for one, am cold."
Amelia led them all within, and soon the men were enjoying well-aged brandy. A light sherry sparkled in Shanna's glass, but she took care only to sip a tiny bit, for since Geitler's wedding, her stomach had formed a slight aversion to intoxicants. Her eyes smiled at Ruark, who had trailed along and stood watching from just inside the door. Gabrielle sidled close to Nathaniel and nudged him with her elbow, then inclined her head toward Ruark. "Who's that?"
"Oh, of course."
Nathaniel seemed embarrassed for a moment.
"This is John Ruark, another associate of Squire Traherne."
"Oh, the bond slave." Gabrielle spoke over her shoulder with childlike innocence. "Mamma, should he be in the house?" Shanna held her breath in shock. Would the Beauchamps take offence? She had not even considered it. Gaylord did not miss the exchange.
"A bright young lass, quick to grasp the nuances of class. She would go far at court."
He caught Shanna's cold glare, but smirked at his own cleverness.
"Hush, Gabrielle,"
Amelia Beauchamp sternly commanded. The young woman stared boldly at Ruark, who returned her regard with a frown that hinted of violent thoughts. Gabrielle's voice came just loud enough to be heard as she spoke aside to Nathaniel. "How could anyone be so witless as to let themselves be sold for money?" Gaylord was, as usual, ready with an explanation.
"A lower class of people, young lady, unable to handle the simplest affairs of life."
Tense silence greeted his observation before the eldest, Madame Beauchamp, reproached her offspring.
"Gabrielle,
Hush your prattle. Mr. Ruark cannot help what he is. Gabrielle wrinkled her nose in distaste. Well, anyway, I wouldn't want a bondsman for my husband.
Gabby!
George Beauchamp spoke softly, but with such a tone as to brook no disobedience.
Mind your mother. 'Tis not Christian to bait the less fortunate.
Yes, father. Gabrielle meekly complied. Shanna caught a glimpse of Pitney laughing into his cup, and mused in sudden rancour. For an uncle, he's not too bright. He has sipped himself into a stupor with his jug of ale, and guffaws like a mindless idiot while they poke fun at Ruark. But when she glanced at her husband, Shanna grew puzzled, for he seemed relaxed and not at all angry as his gaze followed the young woman, Gabby. Indeed, there was something akin to pleasure in his face, until Gabrielle turned and, catching his attention on her, flashed him a smile of pure innocence. His eyes narrowed threateningly. Setting her glass aside, Shanna found Gabrielle's deep brown eyes upon her, and wondered at the sudden worried frown that marked the young woman's brow.
Squire Traherne was kind enough to the man, Gaylord continued imperiously. Took Mr. Ruark into his own house and treated him like a member of the family. Too good for him, I say. The slaves' quarters will do for him. No need to trouble you good people further with the likes of him.
'Tis no room there, Amelia snapped. As her husband dropped an arm about her shoulders, she continued in a softer tone. He can stay in the house.
As I've said before, the chap is fond of horses.
Leisurely the knight took a pinch of snuff.
Let him make his bed with them.
I'll not, Amelia began in a burst of heated ire, but Ruark interrupted.
I beg your pardon, madam, but I'd just as soon sleep there, if you have no objection.
He leaned back against the door frame and folded his arms as Gaylord glared at him. Suddenly Shanna felt a strong desire to confront them all with the truth. It nearly burst from her lips as she rose trembling from her chair. She ached to defend her love and her marriage to this bondsman. The only thing that stilled her words was the fear that Gaylord would rush to his magistrate father to bear the news that a man he had condemned to hang was alive. She placed an unsteady hand to her brow. Madam Beauchamp, could I lie down for a moment before dinner? I fear the ride exhausted me more than I realized. Traherne lowered his glasses, concern obviously written in his countenance. Like a vivacious child, Shanna had always seemed to possess inexhaustible energies. Here as well, he'd have to readjust his thinking. Ruark shared his worry and stepped toward Shanna anxiously, but abruptly found himself facing Charlotte's back as she moved into his path. Amelia Beauchamp went to Shanna's side and took her arm.
Of course, child, she soothed. It has been a long, tiring trip for you. Perhaps you would like to freshen up as well.
As she passed the bondslave, Amelia paused.
Mr. Ruark, would you carry the ladies' cases upstairs?
I believe the wagon has arrived.
Yes, ma'am,
he replied respectfully, and took his leave. The stairs led straight up against the wall of the entrance hall, and as Mrs. Beauchamp escorted Shanna up, her dark taffeta gown swishing with her every movement, Ruark came into the house again, carrying a small sea-chest on his shoulder and another case beneath his arm. Without a word, he mounted the steps behind them and followed on into the bedchamber at the back corner of the house. A fire danced brightly on the hearth, like spirited red and gold elves frolicking on a log. There was a warm cheeriness and mannish comfort about the room. A soft, dark oriental carpet cushioned the feet, and chairs of leather and wood sat about the room. A massive four-poster was spread with a heavy velvet coverlet of a rust hue, and the same material draped the windows. "This is my son's room when he's home," Mrs. Beauchamp explained, lighting the tapers in a candelabrum. "I didn't think you would mind using this, as all the other guest rooms will be taken. It does lack something of a woman's touch, I suppose." "It's fine," Shanna murmured. Her eyes met Ruark's inquiring gaze as he set her cases down. She flushed and folded her hands in embarrassment as she realized the woman had turned and stood watching them. "My large trunk? Did you see it, Mr. Ruark?" she managed. "I'll go down and get it now." "Have David help you bring it up, Mr. Ruark," Amelia suggested. The door closed behind him, and the elder woman bent to fold down the bed covers. "I sent your girl Hergis to bed with a tray. Poor woman! She seemed to have suffered greatly from the ride." "No doubt, with Gaylord and Ralston sharing the coach," Shanna mused. Aloud, she voiced, "She's never taken well to travelling." Idly, Shanna thumbed through a leather-bound book on the writing desk which stood beside the back window, and then raised a questioning gaze to Mrs. Beauchamp, realizing there was not a single word in it that she could understand. "Greek, 'tis my son's," the woman replied, fluffing a pillow. "He was always reading and doing, even as a young lad." There was a soft rap on the door, and it was opened to admit Ruark and the tall, rather elderly man in spotless servant's attire who had let them into the house. Between the two of them, they managed to get Shanna's huge trunk to the foot of the bed. Even Ruark was panting as he straightened, and he paused to catch his breath, his eyes sparkling at Shanna with silent jest, before he followed David out the door. Amelia directed her attention back to Shanna, who still stared at the closed portal. "I'll help you with your gown, child. Would you like a tray to be sent up?" "Oh, no, I'll only rest for a while." Shanna presented her back to Amelia and stood quietly as the woman unlaced her gown. Stepping out of it, Shanna waited almost timidly in her light chemise as the woman put away the velvet dress. "Can I fetch a nightgown for you?" the older woman offered kindly. At Shanna's negative shake of the head, Amelia smiled and walked to the door. "I'll leave you then. Have a good rest." She opened the door, then paused, gazing back over her shoulder at the young and beautiful woman. "I think if a man can win your father's approval, as Mr. Ruark has apparently done, then he's a man to handle himself, whatever's given to him. I wouldn't worry, child." When she left, Shanna slowly sank onto the edge of the bed, where she stayed for a very long time. She hadn't realized her emotions were so apparent that they could be read without flaw, and if they were readily visible to Mrs. Beauchamp, then Orland Trahan might soon recognize that his daughter was in love with his bondsman. The sound of a door slamming somewhere in the house brought Shanna wide awake. She lay across the bed, still in her shift, but now a fluffy comforter was spread over her. A small clock on the mantel indicated it was 8:30. Shanna sat up with a start. She had only meant to rest for a few moments, but hours had gone past instead. They could not have waited dinner for her this late, and she was suddenly aware that she was intensely hungry. Nearly 10 hours had passed since she had eaten, and no sight of a tray. But then, she had told Mrs. Beauchamp she would be down. Finding a heavy velvet dressing robe in her case, she slipped into it, fastening it high at her throat. Even if she had to go to the stables to fetch Ruark to help her, she was going to find something to eat. Never in her life had she known such a plaguing hunger. It must be because of the babe. She smiled in wonder, realizing the change in her body, and her spirits soared. Suddenly, She was impatient to hold a wee nestling form close in her arms. Lass or lad, it mattered naught. It seemed in that moment she could have loved every baby in the world. What a difference a year had made in her thoughts, for then she had worried for fear she was with child by Ruark. An innocent she had been to believe there was even a chance. He was a bold man to have taken her virginity in the coach, but then it had taken a bold man to win her respect and her love. Restraining her light-hearted step, Shanna went carefully down the stairs. All was quiet within the dining room and parlour. Only a dim lantern burned there, but voices came from the back of the house. Servants, perhaps? Would they fetch her food? It was a chance worth taking. Down the hall, through a smaller dining room, she went quietly, following the sound of voices. Then the aroma of food hit her, and she forgot everything else. She set her hand to push open the door. This had to be the kitchen, and the fact that it was attached to the house seemed not unusual in this frigid clime. A burst of laughter greeted her as she swung open the door, and she saw Nathaniel guffawing beside his father, who wore a wry smile. "Shanna!" Charlotte's voice came from beside her, and Shanna turned to see the woman standing with Amelia and Jeremiah. At the table, Gabrielle rose to her feet in some surprise, and the men's humour fled as they stared too. "I'm sorry," Shanna murmured, half embarrassed, realizing there was only family here. "I didn't mean to intrude." She started to leave when Amelia raised her hand. "Wait, child. Come in." She beckoned and turned to her daughter. "Gabrielle, fetch her the plate." "But, Mamma—" "Never mind, do as I say. Hurry with you. Can't you see the poor girl is hungry?" "I'm not dressed," Shanna smiled lamely. "I'd better go back." "Nonsense. We kept a plate warm for you. Come sit yourself down," Charlotte urged, sliding back a chair. A whistling came from outside the house, and the back door burst open to admit Ruark with a load of wood in his arms. Seeing Shanna, he stopped, then glanced around at the expectant faces. "We'll set the wood down, boy," George directed after a tense moment of silence. He gestured to the wood box. "You did say you were hungry, didn't you?" "Aye, sir," came the reply, and Ruark deposited his load, catching Shanna's confused glance. "'Twas the least I could do to repay these good people for supper." Amelia raised her eyebrow sharply, and Jeremiah hastened forward, rubbing his hands nervously on his breeches. "Mr. Ruark, how would you like to go hunting along the ridge tomorrow? I saw some big tracks up there. Early in the morning, if you can manage it." "I'll have to ask the squire," Ruark replied, tossing a couple of logs onto the fire and giving Shanna a glance askance. More worried about her own intrusion, Shanna took the seat Charlotte had offered and folded her hands self-consciously. Gabrielle rushed to set a heaping plate before her and hurried back to the hearth to slip another one from the brick oven. "Mr. Ruark, sit down, please," she said, placing the platter. 2 large glasses of cold milk were poured by Charlotte and placed beside their plates as Ruark slipped into the chair next to his wife. As they ate, the conversation warmed again until Shanna found herself laughing with the rest of them. Ruark's easy wit joined theirs, and to Jeremiah's delight, he was soon relating the riotous tale of a Scottish hunt. It was a pleasant time, and, strangely, Shanna felt a part of the family. She wondered yet if it could not be true. Perhaps Ruark was some distant cousin, some kin. Captain Beauchamp had denied the fact. Or had he? It was something to think on. Well after the hour of 11, when the family began to drift away to their rooms, Shanna rose from the table and said good night to the father and Nathaniel, who remained standing near the hearth. Ruark started to get to his feet, but George rested his hand on his shoulder and pressed him back into the chair.
"You were telling me of this stallion, and there is much I would ask. Stay a while."
Ruark's gaze followed Shanna out, then the door swung closed behind her. The way was dark for Shanna, lit only by a candle burning on the sideboard in the dining room, and in the hall the only radiance came from the lantern from the drawing room. There, in the shadows of the foyer, Shanna stood before the small square panes of crystal that composed the larger window, attracted by the sight of the full moon. Its pale light streamed through the half-naked branches of the giant oaks on the front lawn. The creaking of the kitchen door interrupted her reverie, and Shanna half turned as Nathaniel came striding down the hall. The man caught her movement, paused a moment, then came toward her.
"Shanna,"
he smiled in the meagre light.
"I thought you would be in bed by now."
"I was admiring the view," she murmured somewhat apologetically. He peered out the window over the top of her head at the breathtaking scene.
"You see with the eye of an artist,"
he remarked. Shanna gave a soft chuckle. I've wanted to be that, too."
"Would you care to talk?"
he invited. Shanna leaned against the window frame to further contemplate the wintry night. "About what, sir?" The answer was slow in coming.
"Anything?"
He shrugged his broad shoulders.
"Whatever would please you."
"And what do you think would please me?"
"Mr. Ruark,"
he said softly. She searched for some hint of displeasure or contempt in his shadowed face, but only a gentle smile met her inquiring eyes. "I cannot deny it," she whispered and stared out the window again, twisting the gold band on her finger. "You saw us before. You may not approve, but I love him, and I carry his child."
"Then why this farce, Shanna?"
His voice was low and gentle as he questioned.
"Would the truth be so pitiful?"
"We are trapped in it," she sighed dejectedly. "He cannot claim me for other reasons, and I've yet to find a way to set aside my father's wrath." She shook her head and stared down at her hands. "I cannot ask your word or vow, for that would make you party to my deceit. I can only depend upon your discretion. The day rapidly approaches when it will all be out." A long pause ensued before Nathaniel spoke again.
"You may rely upon my discretion, Shanna, but there is this that I would say."
He drew a deep breath.
"I think the both of you do all of us a grave discredit. Do you see your father as some cruel ogre? Would he punish you for your love? Do you see about you a host of enemies, or would you find naught but friends and allies waiting to help you? 'Tis a sad report that I and mine would leave a lady in distress, and not raise our voices, yea, our arms in her defence. I dare say your father would rise to your defence if you declared your love. Do you think him so doddering with age that he has forgotten the fires of youth? I find Orland Traherne to be most reasonable, yet he had a spirit of fire of his own."
Nathaniel took several steps toward the stairs and turned back to her again.
I think you both do us ill. But I shall await your revelation, as you have said, in your own good time." He held out a hand to her. "Come, Shanna, let me see you to your room. The hour is late."
He laughed softly, and Shanna felt his good humor infecting her.
"I wonder how long either of you can hold your secrets."
Chapter 26. Pale sunlight streamed in through filmy underdrapes and warmed the room with its mid-morning brightness. In half-awakened pleasure, Shanna stirred in the wide bed and lazily opened her eyes. A bit of colour beside her on the pillow caught her eye, and she lifted her head to see a single dark red rose on her pillow. She raised the flower and tested its fragrance as she lay back and admired the fragile beauty of it. The thorns had been carefully removed from the long stem. "Oh, Ruark," she breathed, smiling. The impression on the pillow beside her own gave her to know that he had been there beside her in the night. With a low, happy laugh, Shanna snuggled the pillow to her breast, but she tossed it wide as a soft rap abruptly sounded on the door. At her call, Haggis came in. "Good morning, lass," the maid greeted cheerfully. "Did you sleep well?" Shanna bounced from the bed and stretched like a contented feline. "Aye, very, but I am starving." Haggis looked at her suspiciously. "That, lass, is an awesome sign." Shanna shrugged innocently. "Whatever do you mean?" Haggis busied herself laying out garments from the trunk. "I think you know. The way you've taken pains to avoid me seeing you in the altogether. I think you ought to be telling Mr. Ruark is going to be your father." "He knows," Shanna replied quietly, and met the woman's astounded stare. "You guessed rightly. I'm going to have his child." "Oh, nay," the servant groaned. "What are you going to do?" "The only thing that can be done. Tell my father." Even now, the thought of doing that brought a chill of dread to Shanna's heart. "I hope he will not be too angry." "Huh," Haggis grunted. "You can bet he'll see your Master Ruark gelded, good and proper." Shanna whirled and faced the woman with green lights of rage in her eyes. "Say no more to me of what's good and proper. What's good and proper is me loving Ruark, having his child." She stamped her foot to emphasize her words. "I will not stand for another slur against my Ruark, from no one." Haggis knew when she had reached the limits of Shanna's patience, and carefully changed the subject. As she helped her mistress dress, conversation seemed appropriate, and she found it hard to keep her silence. "The men have eaten breakfast and gone, all except Sir Gaylord. He seems much attracted to Miss Gabrielle." Shanna scoffed. "The greedy fop. He'll find himself a rich wife yet. I must warn Gabrielle." "No need." Haggis giggled behind her hand. She set him back on his heels. She told him that she wouldn't have his hands on her, and to mind where he put them in the future. "Then I suppose he'll be after me again." Shanna heaved a disheartened sigh. "Perhaps we can find him some doddering old widow with a heavy stick to keep him in line." Haggis raised her shoulders in a shrug. "He doesn't seem to like the older ones, but a fine eye he has for the bonny lasses. Why, passing through Richmond he nearly broke his neck, craning it out the coach to watch a pretty young thing skittering across the road." She sniffed loudly and lifted her nose primly in the air. "I wouldn't have him." Shanna's lovely brows drew into a thoughtful frown. "I wonder if he's convinced the Beauchamps to put money in his shipyard. They might agree just to get rid of him." "Not likely," Haggis chuckled. "I passed the night in the hall this very morn, talking with that fine Captain Beauchamp. The captain didn't seem to be too taken with the idea." "Good," Shanna smiled. "Perhaps he'll soon leave, then." It would be better if he weren't around when she spoke to her father. When Shanna descended the stairs, Amelia called to her from the drawing-room door. "Come join us, Shanna. I'll have a tray fetched for you here and a pot of tea." Charlotte and Gabrielle played a last tinkling melody on the harpsichord before they rose and came to sit in the chairs beside the settee where Shanna took a place. "The men left early this morning to show your father around, and it's been so quiet in the house with them all gone." Amelia laughed.
I think I could hear a feather drop. A loud crash seemed to punctuate her words, and the ladies turned to stare in amazement at the cause. A serving girl, standing at the door of the drawing-room, gaped down in horror at the spilled tray at her feet. Beside her, Gaylord testily dusted his satin coat and lacy jabot.
"Addle-pated twit!
Be more careful next time," he snapped. "Rushing about like that, you could have ruined my coat." Helplessly the girl looked at Mrs. Beauchamp and twisted her thin hands in distress, her small chin beginning to quiver, and her huge eyes brimming with a rush of tears. "No need to fret, Rachel," Amelia soothed kindly, and went to help the tiny maid pick up the shattered pieces of the china teapot and plate. Handing her the last piece, Amelia dusted her hands on her handkerchief and watched the servant make her way very carefully across the hall toward the small dining room. Then the mistress of the manor turned with a deliberateness that bespoke of her authority. "Sir Gaylord, while you are in this house, you must remember not to display your criticism of the less fortunate. I will not stand for it. Rachel was indentured before she came to work for us and abused. She has not been with us long, but she is a good girl, and as her services are valuable to me, I wouldn't want her to leave because a guest of ours was needlessly harsh to her." "Madam, are you taking me to task for my manners?" Gaylord inquired in astonishment. "Madam, I come from one of the finest families in England, and I know how to deal with hirelings." He looked down his nose at her. "The magistrate, Lord Gaylord? You might know of him. He is my father." "Indeed," Amelia smiled tolerantly. "Perhaps, then, you know the Marquess, my husband's brother." Gaylord's jaw dropped sufficiently, and, much satisfied with his reaction, Amelia swept around with a swish of silk and moved to take her place again among the three smiling ladies.
"The Marquess?"
Gaylord stammered and came a step nearer.
"The Marquess de Beauchamp of London?"
Amelia raised her eyebrow lazily and regarded him. "Is there any other? I wasn't aware of it." She motioned Rachel in. The girl cautiously made a wide path around Sir Gaylord. "Now, ladies, where were we?"
"You were marvellous, Mamma,"
Gabrielle cried with delicious enthusiasm when the man had retired from the room. "It was a wicked thing I did," Amelia confessed. She shrugged girlishly, and her laughter sparkled in the room. "But just the same, it felt good. The way Gaylord ordered Mr. Ruark away from our table last night. A body would think he's made himself squire here."
"Nathaniel said he heard that Sir Gaylord's father was in Williamsburg visiting,"
Charlotte announced, taking a cup from Amelia.
"I wonder if he's a bore like his son."
Then her dark eyes turned, almost worried-looking, to Shanna, who had suddenly stopped stirring her tea. Beneath the woman's stare, Shanna quickly bent her attention to her plate, afraid her distress might be noted. She could only consider how she might escape the house to warn Ruark that hanging Harry was close enough to be dangerous.
"My goodness, Shanna, that was rude of me,"
Charlotte apologized.
"I should allow that you might like the man. Gaylord did say this morning at the table that you and he were close to being betrothed."
Shanna choked on a buttered muffin.
"Me?"
She swallowed some tea to help the crumbs go down, and shook her head in a definite manner. "I assure you, 'tis his own wishing. I gave him my answer," she rubbed her wrist with the memory, "and it was most certainly a refusal." "Then why should he continue to press you, Shanna?" Gabrielle asked. "He hasn't even cast a glance toward me since this morning, which truly relieves me. But for a few moments today, one might have sworn he was ardently in love with me." If you've told him nay, then why does he speak of your betrothal?" Shanna could only shrug. Then Charlotte broke out into amused laughter. "Perhaps Shanna was a little more delicate with her refusal, Gabby dear. 'Tis rather deflating to any gentleman to be told by a young lady that he is old enough to be her father, and to be reminded of his paunch besides." Shanna giggled in her cup. "And I thought my answer was brutal. If his cheek doesn't smart, my hand still does." "Oh, gracious!" Gabby beamed. "Did you really? Good for you, Shanna. But why does he still pester you? You would think he'd give up." "I suppose Mr. Ralston informed him that my father wanted me to marry a man of title," Shanna replied. "No doubt Gaylord still hopes I will be influenced by his knighthood."
"But the squire doesn't seem to care for the man either,"
Amelia responded.
"In fact, he became quite angry when Gaylord told Mr. Ruark to leave and eat with the servants. You missed something of a row, my dear, with your father declaring he'd take his dinner with his bondsman, and George telling everyone he'd be master in his own house and invite whomever he would to our table. And there was poor Nathaniel trying to soothe everyone's temper and not accomplishing much at that. 'Twas a full quarter turn of the hand before any of us realized Mr. Ruark had gone. But George and the squire haven't given Gaylord a civil word since."
"Then perhaps 'tis best I left when I did," Shanna remarked wryly.
It was a short time later when Shanna found herself alone with the eldest Beauchamp woman and wondered at the excuses the two others had given as they hurried from the room. Through the front windows Shanna could see Gaylord stalking across the yard, his hands folded behind his back, his head down, as if he pondered some deep subject. "I suppose, Shanna, that you've heard many tales that impress you with the idea that Virginia is a savage land."
Amelia chuckled at her nod.
"Aye, 'tis savage, but I've never regretted coming here to build our home. We lived in a log cabin until we could clear the land and build this house. We only had Nathaniel then, and we were but children ourselves. My parents were fearful. They wanted me to stay behind in England until George could make a home for us. They thought he would give up and come back, and he has often said that he might have if I hadn't come with him."
"You have a lovely home, Madam Beauchamp, and a lovely family."
"Oh, we've had many hardships that we might not have faced in England," Amelia continued. "But I think we're better people because of the troubles we've shared, and stronger, perhaps. I could not abide a foppish son like Gaylord. My own, perhaps, would be out of place at court, but I can vouch for the fact that they are men, and do not depend on another's riches to give them a soft bed. And because I love them, I desire their happiness. 'Tis only natural for a mother to want the best for her children. So far, they've been blessed in finding that one they have needed in this world. God willing, Gabrielle and Jeremiah will do the same."
Absently, Shanna sipped her tea, wondering if Ruark's mother would accept her with the same warmth and graciousness Amelia displayed toward Charlotte. Charlotte could almost be envied, but then the woman who had raised Ruark had to be someone special too.
"Are you comfortable in my son's room?"
Amelia inquired softly. "I feel very much at home there," Shanna stated truthfully. "And I suppose that in the summer the room is quite cool with that huge tree right out the back to give it shade. Where is your other son?"
"Would you care for more tea, my dear?"
"Only a half cup, please. Thank you."
"He's here, off and on?"
"I'd like to meet him sometime."
Amelia glanced at her young guest. "I believe you will, my dear, I believe you will."
A short time later, Shanna came down the stairs dressed in a deep green velvet riding habit, that lent to her eyes a darkness of hue very close to emerald. Gabrielle was just coming in the front door. "Is there a path where I might ride and not get lost?" Shanna asked. The woman responded by leading her toward the back of the house. There, they could gaze out from the windows upon the rolling hills that rose beyond their place. "There's a trail that leads up to the high valley by that big oak." Being a little taller, Gabrielle gazed down at Shanna and added casually with a half shrug, "You'll probably see Mr. Ruark up there with Jeremiah." Shanna relaxed into the rhythm of Jezebel's gait and felt the exhilarating breeze as the tawny grass raced by beneath the horse's hoofs. The wind whipped at the curved plume of her velvet riding cap, and in the sheer joy of the moment, Shanna shook out the reins. The mount responded to her urging and stretched out, seeming almost to take flight. It was familiar ground Jezebel roamed, and she raced on. Shanna let her run until they had passed the large oak and entered the forest on an overgrown wagon trail. Here she reined down to a saner pace. The air was cool, but the sun was high, and there was a feeling of chaste virginity in this wilderness. Shanna caught a glimpse of a doe passing in the dark, mottled shadows. Then the trail began to climb. High hills rose on either side, and the track skirted a low bluff. On rounding it, Shanna gave a gasp of amazement and halted the mare. A wide valley spread out before her, fertile and rich like a precious gem. Down the centre of the vale, a chain of small ponds shone bright blue beneath the brilliant sky, fed by a tumbling waterfall that spilled down a cliff through glistening rainbows round about its feet. Beyond the ponds, beneath the high branches of a stand of pines, stood a small hut of simple and crude construction, and from its chimney a thin wreath of smoke curled into the air. Shanna noted the tracks of several horses, and she urged Jezebel on faster, past a bunch of willows, to splash across a small clear stream, and then onto the ground that rose to the cabin. The door stood ajar, and an axe lay amid a pile of new chips. Beyond the cabin, a rail fence surrounded a pasture in which grazed a sizable herd of horses that rivaled in grace and beauty the one that she rode. Restlessly, Jezebel pawed at the thick matting of grass beneath her hooves, as Shanna held the reins tight in her gloved hand, gazing out across the beauty of the peaceful valley. A small sound came from behind her, and Shanna turned the mare to find Ruark leaning his long rifle against a stump. Grinning, he came to lift her from the back of the horse. "How did you know where I was?" She smiled up into his eyes as he stood her on the ground. "Gabrielle told me." His hands caressed the velvet along her ribs. "I'm glad." He bent, and his mouth covered hers in a long, searing kiss of welcome. Shanna sighed contentedly, nestling against his leather jerkin as his arms folded about her. But then she remembered her business there. "Hanging Harry is in Williamsburg," she murmured, slipping her own arms around him and leaning back to meet his gaze. "The bastard," Ruark grunted. "What shall we do?" Shanna asked, worry in her voice. Ruark caressed her cheek with his lean knuckles. "Do not fret, love. We'll see our way clear of this yet." Kissing her lips again, he stepped back and, lifting his head, gave a soft, cooing call. A movement in the brush behind the cabin caught Shanna's attention, and a moment later Jeremiah came into view. He too bore a long musket, and was garbed, much as Ruark, in soft buckskin breeches, waistcoat, and linen shirt. "Mr. Ruark!" Jeremiah called, his voice strangely heavy with laughter. "I think I'd better go fix that break in the fence before the mares find it. It'll take me a while." With that, He hefted the axe and set off with a strange shuffling trot across the field. Shanna could have sworn she heard a chuckle drifting in the air behind him as he left. Ruark watched him go, a twinkle in his eyes. Right lad, that one. Always ready to do more than his share. Shanna frowned slightly, feeling as if something had passed between them that she had completely missed. But what did it matter, as long as she and Ruark could be alone? He gathered the back of her habit in his hand and lifted the hem from the damp grass. You'll need a pair of breeches to wear if you're going to wander around up here. Let me put Jezebel away before she strays. Then I'll show you around. Holding her skirts high, Shanna followed along. At the corral, Ruark removed the bridle from the mare, looped it over the saddle, then loosened the girth. The mare followed him like a trained dog as he led her to the gate and let her through. Happily, Shanna ran ahead into a dark bower of shadows beneath a tall pine. She danced and kicked at the thick carpet of pine needles. Then, returning to Ruark, she came into his arms like a young girl freshly in love. Her laughter rippled through the glade. Raising her arms, she stretched them high above her head, arching her body in sheer rapture before throwing them about his neck and leaning forward to let their lips meet as one. "Do you want to see the cabin?" he asked, huskily against her mouth. Shanna nodded eagerly and slipped her hand into his, letting him lead her back to the clearing. In front of the cabin, Ruark swung her up into his arms and carried her through the low door of the place. It was simple within, dimly lit by the fire that blazed in the hearth. Setting Shanna to her feet, Ruark let her look about as he bent, lifted a glowing brand from the fireplace, and puffed his pipe alight. Intrigued with the sturdy comfort of the interior, Shanna rubbed her hand across the surface of a hand-hewn table and peered inquisitively into a great iron pot that swung away from the fire. She bounced playfully on the huge down tick spread over the bed, felt the rich fur robe that covered it, then turned about in the middle of the room. "Oh, Ruark, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could have something like this?" she exclaimed enthusiastically. He looked at her dubiously through the wreath of smoke that curled from his pipe and smiled. "Now, Shanna, would you really be satisfied here?" She pouted winsomely. "Do you doubt that I could be? I'm of sturdy stuff, Mr. Beauchamp, and given a challenge, I will make the best of it. I will learn to cook. Perhaps not as well as the cooks in Papa's kitchen, but then I don't like fat husbands." She patted his lean belly, then smoothed the velvet over her own. "Will you still love me when I've grown fat-bellied with child?" "Oh, Shanna," Ruark chuckled, folding her in his embrace. "I will love you on my dying day." She clung to him and answered his warming kisses. "How long will Jeremiah be gone?" Ruark reached behind him to latch the door. "Until I call him." The stark branches of the oak tree scratched forlornly at the panes in the bedroom window as Shanna gazed out into the star-glazed night. Her afternoon with Ruark in the cabin had made her intensely aware of the fact that she wanted a life with him, whatever hardships or happiness it might contain. Her mind was already set on its course, but she felt lonely beyond belief. It was as if she stood alone in the world, and all the weight of her folly rested on her shoulders. What she was about to do might well leave her with no one. Ruark, her father, no one. Would the Beauchamps really receive her in all her shame, as Nathaniel had said? Shanna rested a hand on her belly and was vividly awake to the life that blossomed there. Suddenly she knew she would never be alone. Orlan Traherne sat in a leather chair in the guest chamber and pored over a sheaf of charts and ledgers. The produce of this land was rich enough to tweak his merchant's heart. In fact, he had begun to see the advantages of obtaining property here himself, perhaps on the James River, where his fleet of ships could come and go. A light tapping on his chamber door interrupted his musings, and Shanna's voice called softly, "Papa, are you awake?" He dropped the papers on the desk and urged, "Come in, Shanna, come in." The door opened, and Shanna slipped in, closing it behind her. She came across the room to press a kiss upon his brow, and saw his amused smile. "Is something wrong, Papa?" she asked wonderingly. "Nay, child, I was just remembering." He gazed at her with fondness. She seemed tiny within the loose flowing velvet folds of her dressing gown. "You sounded frightened, just as you did when you were a child and the storms came. You would tap on our door and call, and then come and snuggle between your mother and me." Shanna cringed inwardly and sought a chair to ease her shaking. She could only sit and look at her trembling hands, though she knew his eyes were on her, and that he waited. "Papa, Her voice was low and thin, almost tremulous. She drew a breath and blurted it all out in one rush. "Papa, I'm with child, and the father is John Ruark." A moment of dead silence followed, and Shanna could not lift her eyes to see the shocked anger on her father's face. "Good Lord, woman!" Shanna jumped as his voice roared out. Orlan shot out of his chair, and in a step was standing in front of her. Shanna braced herself again, but his voice came lower, even though it still sounded coarse and loud in the quiet room. "Do you know what you have done?" Her eyes were squeezed tightly shut, and tears hung on the thick lashes, threatening to fall as she hunted for a way to express her feelings. Then his words fell on her ears and filled her mind. "You have solved for me, dear child, a problem which has soured my stomach every day these weeks past. How could I, with all my prattling of blood and titles, ask my daughter to wed a bondsman?" He bent and took her hands from her lap and lifted her chin until he could look into her face. "If you would have given it to me to choose, I would have begged you to take the man Ruark. But as I vowed, 'twas your choice to make, and I would interfere no more." He searched her face. "Do you love him?" "Oh, yes, Papa." She rose, and throwing her arms about his neck, hid her face against his shoulder. "Oh, yes, I love him." Her whisper was soft and happy. "Does he love you? Will he see you properly wed?" He gave no pause. "By damn, he will." His voice began to raise in anger. "He will, or I will see him." Shanna's fingers went across his lips, hushing him. It was in her mind to blurt out the whole story, but the truth of her deception might well cause harsher feelings to stir. A little at a time was better than pressing good fortune. "Papa, there is a difficulty. I will tell you all in good time, but there is a reason we cannot bring it to light for a while." She saw his frown and begged him, "Trust me, Papa. It will come out for the good. Trust me?" "I suppose you have good cause," he yielded reluctantly. "But it must not be too long. I would spread the word of my offspring." "Thank you, Papa." She kissed him and fled the room, returning to her own. There she closed the door behind her and strolled deep in thought toward the bed, smiling and tearful at the same time. A shadow rose from the chair across the room, and she gasped before she recognized Ruark. She flew into his arms and laughed against his chest, holding him tightly. "I told him, Ruark. I told Papa about us."
"I guessed as much."
His lips touched her hair.
"I heard his bellow of pain."
"Oh, nay." She leaned back and looked up at him. "He approves, Ruark. He was happy with it." Ruark's brows lifted in surprise. "Oh, I didn't tell him we were married, only that we had made a baby together." Ruark threw up his hands and groaned.
"Thanks a lot, madam. Now I am a molester of widows."
"Cad?" Shanna danced away from him and gazed back coyly over her shoulder. "Were I in truth a widow, that might be true. Of course." She faced him with an angry pout well feigned. "There is that hennaed widow. Is that the one you refer to?"
"Nay, madam. Rather a young tawny wisp of a woman who tempts my ardour overmuch."
Coming to a conclusion of his own, Ruark grew serious.
"Shanna, love, since the night seems one to bring out the truth, I, too, have something to confess."
"Ruark, I have no fear of your former loves." Shanna laughed. "Ply me with no secrets now. My nerves are still a quiver." She went to the door and turned the lock. She glanced about the room, somewhat puzzled. "How did you come here? David was about below. I saw him from the stairs. Have you grown wings of late?"
"Nay, my love." Ruark gestured to the window. "The oak that grows beside the kitchen makes a good enough ladder. I thought you might have need of company."
He set his hands upon her narrow waist and drew her to him.
"But, Shanna, there is a thing I would tell you. This is my—"
Shanna silenced him with her lips and pressed herself tightly against him. "Come, tell me of your love, Sir Dragon," she murmured, "and afterwards let me see some proof of it."
"I love you,"
Ruark whispered, as his arms slipped around her beneath her robe. He felt the heat of her soft body under the thin silk of her gown, and all other thoughts fled his mind.
"I love you, as the earth must love the moon, which climbs like a silver goddess in the night and brings light to the tiny creatures of the dark."
Pulling him to the bed, Shanna purred against his chest and caressed its hard, bare firmness.
"I love you, like the flowers love the rain, and spread their petals to bare their tender hearts before its gentle touch."
His mouth sought hers.
"I love you, Shanna. Love, beyond all else."
Shanna came awake with a start and then lay still, wondering what had intruded into her sleep to shatter it so completely. The clock on the mantel delicately chimed the 3rd hour as she listened. She felt Ruark's naked body snuggled against her back, his arm thrown across the cover over her hip. Then she realized that he, too, lay tense and rigid, his breathing subdued. She rolled her head on the pillow, and in the dim glow from the fire could see that he was propped on an elbow, staring across the dark room toward the door. Then Shanna heard it, the rattle of the doorknob, as it was twisted and slowly eased back in place. The locked portal gave no entry. Her eyes turned questioningly to her husband. Ruark placed a finger across his lips, signaling her to silence. Slipping carefully from the bed, he reached for his breeches and pulled them on. With a quick, noiseless stride, he crossed the room as Shanna snatched her gown over her head. If he was going to confront anyone beyond that door, she was not going to be caught naked. Very gently, Ruark turned the key until a soft click freed the bar from the jamb. Then, with a swift movement that made Shanna start, he stepped back and flung the portal wide. No one was there, nor in the passageway outside her chamber. The hall was dark, with deep shadows, and though Ruark wandered noiselessly along it, peering into the shadows, he could find no one. Frowning, he returned to the bedchamber and closed the door, locking it again. "Who could it have been?" Shanna whispered as he sat beside her on the bed. "I'm beginning to have my suspicions," Ruark replied. After a few moments he rose and shucked his breeches, climbing beneath the covers again. "You're cold." Shanna shivered, snuggling to him. Abruptly, Ruark sat up, leaving Shanna staring at him in surprise. "What the hell is that?" He canted his head to listen better. In the silence of the room, the faint but angry whinny of a horse could be heard. "Patilla," Shanna whispered, sitting up beside Ruark. "Something is disturbing him." Ruark threw back the covers and snatched up his breeches again, jerking them on. "I'll see." He tugged his shirt over his head and spoke through it. "Lock the door behind me. If anyone tries to get in, scream. Someone should hear you." Shanna was suddenly fearful. It seemed too much of a coincidence to be awakened from a sound slumber, and then to hear Attila. Had they been asleep, they wouldn't have heard him at all, with the windows closed and the stable a goodly distance from the house. "Ruark, don't go," she pleaded. "I don't know what, but I sense something is wrong here." "I'll be careful." He kissed her lips quickly. "Keep my side warm. I'll be cold when I come back." Shanna frowned with worry and followed him to the door. "Please be careful." The portal was locked behind him, and Shanna began to pace the room uneasily, chewing on a long fingernail. Only the red glow of embers gave her light, and with the chill of the room, she shivered in her nightgown. Kneeling before the fireplace, she stirred the hot coals until a tiny flame appeared, and then placed upon it 2 heavy chunks of oak from the woodbox. Afterwards, she could not have said how long she sat watching the fire blaze up again and enjoying its warmth. But cold dread was brought sharply to her heart as a scream pierced the night, and she heard Charlotte shriek from a bedroom down the hall. "The stable! The stable is burning! Nathaniel, wake up! The stable's on fire!" Shanna came to her feet with a cry. A brief, fearful glance to the windows showed her a light flickering on the drapes. "Ruark." With a strangled scream, she was at the door, clawing at it, her shaking fingers fumbling at the key. "Oh no! Please no! Ruark!" Heedless of her bare feet and nightgown, Shanna flung the door wide and ran into the hall, nearly colliding with Nathaniel, who had barely managed to don a pair of breeches. Charlotte was behind him, carrying a lantern and hugging a quilt about her shoulders for a wrap. Beyond them in the wide hall, doors had already begun to fly open. "Ruark!" Shanna sobbed, almost in hysteria. "He's in the stable!" "Oh my God!" Charlotte clapped a hand over her mouth, her dark eyes wide with fear. Nathaniel had no time to comment, but now fully awake, he tore down the stairs as if a demon were at his heels. Shanna flew after him and barely recognized that Charlotte threw a blanket about her. They ran through the house to the back, flinging doors wide as they went, and did not pause as they crossed the lawn. Flames were licking like hungry tongues up the walls of the stable, and they found the doors closed, the broad ones barred, and the small one with a heavy post braced against it. The snorts and screams of the animals within rent the night, and the crackle of flames grew into a roar. Shanna caught Nathaniel's bare arm, her long nails digging into his flesh. "Ruark!" she screamed above the din. "He came to see about the horses." They drew near the small door, and Nathaniel snatched buckets of water from the trough to splash onto the flames that threatened the sills as Shanna struggled against the dead weight of the heavy post. He brushed her aside, and with a single heave sent the post tumbling. Sobbing, Shanna snatched at the latch. The hot metal burned her fingers,
and she wrapped her hand in the end of the quilt and managed to lift the post. Heavy billows of smoke rolled out as the door swung free, choking Shanna and forcing her back, gasping for air. Nathaniel snatched the quilt from her back and doused it in the trough, then, flinging it over his head and shoulders, crouched beneath the roiling, strangling black clouds and entered the inferno. Attila's scream of terror shredded the air, and Shanna pressed shaking hands over her ears, sobbing against her own fear. Men were running all over now. Lines were formed to pass buckets of water and throw them on the towering mass of flames. A shower of sparks fell within, and Shanna's breath froze in her throat. Sickening horror congealed in her chest as her imagination did its worst with her, flashing before her mind's eye a vision of Ruark writhing in flaming agony. Panic would have brought her screaming into the barn like a frenzied banshee, but then she saw a form struggling toward her through the smoke. Drawing a deep breath, Shanna plunged forward into the eye-searing smoke. Nathaniel staggered against her with Ruark flung across his shoulders, the blanket draped over them both. Snatching his arm, Shanna led him out, her own lungs near to bursting. They cleared the stables as other men ran past to free the horses, all and Trahan in a wine velvet dressing robe, stepping lightly for his girth, and Pitney charging across the lawn, the tails of his long nightshirt flapping loose over his breeches. Nathaniel fell to his knees, choking, gasping for breath, and Ruark sprawled limply from his shoulders, tangled in the wet quilt. Charlotte was at her husband's side, bending over him, while Shanna frantically tore the sodden cover from Ruark. He groaned as she lifted his head to her breast. "Oh, my darling! My darling!" She wept in relief as his eyes blinked open. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?"
"My head."
He winced as her fingers touched his scalp. Shanna stared in amazement. The sleeve of her nightgown was smeared with blood. "You're bleeding," she gasped. Charlotte came around to kneel on the other side of him, bending over his head. Her slim fingers carefully parted his hair away from a small gash and gently probed at the swelling knot, drawing a grimace from Ruark. "There's a cut here," Charlotte announced. "Did you hit your head?"
"Some damn bastard hit me from behind," Ruark growled low.
He sat up beside Shanna, gingerly touching the back of his head.
"He was on the floor by the stalls, and the stable doors were barred from the outside," Nathaniel panted. "Whoever set the fire intended him to roast in it."
Pitney ran by, leading the mare Jezebel, and other men hurried out of the burning stable, bringing more horses to safety. Amelia had come to stand above Ruark, her tall, slender frame hidden in the folds of her husband's robe. In the bright firelight, her face appeared pinched and drawn as she questioned in a strained voice, "Are you all right?"
Ruark assured her with an effort. He rolled over and attempted to come to his feet, but fell back to his knees and grasped his head as if to hold it in place. Worried, Shanna watched him closely, and as Gabrielle wrapped a patchwork quilt around her shoulders, reached out with a corner of it to wipe his soot-grimed face. Clad only in a nightshirt, George paused to ask, "What the hell happened?" An enraged scream, not of an animal, forestalled any reply, and they all turned to the fiery stable. Attila came dashing out, half bucking and fighting against the dark form that clung to his side. Ruark gave a piercing whistle, and the steed swung toward them, coming to a halt by Shanna. The horse stood trembling and snorting as he pawed the grass, and the dark form resolved itself into a bedraggled Orlan Trahan. "Thank God!" Orlan wheezed. "I was afraid he was headed for the woods." He held his loose robe gathered in one hand
and it could now be seen that one end of the robe's belt was wrapped about the stallion's neck, and the other end was twisted firmly in Traherne's other hand. The elderly Traherne was a mess. His hair was singed about the ends and stood away from his head in a silvered corona. His face was smudged and streaked with soot, and his best dressing robe was mottled with black-ringed holes where myriad sparks had touched it. One slipper was missing, and his foot and leg was smeared with a brownish stuff, while his other slipper had an oddly crushed look about it. Shanna gaped. "Papa! What on earth?" "The beast was tied in his stall," Traherne puffed, sagging against the horse's shoulder, his hand still locked in the twisted belt. "When I loosed him, the nag trod upon my foot and would not let me take the lead." Gingerly he tested his foot and growled with pain as it touched the turf. "Ungrateful beast," Traherne moaned. "You have injured me sorely. I should see you fed to the dogs." The stallion snorted, nudging the squire's side with his head. "Eh, what's this?" Traherne caught the rope halter and held the steed's head. "It's all bloody." Ruark forgot the pain in his head and came to his feet to examine Attila's nose and face, where long, bloody welts showed in the firelight, criss-crossing the velvet snout. "He's been beaten. And you say he was tied?" "Aye." Traherne untwisted his hand and flexed it as if he was somewhat doubtful he could still use it. "And with his head low, close against the boards." George stepped near to peer through his spectacles and mused aloud. "'Twould appear it was done to get someone into the stable." He gazed thoughtfully at Ruark, and then at Shanna, who had risen to take her husband's arm. The fact that Ruark had stated he would sleep in the stables was not questioned, as George concluded. "With each moment that passes, I think this deed has more the taste of murder. But in heaven's name, why?" "I can't say why," Ruark growled and turned to the other men. "Oh, the horse is safe." "Aye," Pitney answered gruffly. "But look here, what I stumbled over." He held up a buckshot weighted quirt, which had blood gleaming on its black surface and short grey hair clinging to the sticky red. Ruark's lips tightened as he reflected on the brutal mind that would so cruelly beat an animal. "Damn the bastard!" he vowed vehemently. "If I ever get my hands on the bloody bitch's son who did this, I may well throttle him." "Well, whatever you do to him, you'll have to use your hands," Nathaniel drawled wryly. "I believe I saw your pistols and musket in the stable before supper. They're probably part of what's warming your backside now." The stable blazed into a soaring inferno, defying the best efforts to douse the flames. Some of the men had chopped a hole in the tack room's outer wall, and most of the harnesses and saddles had been saved. Dawn began to glow above the hilltop, before the last charred frames of the place collapsed in a heap upon the burning rubble. It was a tired, black-faced group who returned to the house. The women had been forced to retreat sooner from the cold. Amelia, still in her husband's robe, met the men in the house and quickly served glasses with a rich amber brew twinkling in the bottom of each, the only exception being a tall brimming mug of chilled ale for Pitney. Recognizing that it could have been a worse disaster, the group wearily raised their drinks in a grateful salute to their health. Amelia watched with growing amusement as they sampled the stuff, and her husband glanced up in question. "'Tis a fine lot you are," she chuckled. George examined his broken eyeglasses with a rueful smile. "Aye, warriors from the field." He heaved a sigh and matched her smile. "Now I can have the stable on the Oak Hill, where I've always wanted it." "Good fortune, then," Amelia returned gently.
Except, of course, for the squire's foot, Mr. Ruark's head, and your spectacles. Whatever happened?
Your youngest son, madam, mistook me for thin air. In the fray, he tried to run right through me.
His dry humour brought responsive laughter from the tired men, and a much reddened hue to Jeremiah's face. Mr. Ruark, Amelia said over her shoulder as she left the room, you may use Nathaniel's old room. 'Tis next to Shanna's. I think you can find it. She gave the smallest of laughs. That poor old tree is stunted enough being so close to the kitchen. A bustle of activity pervaded throughout the house as the servants rushed to prepare baths for the Beauchamps and their guests. Ralston's bed had not been slept in, and he was nowhere to be found. Gaylord snoozed peacefully, his snores echoing loudly from his chambers. It was a late hour when the rest of the household took their morning meal. Orlan hobbled into the dining room on a bandaged foot. Despite Shanna's pleas, Ruark had refused a bandage for his head and quietly took a place beside her at the table. No one questioned his right to sit there, and in the absence of both Gaylord and Ralston, the dining was a warm and hearty affair. As the tale was retold, Shanna was amazed at how quick the Beauchamps were to laugh at themselves, as if the loss had not affected them in any manner. With rich enthusiasm, they began to plan the new stable, and the ease with which Ruark offered his advice almost made Shanna wonder. Gaylord appeared, and his bland bluish-grey eyes surveyed the group around the table before he consulted his watch in some bemusement. He minced genteelly, tucking the timepiece away. Is it some local holiday I have missed? You slept the whole night through? Shanna asked, her own amazement showing. Of course, he sighed. I read from a volume of sonnets until a late hour, but from then on... He paused and scratched his cheek thoughtfully with an immaculate forefinger. It seems there was some disturbance, but after a while the house quieted, and I much assumed I had dreamt the whole of it. He seated himself in a chair and began to fill a plate. For a man of much leisure, his appetite never seemed to flag. "Why do you ask?" he questioned. "Is aught amiss?" "You rest exceedingly soundly, sir," Ruark observed, only mildly satirical. Yes." Gaylord smiled as he spooned a liberal serving of fruit preserves on a slice of hot bread. "A trait of the breeding, I assure you. An honest mind is a peaceful one." He fixed Ruark with a jaundiced stare, taking note of his proximity to Shanna. "I believe you have forgotten yourself again, bondsman. No doubt these good people are too polite to remind you of your place." Ruark snorted derisively. "But you will, of course." Beneath the table, Shanna's hand lightly squeezed her husband's thigh, cautioning him to be careful. It was best to avoid any confrontation with the man that might somehow bring Lord Harry's notice to Ruark. Soon Gaylord would be gone, and the truth could be revealed to her father. Then, perhaps, they could set about clearing Ruark's name. Ruark's thin brown fingers slipped over Shanna's beneath the tablecloth, tightening briefly to quietly assure her, and remained to hold them. George had lowered his teacup, and now spoke firmly. "Mr. Ruark is welcome at my table, sir." Gaylord shrugged. "'Tis your home, of course." They were leaving the table when the knight asked of his host, "I say, would you have a servant fetch a gentle steed for me from the stables? I've a yen to see this country you boast of so much, to try, if possible, to find some merit in it." Casting him a dubious glance, Ruark inquired with a hint of sarcasm, Can you find your way alone, or do you need a guide?
Pitney hid a smile of amusement as the knight glared his contempt at the bondsman. Whatever, I shall not need you to fetch me, Gaylord sneered. The stable burned to the ground this morning. Amelia interrupted the two men, eyeing each and appearing somewhat worried. Gaylord's eyebrows lifted. The stable, you say? And the horses as well? Pitney rasped gruffly.
We saved them all, as it appears. Someone set the fire off after locking Mr. Ruark inside. But of course you were asleep and wouldn't be knowing about that.
The knight snorted. No doubt that's the bondsman's story after he carelessly touched it off himself. A good ruse, I would say. That can hardly be the way of it, Nathaniel interceded, since the doors were bolted from without. Perhaps the slave has made some enemies, Gaylord shrugged. But that is of no importance to me. I only asked for a steed, not a full accounting of everyone's misfortune.
One will be fetched,
George announced brusquely. It was to the relief of all that Sir Billingham did manage to mount a horse and, his loosely jointed frame bouncing in the saddle, galloped off from view. Family and guests congregated in the drawing-room, for it was decided the day would be spent much in relaxing. George's vision was somewhat impaired with the broken eyeglasses, and Orland's crippled state did not lend to a great deal of mobility. He was carefully ensconced in a massive chair, his heavily wrapped foot propped on a footstool. A determination had been made that no bones were broken, but the foot was badly bruised and swollen to a point of discomfort. It was a short time later that the sound of a carriage coming up the lane drew the attention of all. Gabrielle went to the window, brushing aside the silken panel to look out. Past her shoulder, Shanna caught a glimpse of a young woman with a baby clutched in her arms, descending the steps of a landau with the aid of her driver. Dropping the drapery, Gabrielle whirled to face her mother, eyes wide. "'Tis Garland! Didn't you tell her to stay away?" Amelia gasped and dropped her needlework. She came to her feet, but appeared undecided as to which way to move.
Oh dear. Garland, she fretted. Good heavens.
She turned in supplication to her husband. "George!" Ruark as well seemed suddenly disturbed. Shaking his head as if pained, he moved away from Shanna's side and went to lean against the mantel, folding his arms across his chest, and frowning with what was apparently genuine disgust. Quite bemused by his actions, Shanna turned to stare at him wonderingly. Garland's entry was like a whirlwind coming in the door, a fresh, airy breeze sweeping through the house. She did not pause as she came into the drawing-room, but went straight to her mother to place the child in her arms. Glancing away from Ruark, Shanna saw only Garland's slim, velvet-clad back and a wide-brimmed hat that completely hid her face. Without a glance toward anyone else, the new arrival went boldly across the room to Ruark. He smiled tolerantly as she stood on tiptoes to place a kiss on his mouth. "Welcome home, Ruark," she said in a voice soft and warm. Garland turned, sweeping off her hat, and came directly to Shanna, who could only stare agog at the raven hair, golden eyes, and the dazzling smile and looks. There was no doubt in Shanna's mind that here was Ruark's sister. But then, Garland was Gabrielle's sister, and Nathaniel's, and Jeremiah's. Brothers and sisters all, and two. Ruark Deverell Beauchamp. And, of course, you would be Shanna. Garland beamed. Nathaniel did not do you justice with his words. Oh! The gasp escaped Shanna as she roused from shock. Her eyes flew to Ruark, who could only smile lamely as he shrugged. You! No other word would come, and Shanna stared at the girl again. You're... Oh! Her face flaming with her own foolishness, Shanna whirled and fled from the room, up the stairs, and into the bedchamber that she had been using. Locking the door behind her, she faced a surprised heiress who had been tidying the room. It was as if Shanna saw her surroundings for the first time, and the realization came, this was Ruark's room. It was his desk, his book of Greek, his bed, his armoire. Oh, how he had tricked her! Orlan Traherne's voice rang loud in the suddenly subdued drawing-room. Will someone tell me what's going on? A chuckle escaped Pitney as Ruark stepped before Traherne and, with a click of his heels, gave a slight bow. Ruark Beauchamp, at your service, sir. Ruark Beauchamp? Orlan bellowed. His bondsman did not wait to explain, but hastened after Shanna. Traherne rose and started to follow, but was painfully reminded of his injured foot. He snatched the staff and hop-skipped to the bottom of the stairs and roared upward. How in the hell can she be a widow, if you're Ruark Beauchamp? Ruark replied over his shoulder. She never was a widow. I cheated. Damnation! Are you married or not? Married. Ruark was halfway up the stairs. Orlan bellowed louder. Are you sure? Aye, sir. Ruark disappeared down the hall, and Traherne hobbled back into the drawing-room, his head bowed in thought, his brow furrowed in a frown. He looked accusingly at Pitney, who only shrugged and lit his pipe. Glancing around, Orlan saw the worried frowns of all the Beauchamps, the deepest on the face of the girl, Garland, who seemed not at all sure now that she had done the right thing. Traherne's belly began to shake. A chuckle burst forth and became rolling laughter. A few hesitant smiles appeared. Limping forward to George, Orlan stretched forth a large hand. Whatever else, sir, I am sure we shall not suffer from boredom. Ruark tried the knob and found the way barred. Shanna, he called, I would explain. Go away! Her shriek answered him. You made a fool of me in front of everyone. Shanna, he rattled the knob again. Open up. Get away. Shanna! Ruark's own anger rose, and he leaned a shoulder against the portal to find it as solid as he remembered. Leave me be, you mewling jackanape, Shanna gritted out. Go play your puns on some other fool. Damn it, Shanna, I can explain. Damn what? Damn me for a fool? She hurled. Get thee gone, you many-named goat. Open this door. Nay. Ruark stood back and kicked with all his might. The panel was solid oak, but the latch and jamb were not meant to take such abuse. With a splintering crash, the door flew wide, and a shower of plaster and wood fell from the side of the adjoining wall. Down below, Amelia laid a worried hand on her husband's arm, but he patted it reassuringly. Ruark stepped through the door, glancing in momentary wonder at the wreckage he had wrought, but where he had expected to see Shanna, there stood a horrified heiress. Her hands were clenched to her mouth, and her eyes were wide as moons. Mr. Ruark, she stuttered, and then found her tongue. Get ye gone from this room, Mr. Ruark, she stammered. I'll not see you doing your dirt here with these nice people. Ruark ignored her and stepped towards Shanna, who had her back to him. But the Scotswoman scurried to block his path. Get out of my way, Ruark growled. He was not in a mood to allow interference. The maid was firm.
Master Ruark, you will not do this here. Woman, you stand between me and my wife.
He almost matched Traherne's tone and moved forward menacingly.
Get out!
Haggis gaped at him, her jaw sagging. Very meekly, she moved aside and left the room, shaking her head and mumbling to herself.
Shanna!
Ruark began, angrily, but he realized full well the hurt she had suffered.
Shanna.
His voice was softer, then softer still.
Shanna, I love you.
Beauchamp. Beauchamp. She stamped her foot with each word. I should have known.
I tried to tell you last night, but you would not listen.
Shanna faced him, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Then I am Madame Beauchamp, of the Virginia Beauchamps. I am no widow, nor have I been. I shall be the mother of a Beauchamp, and my father shall have all he wished for.
To hell with your father's wishes.
Ruark took her in his arms.
You shall have all you wish.
You played me the fool from the first, she accused, resisting his embrace. She kept her arms folded between them as she stared up at him. You could have told me and spared me much.
Remember, my love, on Mare's head when you told me you could accept me if I were rich and came from a family well named?
He questioned softly, and then stated without waiting for her answer,
I wanted you to love me, Shanna, whether bondsman or Beauchamp. Had I told you, I would never have been sure.
'Tis all yours, isn't it? This room, the High Valley, the cabin there and the bed where we made love, the horses. Even Jezebel was your gift to me, wasn't she?
Whatever I have, I gladly yield to you,
Ruark murmured. Shanna's brows drew together as a new thought struck her. How did you come to know so much about Mills? His hands slipped up her back as he tried again to bring her closer, but still she refused him. He answered quietly.
I've built 3 of my own on the James, and a big one at Wells Landing above Richmond.
And ships? She raised her gaze and contemplated him suspiciously. It always puzzled me about the schooner, how you handled her. You seem to have a talent for sailing ships, as well as all your other accomplishments. The pins escaped her hair beneath his fingers, and the tresses tumbled free of the sedate coil.
My family has 6 that ply the coast.
Ruark's eyes softly caressed her face.
I own 2, 3 now with the schooner.
Shanna groaned in despair. You're as rich as my father. He gave a low chuckle.
I doubt that heartily. But I can afford whatever gowns you wish.
A hot blush stained Shanna's cheeks as she was reminded of their quarrel and her own denials of him. You laughed at me all the while, she moaned disconcertedly. How you must have ached, being unable to lay hold upon some of your wealth, so you could free yourself and flee Los Camellos.
I told you once, money was not my problem.
He stepped to the music box, and, much to Shanna's amazement, slid open a concealed door at the end of it, revealing a chamber that ran the length of the base. From it, Ruark removed several wadded pieces of oiled buckskin, and then 2 small leather bags. A very solid clink sounded as he hefted them in his hand.
I've had this ever since Nathaniel came to Los Camellos. He even sent me the box to put it in. There's more than enough here to pay my bondage and my fare to Virginia. If I hadn't wanted to be with you, I could have left.
He returned to her, and his hands smoothed her hair before they moved to cup her face, lifting it up so their eyes met. "I love you, Shanna. I want you to share my life, and that which belongs to me. I want to build you a mansion, as your father did for your mother, as my parents did here. I want to give you children with dark hair and light, and watch them grow, bathed in our love. I have properties on the James. The land is good, and 'twill nourish our offsprings. It only waits your word to say where the house will be." Shanna sniffed. "I rather entertained the idea of living in a cabin with you." Ruark's embrace tightened about her, and she murmured against his chest, "I should have your scalp, you know that." "Will not my baby do as well, madam?" he asked tenderly. "Captain Pirate John Ruark Deverell Beauchamp, how shall I call you?" Shanna brushed at her tears. "Lover, husband, father to your children, love of your life. You will know me by whatever name." "Father Beauchamp?" Shanna shook her head in distaste. "Husband Beauchamp?" She wrinkled her nose. "Ruark? Lover?" Her arms slipped about his neck, and her mouth raised to meet his. The kiss blended their lips in joyous love. It was a long moment before they parted, and were brought to full awareness again by a polite clearing of the throat which came from the doorway. This time they turned with no fear of discovery, and met Nathaniel's grin. "I always seem to be intruding," he chuckled. Shanna giggled as she snuggled happily within Ruark's embrace. "I shall not ask for your discretion, sir. Tell whom you may." Ruark beckoned his brother in. "What is on your mind?" Nathaniel scratched his cheek thoughtfully, and his brown eyes were warm with humour. "I was afraid Shanna might think me a liar for not claiming you as my brother, and I just wanted to set the record straight now that the secret is out." Impulsively, Shanna pressed a kiss upon Nathaniel's cheek. "I forgive you. No doubt Ruark swore you to silence." "Aye, that he did," Nathaniel responded. "When we put into port at Los Camellos, Ruark sought me out. I gave him money to pay for his bondage, but he refused to leave or have the story out. I thought him mad or beguiled by a witch." The captain gave a humorous laugh. "Then I met you, and I could understand at least a part of his reasoning. With all due respects, madam," he bowed slightly in apology, "I had indeed accounted for all my brothers when I talked with you. 'Twas no lie I gave you." "But how came you to be there?" Shanna questioned. "Surely it was no coincidence?" "When I put into port in London, I made inquiry as to the whereabouts of Ruark. I learned he had been accused of murder and hanged for the deed. The Newgate records reflected that his body had been delivered to the servant of one Madame Beauchamp. At the docks, I was informed that that same lady and her retinue had sailed to an island called Los Camellos. My curiosity was stirred, so I made it a stop on my return voyage. I should also tell you another thing that may ease your mind somewhat. I hired barristers in London, and they promised me a most serious investigation into the matter of the girl's death, although as yet I have received no encouraging word." "But surely it will come," Shanna said. "It must. Ruark didn't kill the girl, and we don't want to spend the rest of our lives hiding from the world. There will be more children after this one. They'll need a home and a name." Ruark moved closer behind his wife and folded his arms about her. "Aye, there'll be many more," he agreed. "Beauchamps for all the world to know." "Have you told your father yet about the baby?" Nathaniel peered at Shanna. She leaned back against the long form at her back and caressed the lean brown hands resting at her waist. "Aye, last night." Nathaniel nodded in satisfaction. "Then that, too,
has ceased to be a secret. Forgive me, my love, Ruark spoke. I bore the news to my family before I brought you to them. I came down to greet them from the trail.
And I thought Gabrielle a little twit for taunting you. Shanna laughed.
They were all reluctant to play the game, but Gaylord's presence convinced them of its importance. Mother would have had it out right away but for him,
Ruark explained.
She doesn't tolerate deceit in anyone.
It was terrible of you, Shanna pouted, but her eyes danced as they turned askance to meet his. I could have left you now. I was that angry.
I would have followed you, Ruark assured with a flash of white teeth. You have my heart and my baby. You would not have escaped. Aye,
Nathaniel chuckled.
And you can believe that, Shanna. He was determined to win your love, and I would guess he's gotten that.
Oh, yes, truly, Shanna responded radiantly.
Then I will leave you two alone.
At the doorway, Nathaniel glanced back with a grin, indicating the damaged portal.
Though I suppose there's no cause now with so little privacy.
Chapter 27. The families below, now joined into one, were congratulating each other, and truly had not long to wait before Shanna and Ruark came down. As Nathaniel had surmised, when one's bedroom door is permanently ajar, not even a very amorous couple has much to do. Ruark went to Traherne, took the squire's hand, and placed within it a long, slim bag.
"They're 50-pound gold pieces, sir," he announced. "You'll find 30 of them in it. The price of my bondage, 1,500 pounds.
Ruark waited a moment while Traherne hefted the bag with a merchant's skillful hand.
"If you would be so kind as to sign my papers and mark them paid in full."
Traherne reached into an inner pocket of his velvet coat and withdrew a packet, which he gave to Ruark without opening it.
"They've been signed since you brought back my daughter." "A poor judgment, squire,"
Ruark smiled.
"Now I take her from you again."
"Damn!" Traherne fussed in mock fury.
"'Tis unjust that I should lose my daughter and my most valued bondsman at the same time. You've lost nothing, squire,"
Ruark assured him.
"You will never be rid of either of us."
He caught Shanna gently against his side and gazed down warmly into her smiling eyes.
"And God willing, we shall lay a host of smaller troubles at your door, sir."
George sighed in audible relief and removed his broken spectacles.
"I was warned not to take these off, lest you discover the resemblance between my son and me, and I'm glad the secret is out, so I can view the world clearly once again."
His golden eyes twinkled as he smiled at Shanna and took her hands into his.
"My son has made a fine choice. You do the family proud, Shanna."
Garland came forward rather hesitantly, holding her sleeping daughter in her arms. "I am sorry for the disturbance I caused, and I hope you will forgive me for bursting in like that."
"At the time, I was tempted to take you across my knee," Ruark grinned. "But having the matter out in the open is a great burden removed, so I suppose I should thank you."
"You are Gabrielle's twin?" Shanna inquired uncertainly, and glanced back and forth between her husband and his sister, wondering if there might be more surprises yet to come. The close resemblance was startling. Garland laughed gaily. "Of course, but Ruark and I have always looked more alike than the others, and that has really confused people when they know I'm Gabrielle's twin. Ruark and I resemble father, while the rest favour mamma." The baby stirred in Garland's arms, and Shanna watched in fascination as the infant yawned and stretched her tiny limbs. "I wonder if I might hold her?" Shanna asked softly. "Oh, yes, indeed. Here." Garland beamed with pride and placed her daughter into the waiting arms. Almost fearfully, Shanna accepted the bundle, which was light as a feather and soft as thistledown. The cherubic face looked up with curious wonder at this stranger's visage, and Shanna, who had never even been close to a small baby before, was just as awed. Ruark's arms came around Shanna as he silently admired his niece. "She's so tiny," Shanna said in amazement. "Oh, but they all are at the beginning," Garland assured her. "You'll see." Orland Traherne sat back with a smug smile of satisfaction. There were many things that had to be explained yet, but he was confident that would come in all due time. What mattered most was that his daughter had far exceeded his expectations in finding herself a husband, and, to top it all, had gotten herself with Babe. He was a happy man, and even the pain in his foot could little dim his joy. So it occurred that in the aftermath of disaster, a great happiness was found. Ruark had taken his bride on his arm and presented her to the world, daring any to dispute his claim or to disparage her in any way, though none present would have. They were an impressive pair, he as handsome and proud as a man could be, and she as beautiful, loving, and content as a woman ever. Both sides of the parentage looked upon the couple and had no doubts that this was a fine mating. It was a joyous time for everyone. Even the maid Hergus, suffering for so long under the weight of her secret, smiled from the doorway as she watched Shanna and witnessed her joy. Pitney, too, was proud of his sometimes questionable role in the marriage. Still, he knew a nagging uncertainty, for not all the questions had been answered, and many remained to be asked. All too soon, his unease was extended to the others. Ralston returned, and almost immediately an oppressive air settled over the formerly happy group. The thin man handed his long cloak to the doorman and came into the drawing-room. With a puzzled frown on his face, his eyes roved over the normal-appearing assemblage as if he searched for some clue, and then settled on Traherne with his singed hair and bandaged foot. He began hesitantly, staring at the squire's foot. "I would have taken my mount to the stable, but I could see no trace of the place from the road." Traherne gave a low chuckle. "To find the stable, one must look low on the ground." As Ralston gave only blank wonder to his statement, he explained. "It went up in smoke early this morning, and only ashes remain." Orland paused and considered his agent for a long moment. "Now that I think on it, I saw no sign of you. Where have you been?" "Your pardon, squire," Ralston hastened to reply. "I had news of an acquaintance who lives in Mill Place, and I took myself hence to seek him out. But you say the stable burned?"
"Aye,"
Pitney answered gruffly.
"'Twould appear you missed the whole of it."
He let his statement hang, so it was almost a question. Ralston shrugged. "By the time I found my man, it was too late to come back, and he pressed me to stay the night. I did not think it to be unusual. Did you have need of me, squire?" Traherne waved away the man's apprehensive inquiry. "No harm done. I did not know you had friends among the colonials, 'tis all." Ralston sniffed. "A friend of the family, nothing more. A reckless chap, given to unwise speculations. Hardly one to appreciate the finer points of good English manners." Ruark's brows lifted dubiously. He could well imagine the gaiety of an evening with Ralston. "You seem to have misplaced your riding crop, Mr. Ralston," Pitney commented casually. "Misplaced, huh?" Ralston sneered a trifle angrily. "I put it down when a mount was being saddled yesterday, and when I was ready to leave, I could find neither hide nor hair of it. I had no time to question the stable boy, as I was in a hurry,
But rest assured I shall see that he returns it, or suffers for his thievery."
George Beauchamp's brows drew together at the suggestion that his man was responsible, but Amelia rested her hand on his arm and caught his attention with a small, almost imperceptible shake of her head. Traherne diverted Ralston away from further accusations.
"Enough! There has been too much ado about the fire, and that mangy Hun, who has the gait of a plough-horse, and has little care whereupon he plants his hoof."
He prodded his bandaged foot with the butt end of his staff and winced.
"Should I ever touch that mule again, 'twill be with the heavy end of my cane."
"Come now, Papa," Shanna chided in defence of Attila. "'Tis well said that he who would contredance with a horse must be exceptionally light of foot." The round of chuckles was a bit subdued and died out quickly. Ralston gave no smile, but checked his timepiece against the mantel clock. Conversation became stilted, and the drawing-room knew long periods of uneasy silence. Ralston's presence brought a decided dearth of merriment. It was in the hush of one of the long, quiet times that Traherne sat restlessly drumming his fingers on the arm of the chair. He stopped and slowly raised his hand to stare at it. The drumming continued, and all eyes in the room came to rest upon him. The sound resolved into hoof-beats drawing near, and Charlotte went to the window as a stentorian voice bawled out a series of unintelligible orders, and the thundering of hooves ceased. "Red coats," Charlotte informed from the window. "A dozen or so." In the excitement of the arrival, it was only Pitney who noted that Ralston wore a smile of satisfaction and glared with open hostility at Ruark. A knock came upon the door, and shortly the doorman ushered an English officer into the drawing-room. Ruark had been standing with his backside to the hearth, but at the man's entry he immediately presented his back to the room, bracing a hand against the mantel as he stared down into the flickering flames. Two soldiers with muskets followed the officer in and took up stations on either side of the door.
"Major Edward Carter, Virginia Detachment of His Majesty's 9th Royal Fusiliers," the officer announced. "Squire George Beauchamp."
George stepped forward and offered his hand, which was taken briefly by the other.
"Master of this house and lands, by royal grant."
Major Carter nodded, but remained stiff and formal.
"I am about His Majesty's business," he informed George. "I respectfully request that my men be allowed to water and stable their mounts. Since we will remain the night, I also request shelter for my men."
The eldest Beauchamp smiled ruefully at the man.
"We seem to be short one stable, Major. But there are other barns, and as for your men, I'm sure some arrangements can be made. Whatever you can spare, sir."
The Major relaxed a bit.
"I would not inconvenience you in any way." He cleared his throat. "Now, as to my business here. I've been informed that an escaped murderer is here. According to an unsigned letter I received from Richmond, the man goes under the name of Ruark, John Ruark."
Silence fell like a shroud over the room. A feather falling to the carpet would have raised a din by comparison. Only Ralston did not give way to absolute surprise. Shanna dared not move, though her eyes went discreetly to Ruark. With a sigh of resignation, Ruark turned from the fireplace and met the Major's eyes boldly, a laconic smile on his lips.
"I surrender myself to you, Major Carter. I shall make no effort to escape." Ruark nodded toward the soldiers. "No need for violence here."
The Major's eyes slowly roamed the room and the tense waiting faces of the others present.
"I believe I shall accept your promise. You realize, of course, you are under arrest."
Ruark nodded, and the officer dismissed the two men by the door. He returned his gaze to Ruark, and a smile began to play about his lips.
Beauchamp! I should have guessed.
The Major repeated Shanna's words unwittingly and rubbed his jaw in reflective memory.
Ruark Devereux Beauchamp, as I recall.
Now Ralston showed the surprise that had been absent earlier. His mouth sagged open, and he stumbled a step toward the officer.
What?
His tongue was no lighter than his feet.
Beauchamp?
His finger stabbed at Ruark repeatedly.
But...
His dark eyes moved to George, and then to Amelia, Gabrielle, Shanna, Jeremiah, and Nathaniel. His longest stare of all was at Garland, who smiled sweetly back at him.
Oh.
He swallowed. He toyed with the glove on his left hand, and finally pulled it off as he retired to the fireplace and took his turn at regarding the coals.
You were a captain the last time we met.
Ruark gestured to the officer's rank.
Aye.
The Major rubbed his chin again.
I remember very well, Mr. Beauchamp, and I am much relieved that I have brought more men this time.
I'm sorry about that, Major, Ruark replied, and did seem genuinely apologetic.
I can only suggest that it was being so roughly aroused without explanation that stirred my ire somewhat.
Major Carter chuckled.
'Tis my earnest desire that I never be present when your ire is fully aroused. I beg you, however, not to worry overmuch about the broken jaw. These times of peace make promotions come very hard. It was the injury which brought my name to the fore, and assured the rank to me, preventing at the same time my being cashiered. Good luck it was, albeit rather harsh.
He surveyed the room.
You seem to be a member of the household.
My son. Amelia's voice was sharp and tight as she took her husband's arm. This has all been a terrible mistake. I'm certain Ruark is not guilty of that hideous thing, and we intend to lend our full efforts to proving it.
Of course, madam, Major Carter returned gently. You may rest assured that a full investigation will be conducted into this matter. We have much to look into here.
He peered at George.
Sir, it has been a long ride from Williamsburg, and I believe it nearly tea-time. I see you have some brewing. I wonder if I might beg a cup. My hospitality has slipped, George responded. Would you prefer something stronger? I have some excellent brandy. Sir, you are over-kind to a poor servant of the crown.
The Major grinned as a snifter was pressed into his hand, and closed his eyes almost in ecstasy as he rolled the first sip over his tongue.
'Tis a boon to the weary.
He took another sip, and enjoyed it no less than the first.
Good heavens! The Major suddenly exclaimed. I'll be forgetting my boots next.
He fumbled in the inner pocket of his coat before drawing forth a packet of envelopes.
Is a Captain Nathaniel Beauchamp present?
Nathaniel came forward and identified himself.
They seek to make the best use of an officer's time these days, the Major said ruefully. These be dispatches from London, bound to you through the postmaster at Williamsburg and myself. At least one of them bears the royal seal.
Taking the letters, Nathaniel withdrew to the window where the light was better. Shanna came to Ruark and slipped her arm through his, hugging it close. Having witnessed her graceful movement across the room, Major Carter stared at them somewhat uncertainly. He had taken note of the beauty soon after his entry, and heaved a sigh of disappointment as Ruark gave the introduction.
My wife, sir, Shanna Beauchamp.
The Major bowed before her.
You are most beautiful, madam. A light in the wilderness as it be. I am indeed pleasured.
He straightened and regarded her carefully.
The name? Shanna? Would you perhaps be, or rather were you, Mistress Shanna Traherne?"
"Aye," Shanna replied graciously. "And this is my father, Orlan Traherne." She swept her hand to the seated one.
"Lord Traherne!"
The Major was obviously impressed and hurried to Traherne's side.
"I have heard much about you, sir."
"Humph." Traherne refused the extended hand.
"Mostly bad, I'd wager. But my temper will be greatly improved when this foolishness about young Ruark is done with. You may inform your superiors, Major, that my influence and monies will also be lent to his cause."
The officer was ill at ease. If there were 2 names and 2 fortunes that could more upset the peace of the crown, he was not aware of them. Nathaniel left off his reading by the window and rejoined them.
"I believe no monies need be expended today."
He extended an official-looking document, replete with seals, toward the Major.
"This is to be delivered to the nearest officer of the Crown, sir. Will you accept it?"
Heaving a reluctant sigh, the Major took the letter from Nathaniel's hand. He began to read, his lips moving with his eyes. He glanced at Ruark, set down his glass, and read further. He began to speak the words aloud.
"Thus, in view of new evidences and in light of a petition made by the Marquess de Beauchamp, all proceedings in the case of Ruark Beauchamp are herein set aside until such time as further investigation has determined the facts in this matter."
Major Carter lowered the paper and spoke to the room at large.
"It bears the seals of both the Marquess and the Court of Peers."
He looked to Ruark and Shanna, a much-relieved smile spreading slowly across his face.
"It seems that you are free, Mr. Beauchamp."
With a happy cry, Shanna flung her arms about Ruark's neck and nearly strangled him in her excitement. Relieved sighs were released about the room.
"Do you mean to say—"
Ralston's strident voice cut through the immediate gaiety, and everyone turned as a body to stare at him.
"That an escaped murderer can be set free by a—"
He stalked forward and flicked the corner of the document before the Major could move it beyond his reach.
"By a piece of paper? 'Tis injustice, I say, a gross miscarriage."
The Major drew himself to his full height.
"This letter explains it all, sir. The woman had a husband and was seeing other men besides. There had been complaints before from men she had robbed. They claimed that after visiting her, none could remember anything but waking up to find themselves dumped a goodly distance from the inn. Further, several gentlemen in Scotland acknowledged Mr. Beauchamp's arrival from the colonies. He could not have fathered her babe, as she was well along, and they now suspect the husband of killing her in a jealous rage. A good English girl was brutally slain, and she with child, and now her assailant is to go free."
Ralston had grasped only what he thought pertinent to his case.
"Mr. Ralston!"
Traherne bellowed. Major Carter casually rested a hand upon his sword.
"Do you challenge an order of the Court of Peers, sir?"
The disapproval of these 2 men of authority was enough to quiet the agitated Ralston. However, it was the flare of anger in Shanna's eyes as she came toward him that made him retreat.
He stammered, "I only— Nay, of course not."
He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing convulsively, and stared down at the woman who, in untamed rage, almost trod upon his long, narrow toes. "Part your lips with my husband's name again, and I will tear them from your face." Though Shanna's voice was a bare whisper, Ralston understood her, as well as if she had shouted. He nodded eagerly.
I mean, never. Anything."
Ralston stood very still until she withdrew. He carefully eased his foot from the hearth and brushed the hot ashes from the sole of his boot. He followed Shanna with his gaze until she was safe on her husband's arm again. The agent had just begun to recover his poise, but lost it when Pitney touched his arm.
Mr. Ralston, I found this. I believe it's yours.
The huge man held out the quirt he had shown Ruark earlier and watched the other closely.
Oh, I thank you.
Ralston was most relieved and accepted the whip.
Aye, 'tis mine. Most difficult, to ride with only a willow switch.
He paused and, giving a disgusted grimace, turned the thing over in his hand.
What is this all over it? Blood, Pitney grunted. And hair. Attila's. It was used to beat the horse until he whinnied and brought Ruark to the stables. But of course, you would know nothing about that. You were gone the whole night. What did you say your friend's name was? Blakely. Jules Blakely.
Ralston answered absently.
Blakely? I know the man.
George added the comment from across the room.
He has a cottage just outside Mill Place. I've heard him speak of a relative in England, but 'twas... let me think.
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then eyed Ralston.
'Twas his wife's brother.
Ralston would meet no one's gaze and stared at the floor. His voice was hoarse and almost a whisper when he finally spoke.
My sister, when I was but a lad, was falsely accused of thievery and sold into bondage. She married the man, a colonial.
The shame of this last admission seemed almost more than he could bear. Major Carter had been standing by Traherne, taking in all that transpired. He pursed his lips from time to time, and finally reached down into the large pocket of his coat to withdraw a rather thick manual with a plain cover. Leafing quickly through it, he paused to read intently upon a page and began to pace, his head down, deep in concentration. After several circuits of Traherne's chair, he stopped and launched a musing oratory.
I have been a line officer most of my career, except for that tour in London.
Smiling slightly, he nodded to Ruark.
And hence I am well schooled in the art of battle. Thus, being an officer of the Crown in times of peace is another matter. However, the best Whigs of the court have put together a manual which is supposed to take the place of experience, and is also suggestive and not directive in nature.
He held up the book and waved it a bit for their notice.
It leaves one with a choice of following it to the letter, or of ignoring it and chancing a court-martial. It does say right here that when an officer finds in the civil field a matter which seems uncommonly confused and or suspicious, he must take it upon his own authority to investigate and obtain the facts.
He tapped the page with his finger.
As presumptuous as it may sound, I could not have found better words to describe this situation.
He met all the stares he had attracted, turned, and faced Pitney.
This matter of the stable, did you mean to say the fire was deliberate?
No doubt of it,
Nathaniel interjected emphatically.
The entrance was secured with a log against it, and my brother had been struck on the head.
Under the Major's urging, the tale was told, and at its end the officer flung up his hands in complete bemusement.
Gentlemen, please, I am trying to understand this, and 'tis most confusing. Perhaps 'twould be best if we started from the beginning.
He turned slowly and surveyed them all, halting as he faced Ruark again.
Mr. Beauchamp.
He smiled quickly, and his eyes went back to the other two Beauchamp men.
Mr. Ruark Beauchamp, he corrected. It has much upset me that your name appeared on the hanging orders, yet you stand here, apparently little the worse for the event. How can that be?
Ruark spread his hands.
I only know that I was taken from my cell, placed in another with other men, then later transferred to a ship which sailed to Los Camelos.
He nodded over the Major's shoulder.
Perhaps Mr. Ralston there can better explain. 'Twas he who arranged the whole of it.
What? Trahan sat up in his chair and twisted around to stare at Ralston.
You bought him from Newgate?
Bought is hardly the term for it, Papa, Shanna replied for the man. The jail-keeper, Mr. Hicks, had fine regard for shiny coin, as I can well attest. She regarded Ralston closely. What did Mr. Hicks charge for his trouble? 100? 200 pounds? Ralston spluttered and could not meet the Major's eyes. Then he looked at Shanna, as if a new thought dawned.
You have threatened me and accused me on several occasions, madam. But how is it that you wed one Ruark Beauchamp when that same man was lodged in the cellar of Newgate?
Trahan turned slowly in his chair to face Shanna, with a questioning brow arched.
He nodded. That would be most interesting to hear, Shanna, child.
He waited. Shanna closely examined the brooch she wore, scuffed at the carpet with a daintily slippered toe, smiled ruefully at Ruark, then drew a deep breath, and met her father's gaze directly. It was there I went to seek out a name to please you, and fulfill the terms of your wishes. I found one that could not be questioned, and whose bearer, I thought, would not burden me overlong. We struck a bargain, we two. She smiled over her shoulder at Ruark, and reached out her hand to him. He took it, and stood beside her, slipping an arm protectively about her waist. She spoke again to her father. The lie was bitter as I gave it, and it turned against me. For when I found out that I was not in truth a widow, I could not admit it. She leaned comfortably against Ruark. I am sorry for the deceit, Papa, but if I could be certain that the end would be the same, I would do it all again. Trahan laughed merrily to himself, and was still chuckling when he looked up at her again.
I was wondering how long you would take that ultimatum. For a while I was sure you had yielded, but now I see you have more than an even share of Trahan blood.
Shanna eyed the Major hesitantly. Another man was buried in the coffin I thought was Ruark's. Perhaps an unnamed corpse bound for Potter's Field. Beyond that, I have no knowledge. Pitney stepped forward and took up the tale.
I received the coffin from Mr. Hicks at Newgate. In it was an old man, withered and dried, dead of hunger or disease. I could not tell. Whoever the fellow was, he lies well beneath fine stone, with a high name upon it. There is little else to tell, only that I found the man who claims to be the husband of the murdered wench in London.
And as the Major opened his mouth to speak, Pitney held up a hand to give him pause.
I know now that the man is suspect. At this moment, he is in Richmond. The man was well in his cups in London, and only told me then that Ruark could not have done it.
Pitney saw Shanna's accusing stare, and hastened to add,
When I found that Ruark had escaped the hangman, I saw no reason to make a further stir over it. 'Twas only in Richmond that the girl's husband said he'd soon be able to prove Ruark innocent, so I left him to do what he was intending. It might have been a ruse to see himself clear.
Pitney shrugged.
I trusted the man. There was a girl murdered on our island, Trahan used aloud, and she traced an R in the sand.
Pitney turned his gaze to Ralston, and rested it there, until that one began to chafe beneath the weight of it.
You accuse me? Ralston barked. I abhorred the little twit. but I had no reason to kill her. She was nothing to me.
Shanna frowned at him. Millie was with child, and you gave her coins. Ruark and I both saw you with her in the hall at the manor house. Ralston waved his narrow hand.
She was to bring me fish. 'Twas all. Why did you follow Ruark about the island?
Pitney questioned.
I saw you on many occasions doing so.
The thin man's jaw flexed angrily.
You would like to accuse me of trying to murder him, wouldn't you? You and she,
he gestured to Shanna,
connived in London behind my back to arrange the marriage.
Ralston sneered.
Well, I didn't know he was wed to her when I saw them together near the mill. Mr. Ruark was free enough with his hands to make me realise there was something between them. As I was responsible for him being on the island, I knew if he were accused of tampering with the squire's daughter, questions would be aroused, and I would have to answer more than a few of them myself. I only learned that they were married on the sea voyage here, and as soon as we landed I sent a letter to the authorities. I understood Mr. Ruark a murderer. Don't you understand? Mr. Hicks said as much.
Shanna and Ruark exchanged glances that communicated the fact that they had both caught the significance of what Ralston had said. Besides Pitney, only Millie had known of their marriage.
Mr. Ralston, Pitney rasped out, you are an amazingly innocent man. Major,
Ralston called for the attention of the officer.
I am a citizen of England, due the protection of the law.
He worried at the glove he still wore on his right hand, snatched it off, and flung the both of them to a table.
If anyone is to accuse me, let them do it in the court. Then I will answer. But this mockery is unbearable. I demand the protection of a king's officer.
Amelia had moved to Ruark's side as the man finished his tirade, and now her elbow began to dig at his ribs. He glanced down at her, and she cast her eyes at Ralston. Bemused, Ruark frowned, and with a sigh, Amelia pointed to Ralston's right hand. Ruark looked at the man's hand and frowned at his mother again. Amelia's brows drew together, and she gestured again. This time, Ruark looked closely and suddenly saw her reason for such insistence.
Mr. Ralston,
Ruark asked gently,
where did you get that ring?
Ralston raised his hand to stare at the ring and answered sharply.
'Twas payment for a debt. What of it?
Ruark shrugged and mildly stated,
It has been in my family for several generations. I believe it was stolen from me. Stolen? Nonsense. I lent a man some money, and he had no means to pay. He gave me this instead.
Ruark half-faced the Major and spoke as much to him as to Ralston and the others.
My mother gave me the ring to present to my wife when I chose one. I wore it on a chain about my neck, and there it was when I went to the wench's chambers in England. That was the night she was murdered. Whoever took it had to have been in the room that night.
Ralston's jaw sagged as he realized the full implication of what Ruark had said. The Major's hand came to rest upon his pistol, and a horrified expression crept over Ralston's features as once more he became the centre of attention.
Nay, 'twas not me. I did not kill her.
He began to sweat.
You cannot lay this to me. Here, take your damned token.
He twisted the ring from his finger and flung it across the room. His eyes grew wild as he stared back at them all.
I tell you, I did not kill her.
His voice grew pleading as he turned to Ruark.
How can you accuse me? I never did anything to hurt you. Good Lord, man. I paid the money to save you from the hangman. Is that worth nothing?
Suddenly Ralston remembered the chains on the man, the threats he had heaped upon him. No mercy would be found here. He faced Pitney, to present his plea.
"We travelled together."
But Ralston recalled the bloody quirt and knew the hulking man suspected him. No help from this quarter. He stared at Traherne and saw the angry gaze in return and heard the words gritted out.
"You brought me men from the jail and pocketed the balance?"
Panic, fear. Ralston's world was collapsing around his ears. He fought to still his trembling hands and a quaking in his knees. Then Ruark spoke calmly.
"Who gave you the ring, Mr. Ralston? Sir Billingsome, perhaps?"
The agent stopped and gawked. Then he laughed in sudden, overwhelming relief.
"Of course. He repaid me for some monies I had lent him."
And where did Sir Billingsome say he had gotten it? Ruark questioned above the murmurs of surprise.
"Why, from a Scotsman, he said, for a debt the man owed him." "Jimmy is a Scotsman,"
Pitney offered, frowning.
"He could have taken the ring from Ruark."
"Where is Sir Gaylord?" Ruark asked, his voice flat.
"Riding still?"
"No one has seen him," Amelia replied.
"We'll get to the bottom of this when he returns,"
the Major stated.
"How much did you pay for Ruark?"
Traherne broke in to question his agent. Ralston's relief turned abruptly to distress, and he gulped out the answer.
£200. 1,500, you told me. I can only assume you cheated me before."
Traherne hefted the bag of money before he tossed it back to Ruark.
"There was never any fair debt of bondage against you, and your services have more than repaid my investment in you."
Without turning, he added,
"Mr. Ralston's accounts on Los Camellos shall go as repayment for what he's cheated me of."
Ralston stammered in outrage.
"That's everything I have in the world." "You best have enough to live on here in the colonies for a time,"
Traherne said, fixing Ralston with a cold stare.
"For you are no longer in my employ."
Then the squire continued, almost jovially.
"Perhaps Mr. Blakely will accept your bondage, whoever your next master is. I urge you not to cheat him."
The thin man's shoulders sagged. He had lost more here than he had ever gained through trickery. It was a cruel blow indeed if he should have to live out the rest of his days in the colonies. If Gaylord couldn't repay him, then he was truly in dire straits. The room grew still as Ralston slumped into a nearby chair. With much of the excitement past, Shanna felt a sudden weariness sweep over her. It had been a long morning, beginning with the stable fire. And then there had been the fear of Ruark being taken by the redcoats. As all the tensions ebbed from her, she realized she was nearly exhausted. Murmuring a word to Ruark, she let him make the excusal. He escorted her up the stairs and closed the draperies over the windows. She smothered a yawn and sagged on the edge of the bed. He smiled, and he came around to lean a shoulder against the massive post at the end, and his eyes spoke above the silence as he gazed at her. "The door won't close," she reminded him impishly, and laughed as she flung herself back across the bed. "Do you realize that we won't have to sneak around anymore?" Ruark went to the armoire and opened it to draw out a fresh shirt.
"Now that I can claim my room, I'm going to claim everything else in it."
He leered at her, drawing a playful giggle from her. "Not with that door open. Cool your lust, sir, until it's repaired."
"I'll see it done post-haste, madam."
Shanna watched him remove the leather jerkin and draw the shirt over his head, and her eyes were soft with love. "There is that which bothers me still, Ruark," she said quietly. "Who tried to kill you?"
"I have strong suspicions,"
he replied, and spoke through the linen shirt as he pulled it over his head.
"And I intend to find out for certain."
Stuffing the shirt-tail into his breeches, he came back to the bed. He bent down, bracing his arms on either side of her, and his mouth found hers, then savoured its eager response.
"I love you,"
Shanna whispered, looping her arms around his neck. Smiling into her eyes, Ruark repeated the words as his hand slipped downward along her body in a soft caress. Abruptly, his wandering fingers halted just below her knee, and he frowned his bemusement.
"Have you grown lumps of a sudden, madam?"
Shanna giggled and raised her skirts and chemise to show him the sheathed dagger stuck in her garter. "After this morning, I decided you needed protection." Ruark was more intrigued with the display of shapely limbs and continued his fondling along her naked skin. His kisses grew bold, and hot blood surged within his loins. Breathlessly, Shanna whispered against his parted lips, "The door. Someone might see us."
"We seem to have a problem with privacy," Ruark returned huskily, and dropped a kiss upon her velvet-smooth belly before pulling down her billowing skirts. "I'll go see what I can get to fix the door. Don't go away."
"I won't," she assured him. As she listened to the sound of his footsteps hurrying down the hall, Shanna smiled to herself and snuggled against the pillow. He had not bothered to silence his steps. It was a long moment, and her eyelids sagged as her bliss gently sailed her into peaceful slumber. Chapter 28. Shanna came slowly into full awareness. A small furtive sound had disturbed her sleep, yet it was not one that aroused apprehension or fear. She lay still, gathering her wits and teetering on the precipice of slumber. The light scraping noise came again. It was the branch of the oak tree brushing against the window pane. Shanna rolled her head on the pillow, and in the muted light of the room made out the figure of a man just stepping into the chamber from the window-sill.
"Ruark?"
she murmured sleepily. "What game are you playing now?" The dark form straightened and turned. Shanna gasped and sat bolt upright on the bed, a scream hovering at the base of her tongue. The man came toward her, a smirk etched across his lips. "Gaylord!" Shanna was surprised, but her trepidation waned. Surely this foppish knight was harmless. She snapped angrily, "What are you about, sneaking into my chamber?"
"Why, my dear Shanna," the knight sneered, "I was imitating what I've watched your gallant husband do. Am I not at least as handsome as he is?"
"Certainly not," she stated bluntly. She shook her head lightly. Her mind was still heavy with sleep, but he had not been present when Garland arrived. Indeed, he had been absent for the entire furor. How could he have known of their marriage? There was something in this that gnawed at her and stirred both her suspicion and her curiosity. "Before I call the servants and have you cast out, I ask again, Sir Gaylord, what is your purpose here?"
"Rest easy, my lady."
He leaned a long-barreled musket against the back of a chair and took a seat, propping his muddy boots on another.
"I have been about business of my own, and only sought to have a word with you in private."
Shanna rose and smoothed her velvet gown and sleep-mussed hair, conscious of his roving eyes upon her. She tucked her feet into her shoes and glanced at the clock on the mantel. The hour was shortly past noon. She had only slept a few brief moments after all, and Ruark would be returning soon to repair the door. "I cannot imagine what topic we have in common, Sir Gaylord," Shanna declared haughtily, as she folded the quilt and laid it neatly at the foot of the bed. If the boorish dolt was bent on renewing his courtship, she would put short shrift to it. She had no intention of staying to listen to his panted endearments. "Ah, my lovely Lady Shanna." Billingham leaned back in the chair and pressed his fingertips together, forming a steeple over his belly. "The Ice Queen, the untouchable one, the perfect woman." There was an evil echo in his soft, wheezing laughter. "But not so perfect. My dear, you have practiced deceit, and now the debt falls due. The time has come to pay." Shanna frowned at the knight. "What are you saying?" "Your marriage to John Ruark, of course. You don't want anybody to know about it, do you?" So he did not know that the secret was out, but he knew about the marriage. She led him on. "Sir, do you mean to extract money from me?" "Oh, nay, my lady," he averred, his eyes following her with undisguised hunger as she moved a bit away from him. Gaylord came to his feet, and with a seemingly casual stride, positioned himself between Shanna and the door. He faced her abruptly and struck that inane pose with his cocked knee as he fixed her with a glowering gaze. "Nothing at all so devious," the good man smirked. "'Tis only that I need your assistance, and have something to yield in return. If you will convince your father and the Beauchamps to invest a goodly sum in my family's shipyard, I shall say nothing of your marriage to this Ruark chap, nor will I inform the authorities that your husband is, in fact, an escaped murderer." Shanna's face was carefully blank. "And how do you know that?" He snorted. "The fool Ralston told me on the Hampstead of his dreaded secret, that he had bought a murderer from the jail, and that same one was John Ruark. I had followed my father's writings very carefully on your husband's trial. Of course, he was Ruark Beauchamp then. What bemused me most was how you came to be married to the rogue. I understood that he had been hanged, and when you portrayed yourself his widow, I was surprised, for I had thought the man unmarried, or so my father's documents stated. I had never seen Ruark Beauchamp, so I couldn't name John Ruark as the same, until Ralston informed me of his misdeed, and I could only surmise that John Ruark and Ruark Beauchamp were one and the same. You did marry him in the jail, didn't you?" Shanna gave a slow nod. "Aye? And what will you do, should I submit to your demand?" "Why, I'm off to London, of course," he replied with an off-handed gesture, "to see to my affairs there." "Back to London, you say?" The faintest glimmering of a notion began to tickle at the back of Shanna's mind. She had thought to ridicule the man with the truth, but she decided now to further satisfy her curiosity. She kept her voice in the same half-angry tone she had used, but asked a different question. "It occurs to me, Sir Gaylord, that you have been much in need of coin. You plead your poverty, but comport in a most splendorous fashion. You were friends with Mr. Ralston. You might have borrowed a few pounds from him." "And what if I did, madam?" He was at once nervous and almost angry. "Is it any affair of yours?" "Of course not." Shanna smiled to allay his fears, and continued more casually. "'Tis only that he had a ring of much value, and he insisted it was payment for a debt," she urged him to reply. "A cameo one? Of some age?" "Oh, that." The knight seemed relieved. "Most of my jewellery and some coin were in the baggage sent to Richmond.
I borrowed a bit from him until I could reach the port and repay him.
And the ring? How did you come by it?
He looked at her narrowly. I paid out some coins to a Scotsman, and I took that piece for his debt. 'Twould seem there are many debts in this world. Aye? But why this interest in the ring, madam? His voice betrayed an aroused suspicion. The idiot Ralston had taken on that one piece and insisted upon it for payment. There is another thing I would ask. Shanna tried to shift the topic to one less sensitive. How is it that you came to know that John Ruark was my husband? You were obviously the one who told Ralston. She tipped her head and mused aloud as he gave no sign of an inclination to answer. Many people knew parts of the secret, but few knew of the marriage between John Ruark and myself. I cannot guess who. A coldness coursed in Shanna's veins, and she went to the window to draw aside the heavy drape, blinking as the bright sunlight invaded the room again. There was only Pitney and Milly. As I trust Pitney, it had to be Milly. Poor Milly, she was with child. Shanna's voice slowed, and she stared openly at Gaylord. Ruark could not wed her, and she must have gone to... Her jaw sagged as it all came together. You! Shanna choked out in horror. And Milly! You killed her too. Shanna began to realize her own danger as Gaylord's eyes narrowed and his face set. She knew she must flee and darted suddenly toward the door. Gaylord caught her easily, his long bony fingers locking firmly around her arm. With a snarl, he flung her backwards, and she sprawled upon the bed. His tall form towered over her, looming ominously, as if he would throw himself down upon her. Her mind screamed for Ruark to hasten back. "Aye, Milly," the knight sneered, "and do not fancy yourself above a like fate, so hold your tongue, my lady." He withdrew a heavy quirt from beneath his coat and slapped the butt suggestively against his palm. Shanna recalled the long welts on Milly's body and remembered Attila's nose, and could find no desire to sample the same for herself. Obligingly, she held her tongue. Gaylord began to pace the floor restlessly, never leaving Shanna a clear path to the door, and carefully staying within a pace or two of her. He raved as he walked. "That common bitch, daughter of a fishmonger. Ha! She got herself with Babe, and saw me as a fine catch." He whirled on his heels and waved the riding crop. "But she changed her mind. Aye, that she did. She whimpered for mercy, and vowed she would say nothing, I made sure of it." Shanna was nauseated with the vision of Milly trying to dissuade the knight, pleading for her life beneath the cruel blows. She sat on the edge of the bed and tried to quell the sickening fear that gripped her. The man was insane. He would kill on a whim. No doubt he had murdered the girl in London as well, because she had proven a hindrance to him. And the thought came to Shanna that should he become convinced she was also a threat, she could not let herself dwell on that. She must say something to distract him. "My father will—" she began haltingly. "Your father?" Gaylord's nostrils flared as he glared at her, and his face became a twisted mask of rage. "Lord Traherne," he mimed angrily. "A commoner! Son of a thief! How I hated to beg for his money. Him, a merchant, cheating the gentler breed of its rightful wealth, taking their homes and lands because they could no longer meet his outrageous demands. Worthy lords and peers, reduced to grovelling at his feet for a tuppence. Good men, with plans that might sway the fate of all of England, coming to a common merchant to beg for funds.
Shanna's ire rose in defence of her father. She would not allow a murderer to slander him. My father cheated no one. 'Twas their own lack of good sense that brought them to grief.
My uncle would argue the point.
Gaylord took haughty offence.
He was ordered by the court to surrender the family estate for his debts. I believe your father now calls it his country house. But you defend him, my dear Shanna, when you have woes of your own. You know far too much for me to allow your freedom. He paused thoughtfully for a moment and scratched his chin with the end of the quirt. What am I to do? I need your father's money, but I cannot let you free to spread your tales. He came to stand near her. Then there is your curiosity about the ring. Tell me why it was so quickly noticed. He put his foot on the bed and rested an elbow on his knee, bending low to stare into Shanna's face. She shrugged and answered as innocently as she could. 'Twas only that it seemed richer than his means would allow. Gaylord sucked on his teeth and sighed. Madam, I have little time for pleasant banter, and even less patience. As Shanna opened her mouth to reply, his hand lashed out in a savage swipe. The force of the blow hurled her back on the bed, and Shanna's head reeled as she struggled up to an elbow and touched her numbed cheek. The next time I ask you a question, try to give me a better answer, my dear. His tone was hard. Now, why the ring? It belonged to Ruark. Shanna spat between angry white lips. Much better, my dear. He studied her intensely. Then your Ruark already suspects me of the bitch's murder in London? He didn't believe I had gotten it from the Scotsman? Gaylord held up a hand. No need to lie again. You did say I had killed Millie too. And he has, of course, talked to your father. He nodded, as Shanna's eyes flared in renewed contempt. Ah, yes, I see. Then my masquerade is done. He straightened away from her. Well enough. I weary of playing the foolish fop for your good humour. Shanna realized her face betrayed her again. What's this? You are surprised, my dear? He jeered arrogantly, the lisping accent gone from his words. I was well aware that your common minds would find amusement with a clumsy, bumbling fop. Still, I am injured, madam, that you of all believed it so readily. Shanna glared her utter hatred for the errant knight. I see, my dear Shanna, Gaylord chuckled and scratched at his collar, that you could not give even pity to an afflicted knight of the realm, but you reserve your adoration for a colonial bumpkin. I wonder if he really faced the pirates as boldly as he's told, and if you survived as pure and untouched as you would have us believe. Gaylord began to pace again, his head bowed in thought, but his wary eyes ever touched her. Pirates, he chortled, halting and shaking his quirt at her. By the devil, that's the way! A ransom! He went back to the chair and quickly returned with the long rifle. Shanna's eyes widened. She recognized it as Ruark's, the one he had left in the stable before it was set on fire. Aye, my lady. Gaylord leered, seeing where her eyes wandered. Your husband's. I took his weapons from the stable after I hit him. I should have finished the task then and there, before I set fire to the place. I lured him from your side when I knew the house was asleep. Clever of me, I must say, using Attila to draw him out. Had I planned better for the other two attempts, I would have seen him gone sooner. But I just happened by and saw that the opportunity was ripe.
Then I didn't know he was your husband. I was in the loft with Millie while you two were playing beneath. I realized then that I had to do away with him, because you were obviously in love with the rogue. Your infatuation hindered my marriage plans, and, you see, I really needed your father's wealth. Why, he laughed. I couldn't have avoided my creditors this long had it not been for the treasure I found in the girl's room in London. She tried to pry a few coins from me, you know, but I had naught to keep her quiet. She deserved to die. Snatching a long scarf from the armoire, Gaylord came back to haul Shanna roughly to her feet. His fingers bit in calculated cruelty into her arm. "No sound, my dear," he warned close to her ear. "'Tis your continued fortune that I have found a use for you." He pulled her arms behind her and bound them tightly with a scarf as he leered over her shoulder at her taut bodice. "Be docile, my dear." He lightly caressed her bosom and the full length of her body. Bound or not, Shanna could not tolerate his mauling. She opened her mouth for an enraged shriek, but found it stuffed with a handkerchief. She tried to spit out the dry linen, but he wrapped another scarf over her mouth, drawing it tight. Sir Gaylord rifled through her trunk until he found a heavy cape and draped it over Shanna's shoulders. The knight then slipped the strap of the rifle over his left arm and drew a pistol from his belt with his other hand. He held the latter beneath his cloak, reached out, and twisted his hand in Shanna's hair until she winced with pain. "So that you will not leave me on a whim, my dear," he laughed. Sir Gaylord paused, and his eyes gleamed as they swept the room. "But how shall they know?" He spoke as if to himself. The small writing desk sat in the corner, and there his gaze stopped. "Of course, a note for them. Come, my dear." He dragged her across the room, and laying the pistol on top of the desk, flipped the shelf down. He snatched a sheet of paper and plunged the quill into the well. He wrote boldly, "From the Beauchamps and Lord Traherne, I demand £50,000 each. Instructions later." For the signature, he scrawled an ornate B, ending the letter at the bottom with a flourished scroll. With a snorted laugh, he sailed the paper to the bed, retrieved the pistol, then led Shanna into the hallway. They had approached the top of the stairs when suddenly he thrust Shanna against the wall and pressed the pistol against her throat to ensure her silence. He peered around the corner to watch as the front door was pushed open by a wiry, red-haired man who stepped aside to let Ruark enter. The latter's hands were filled with tools and odds and ends of wood. The man followed Ruark in, and, after closing the door, helped him place his load in the corner. "Jamie Connors is the name. I be looking for a Mr. Pitney." Shanna could see Gaylord's frame stiffen as the stranger introduced himself. "Mr. Pitney is right in here." Ruark led the man into the drawing-room. Once the hallway was clear, Billingham took Shanna to the bottom of the stairs, forcing her in front of him as if to shield himself, and pressing against the wall, waving the pistol, as if a host of enemies threatened him. He dragged her to a halt. Voices could be heard from within the room. Shanna considered pulling loose and flinging herself away from her captor, but even as the thought came, Gaylord's hand caught a fresh hold in her hair and twisted her head painfully to one side, as if to warn her to silence. "No, I had no reason to kill me girl, but I know dead." The Scotsman's voice came to them. "'Tain't this one here. The one I'm after was bigger and heavier." Ruark watched the man flex his arms to indicate greater strength. "But he's here, the damn blighter is." "Begging your pardons, ma'ams." The man snatched his hat from his head and crushed it in his hands. "He come when I weren't about the dock, and took his baggage, what I followed, clear from London. Off to the Beauchamp's place, they said he was.
The small man studied each face before him carefully.
You ain't got no others? About so tall?
He held his hand a full head higher than his own.
About as tall as Mr. Pitney here. Sort of a dandy one he were, with lordly garb and a big feathered hat. Aye, a knight of the realm he were.
Sir Gaylord Billingsam?
Ruark snorted.
Aye, that's the name, the Scotsman chortled. Sir Billingsam.
Shanna twisted in Gaylord's grasp, but he turned a silent snarl to her face and raised the pistol as if he would strike her. Pushing her ahead of him, he rounded the stairs and headed for the back of the house. The servants had gathered in the kitchen to prepare the midday meal, and it was an easy matter for Gaylord to push Shanna through the back door without being seen. In a moment, they had gained the shelter of a line of shrubs that led near the former stable. He swung her easily over the rail fence and was soon urging her toward a stand of forest. By the time they entered the copse, Shanna was breathless beneath the stricture of the gag. There, Jezebel and a saddled horse of the Beauchamps waited. The mare wore only a blanket tied on with a rope. 2 bags of provisions had been thrown across her back. Without pause, Gaylord lifted Shanna astraddle and tied her feet with a length of rawhide wrapped beneath the horse's belly. Standing back, he surveyed his labours, then laughed with a chilling lack of humour.
Not the usual comfort, perhaps, but adequate. As you can see, I was going to use the mare as a pack horse, but she will serve to carry you instead, my dear.
He reached out and freed her hands, prodding her with the muzzle of the rifle.
In front, if you don't mind, my lady.
He bound her hands together, and giving a dour chuckle, laid a hank of the mare's mane across her fingers.
Be sure to hang on, my dear. 'Twould hurt me no end should you fall, not to mention yourself, of course.
He snickered at his own humour, and stepped into the saddle of the other mount, displaying a skill at horsemanship that had not been evident on his other attempts. Jezebel had no bridle, only a rope halter, and now Gaylord looped the loose end of the lead rope about his arm and set his heels to the flank of his steed. Helplessly, Shanna looked back over her shoulder, and ragged fear assailed the courage she tried to muster. There was no sign of an alarm being raised as yet from the manor, and her hopes of escaping this madman dwindled rapidly. Whether bent on murder or rape, he'd have his way, just as he had with Milly and the other girl. There was little she could do to delay the flight, but whatever there was, she would seize upon and work to its limit. They crossed the open pasture at a fierce pace, heading straight for the tall oak on the far side. Shanna kneed the mare to one side and the other, trying to hinder the retreat as much as possible. The horse snorted and lunged at this misuse, and if not succeeding in delaying, Shanna at least had the satisfaction of seeing Gaylord's arm stretched to its limit. They entered the forest, and the path was one Shanna knew. It led to Ruark's cabin in the high valley. Of course, Sir Gaylord could not know that the place where he thought to take his refuge was the least safe of all. They were well into the woods and had begun to climb, when Gaylord slowed and, dropping back beside her, loosened the gag and snatched it away. Shanna spat to rid her mouth of the taste of sweaty linen.
Scream, if it suits you, my dear. As loud and as long as you wish, Gaylord chortled. There is no one to hear you now. Moreover, I would not hide your beauty any longer than necessary.
Enjoy yourself, my lord. Shanna gave him a calm, almost gentle smile. Your end is approaching apace. I carry Ruark's child, and he will hunt you down. He has killed before men such as yourself who tried to take me from him. Gaylord stared at her in surprise,
then laughed with a wheezing snort. "So you bear his child? Do you think that matters aught to me? Believe what you will, madam, but be careful. I have felt the sting of your arrogance oft enough. Turn your mind to the consideration of my temper, and you may yet see this through without undue pain. There is no one behind us. They cannot know which way we've come. Ruark will come." Shanna still managed the same assured smile.
Ruark!
Gaylord snorted. He urged his horse ahead and tried to drag the mare at a faster pace. Shanna sat back and with her knees commanded Jezebel to halt. It was a struggle as they passed along the trail, but it diverted Shanna's mind from her own thoughts and fears. The Major rose to his feet and asked almost angrily, "And how do you know it was Sir Billingham who killed your wife?" Jamie Connors suddenly became nervous.
"Well,
Clamping his mouth shut, the Scotsman would speak no more, only shuffled his feet and twisted his hat as the Major pressed him for an answer. Through the whole of it, Jamie cast quick, apprehensive glances toward Ruark, until Ruark realized that he himself was the reason the man would not speak.
"Speak freely, man,"
Ruark urged.
"We have waited long enough already. I will make no charge against you, and I think the Major will agree that what you have to say will set to rest a greater crime, one which you as well would see justice meet."
"Well," Jamie began slowly, "the wife and I, we had this little thing. She made bold with the men and got them to the room, then slipped a potion in the drink she gave them. Whilst the men were asleep and we helped ourselves. Just a little purse, a bit of a bauble," he hastened to assert. "We never hurt no one, we—" "But how do you know it was Sir Gaylord?" the Major questioned sternly.
"I'm coming to that. You see, we got this bloke here," he nodded to Ruark, "and he passes out on our bed. I took his purse, and she a few other things to put in her safe box. Saving up a bit to go back to Scotland we was, and we almost had it. Now, the whole lot of it is gone. 'Twarn't enough, he beat her to death, but he took our hard-earned savings too."
The Scotsman seemed blissfully naive as to propriety. Ruark drew out the ring and showed it to him.
"Do you remember this?"
Jamie stared at him, and finally answered reluctantly.
"Aye. She took it from you.
On a little chain thing round your neck it were,
And she thought it pretty.
She had nothing like that of her own. Good lass she was, sturdy and loyal." He sniffed loudly and rubbed his nose on the back of his hand.
"Miss the girl, I do. Ain't never found another like her."
"About Sir Gaylord," the Major reminded him roughly.
"I'm getting to that,"
the man chafed.
"It's coming. Be a little patient. Well, this bloke is on the bed, and we got his things, and we put them away. Then there comes a knocking on the door. Now I can't be seen there, 'cause she's got this other thing where she's pressing a couple of fine gentlemen for some money, saying the babe was the heiress and threatening to go to their families. Sir Billingham was one of them. He raised a bit of a tiff when me girl said she'd tell his pa, that high lord. Well, Sir Billingham was there at the door, wanting to talk to her. I slid down the gutter spout and sneaked around the front to take an ale or two in the common room while I waits on them. Then he comes out, pulling his big floppy hat down, like he don't want none to see him. I waits a wee bit. Then I goes and slips back to me girl's room. And there was she, all bloody and dead. And there was Master Ruark, still cold as a cod on the bed. Ain't moved a muscle since I left, and she'd thrown a blanket over him.
so the good Sir Gaylord wouldn't know he was there. But that night, he found the safe box, he did. I don't think she had put it away. A small fortune there was, and all I got was Mr. Ruark's purse." Ruark laughed, but without much amusement. "Aye, and a small fortune that was, too." The man bobbed his head in apology. "I spent it, following his bloody lordship, or at least tagging after his baggage and that frigate he sailed on from London." George took the Major's arm, and now interrupted. "Major Carter, I, for one, have heard enough. I would ask that you post some men around the house. Sir Gaylord will no doubt be back. If he does not return, we can begin searching for him." Ruark went to the door. "I shall see to some temporary repairs upstairs, if you gentlemen will excuse me." He gathered his tools and wood. Nathaniel's gentle chuckle followed him as he made his way up the stairs. Ruark entered his bedchamber, stepping carefully around the door where it leaned askew. He lowered the tools to a tabletop and glanced toward the bed. Empty. His gaze quickly searched the room, then returned to the four-poster. He'd seen the open desk, and now espied the note. He went nearer, and a moment later his bellow of rage trembled the house. He leapt down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, and dashed into the drawing-room, where he flung the crumpled sheet of paper in Traherne's lap. "He's taken her!" He choked through the red haze of his wrath. "The bastard's got Shanna!" It was Amelia's voice, firm and commanding, that finally broke into his mind. "Ruark, control yourself. You will do her no good this way." Ruark shook his head as if to clear his mind, and realized it was Nathaniel who held his arm, and his father, who took from his now unprotesting hands the rifle he had unthinkingly snatched up. He returned to reality, and though the heat of his rage was gone, the cold fire still burned in the pit of his belly. As Pitney watched Ruark, he was reminded of a venging beast, and was, at the same time, deeply relieved that this time the savage fury was not turned upon himself, for there were no restraining chains. The foolish one who had roused this beast of prey would do well to never rest his feet. Traherne frowned at the note in his lap. The initial scrawled on the bottom ran over and over in his mind as a multitude of emotions washed through him. The sum would only tweak the shallowest depth of his wealth, and there was enough to cover the total sum in a strong box on the Hampstead. But 'twas the anger in his mind that hurt him most. For all his skill in judging men, he had let this serpent nest in his own household. Ralston sat meekly in his chair, not daring to interfere. He had known nothing of Gaylord's vices, and had only hoped to gain a part of the dowry. George paced the floor, wanting to fling himself into some activity, but having no direction for it. Nathaniel stood with the women, who silently gripped hands in their fear for Shanna. Jeremiah was close by, clutching his rifle with white-knuckled determination. Whatever happened, he would take part in it. No childish excuses any more. Pitney rose and worked his hands convulsively as he read over Traherne's shoulder. His voice was the first to break the tense quietness. "I've seen that thing at the bottom before." "Of course you have," Traherne snapped with unusual rancour. "'Tis marked on every one of his kerchiefs, his shirts, and anywhere else he can put it. It's a beef or bastard." "Nay, nay," Pitney ranted. "I mean, somewhere else. Something not so. Aye, that's it. Millie's heir. 'Twas no heir. The lass cannot read or write, and only gave us what she saw. A B, with a little curly Q at the bottom, for Billingsome." Traherne lifted the paper and shook it at the Major.
'Twas that knight of yours who killed Milly."
"With all respect, sir," the Major replied calmly, "he is not my knight."
Pitney snorted. "I heard the tale from a young lieutenant in the dram shop on Los Camelos. It seems a horse stepped on Sergei's foot, and he fell against a marshal as a mortar burst nearby. The marshal gave him credit for saving his life, and lauded the brave deed, until Gaylord was awarded the badge of knighthood."
The Major raised his brows and half apologized. "Such things happen in battle."
You'll see,
the Scotsman raved, nearly beside himself.
"He'll do your little girlie the same as he did mine, with his bloody little whip and his bloody big fist."
The Scotsman felt a strange chill creep up his back. Raising his eyes from the paper, he met Ruark's stare and shuddered. The man's face was blank and his eyes cold and flat, shining with a light that seemed to come from somewhere in the depth of them. He gave no word, but there was death in every inch of him. The Scotsman had heard a story once of a mythical lizard who could stare into your eyes and draw the life from you. He looked away quickly, nervously, because that was the same cold feeling he caught from the other man, that same one who had been hung and yet stood here. Jamie shuddered again, and reconsidered his religion most fervently. Suddenly George stopped his pacing and came to them. "If a man's to go far with a captive, he would have to have horses, and the only ones about are down at the barn." He reached for his rifle, as did Pitney, but as the other men were stirring into action, the front door was already swinging shut behind Ruark. They all seized weapons and raced after him, leaving the women to console themselves, Ralston standing undecidedly, and Orland Traherne fuming in his chair. Finally the squire heaved himself up and braced on his staff.
"Ugh!" he snarled. "If you think I'll sit here with the woman folk, you're daft."
He took a step with his crutch, and another, and then, hurling the blackthorn staff flat upon the floor, he went after the rest, ignoring his bandaged foot. George Beauchamp arrived at the barn in time to hear his son tersely questioning the sergeant.
"Horses, man! Who has taken horses today?"
"Only Sir Gaylord, sir," the sergeant answered, bewildered. "He came down shortly before midday and ordered a horse to be saddled. He'd been out all morning and wanted a fresh mount. Saddled it myself, I did. Then he took the little roan mare too, the one with the scars on her legs. Said he might need to tote some stuff." The sergeant paused, then added a bit defensively. "Said he had the master's permission." "It's all right, Sergeant," George assured the worried man. It was the sudden sharp whinny and thud of hoofs behind them that made the men turn. Attila pawed at the boards of a stall with his hoofs, then whirled and stamped and snorted. George jerked his thumb at the beast and asked of the sergeant, "What's the matter with him?" "Can't rightly say." The sergeant shrugged. "He started fretting when Sir Gaylord came, and got hotter when the man took the mare out." George raised a brow at Ruark, and their eyes locked in silent exchange for a moment. Ruark nodded and ran to push the barn doors wide, while his father went to the stall and motioned the rest of the men aside out of the way. George loosed the latch and swung the gate wide. Attila snorted and came out, his hooves ringing on the bare stone floor. He tossed his head, saw the open doors, and turned toward them instantly. Before he could gather speed, Ruark seized a handful of the thick grey mane and swung himself up onto the broad back. Attila skidded to a halt and started to prance angrily until Ruark clamped down with his knees and gave a sharp whistle. The horse then knew his rider, and sensing they were about the same mission, leaped for the doors. Behind them, Nathaniel and the Major began shouting orders.
Attila rounded the manor house and in an easy bound cleared the gate beside the burned stable. Ruark let him have his head and only clung to his back, giving no guidance. They entered the copse of trees, and the grey skidded to a halt in the clearing. He paused but a moment, tossing his head, sampling the air, then was off again in a rush of hooves. They crashed through the brush and were out in the pasture, running like the wind. The smell of Gaylord was hot in Attila's nostrils, but more than that, the scent of the mare. They were both somewhere ahead. The air was cool and bracing. The stallion settled into an easy run, not straining, but stretching out with each stride until his hooves barely seemed to touch the sod. The tall oaks flew by in a brownish blur, and now they were on the trail. As Ruark saw the way, he began to guide the beast, and the two of them were as one, bent on a single purpose. Gaylord chafed as he glanced back toward Shanna. Her sureness and composure were disquieting. He had a need to see her subdued, if only by fear. He dropped back beside her again, and the horse's pace slowed to a walk. "Even a fool knows when he has met his master," he began. "And you, sir?" Her reply came with that same calm smile. "Have at last met yours." Shanna felt the weight of the small dagger against her leg. She dared not try to get it now. There would come a time, she assured herself silently. Forcing herself to relax, she stared straight ahead, afraid that some of her self-control might crumble. Gaylord tried to reason with her. "I am not a cruel man, madam, and you are most beautiful. A small amount of grace upon your part might prompt me to find mercy in my heart. I but wish to share a moment of pleasure with you." "My pleasure, sir," her soft voice mocked, "would be to never set eyes on you again." The bitch! How could she deny him so? "You are helpless," he shouted, and raised in the stirrups to his full height. "You are in my power, and I will do what I want with you." Shanna hid the shudder that went through her, and laughed scornfully. "Sir, in a damp forest, you will muss your clothes." "There is no one to rescue you," he bellowed, and the reply came as soft as ever. "Ruark is coming." Gaylord shook the rifle at her in rage. "If he is, then I will kill him." Her fear was almost overwhelming, and she spoke to keep her lips from trembling. "Have I told you, sir, that he spent some time with the savages and learned their ways? He even won their respect. All of this when he was but a lad. Have I told you, sir, that he can pass through the forest like a shadow without stirring a leaf? Have I told you, sir, that he is a marksman? And when angered, he fights like a savage. Indeed, is a savage." She gave a short laugh. "The pirates could well attest to that. They feared him, you know." From the corner of her eye, Shanna saw Gaylord glance back over his shoulder, and he scanned the trail ahead with a care unusual for one so bold. "Have you ever thought, sir, how one man against so many could bring all of us out unscathed from the pirates' isle?" They passed a high spot where the trail dipped down into the valley, and Gaylord halted his abbreviated column to scan the path behind them again. Shanna cocked her head to one side, as if listening carefully, and suddenly the assurance she had given tongue to was oddly heavy within her. Sir Gaylord was watching her with angry suspicion on his face. She straightened and met his gaze squarely, nodding ever so slightly. "Aye, Ruark is coming." Her words were little more than a whisper, but they seemed to enrage the knight. With a snarl, he jerked the rope, making the mare prance. Shanna fought to keep her seat and frantically clutched the handful of mane just as they charged full tilt down into the valley. They rounded the last bend, leaving black slashes where the racing hooves tore the soft moss to shreds. Gaylord hauled the mounts to a skidding halt before the cabin, gritting his teeth in pain as the mare half stumbled. He calmed the steeds and stepped down from his own, tying the mare to the hitching rail and flexing his shoulder as if he knew a persistent ache in it. He took the bags from behind Shanna and, unlatching the cabin door, threw them within. He returned, stretching his muscles, and walked about a bit, seeking his own ease, before seeing to Shanna's. When it finally met his whim, he came to her. He untied one of her feet, then went between the horses to loosen her other. He took some time with this task, and his long fingers unduly caressed her slim ankles and were wont to venture needlessly up her leg. Shanna held her breath, fearing he might discover the dagger. Suddenly, a rattle of hooves at the mouth of the valley drew their attention. For a moment, the grey flank of the horse and the dark brown of its rider were visible through the trees. Shanna's spirit thrilled with the sight, and briefly her eyes blurred with joyful tears, but she sobered as Gaylord snatched up the rifle. Chuckling to himself, he pulled back the heavy hammer and steadied the piece across the saddle of his mount, drawing a careful bead where the trail made its final curve. It was another of his many mistakes that Gaylord turned his back on Shanna. As the hooves thundered near the curve, she raised her foot and struck the mare's outward side with all her strength. With a sharp whinny, Jezebel leapt away from the blow, and her movement caught Gaylord between the mounts, crushing the breath from him. The rifle shot upward like a misdirected arrow and sailed in a neat arc into the brush just as Ruark came racing around the bend on Attila's back. The mare caught a blow with a sharp elbow in the ribs and pranced away, leaving Gaylord to stumble out from between the two horses, gasping for breath. He looked up to see a huge grey stallion, eyes red, nostrils flared, ears laid back upon his head, charging straight for him, and a man crouching on the heaving shoulders like an avenging spirit. Gaylord forgot the rifle as a chill went up his spine. Snatching Shanna roughly from the mare's back, he dragged her to the cabin and shoved her through the door. With arms still bound, she stumbled across the dirt floor and sprawled upon the bed. Stepping in, Gaylord slammed the door and was reaching for the heavy bar when the whole of it, hinges, hasp, and all, was torn loose and crashed in upon him. Ruark had launched himself from the grey's back, feet first, all the speed of the charge behind him. His legs were half numbed by the blow, but he rolled on a shoulder and came to his feet, ready to fight. "Come on, bastard," he growled. "If you want my wife, you'll have to kill me with your bare hands. No burning stable this time." Gaylord was no small man, and now the heat of the battle was upon him. He flung the stout door off himself and lunged to his feet, pawing for the pistols which were no longer in his belt, but lay instead outside, beneath the horse's hooves. The knight had only time enough to realize his loss before Ruark attacked. A howl of rage broke from Gaylord's lips to answer the snarl of Ruark. At last, Billingsham could openly battle this bondsman who had plagued him from the first. With a thud, the two men met chest to chest, and their arms locked in a test of sheer strength. Even through his righteous wrath, Ruark was amazed at the power of his antagonist. Their breath whistled through clenched teeth, and the tendons of both strained with their efforts. Gaylord's feet slipped on the dirt floor as he was slowly straightened and bent backward. He had no choice but to give way or be flung on his back. He tried to dive to one side, but Ruark held on. They crashed as one to the floor in a cloud of loose dirt, and to Shanna's eyes became a thrashing welter of twisting arms and legs. Shaking with her own emotions and her anxiety for Ruark, she lifted her skirts and clawed for the hilt of her dagger. Her bound hands were almost numb, but she managed to loosen the knife and tuck the hilt between her knees. Frantically, she began to saw the ropes against the blade. The two men rose on their knees. Ruark thrust his head beneath Gaylord's chin and clasped his arms about the narrow ribs of the knight, hugging him like a bear until the other's spine was bent to the breaking point. Gaylord moaned beneath the pressure, then suddenly twisted aside. The hold was broken. They teetered and fell, and again were obscured in a cloud of dust. The knight's flailing hand touched a smooth, hard length of wood, and he snatched its weighty length up. A small, cured pelt of an animal clung to one end, but he had no time to shake it off. Laughter wheezed from his labouring lungs as he rolled above Ruark and brought the stick across the bondsman's neck, leaning all his weight on it. Ruark caught the wood, and the tendons stood out in his neck and arms like taut cordage as he strained to hold the piece from choking him. The staff moved upward ever so slightly, and Gaylord shrieked his dismay. Ruark's knee worked beneath the knight's belly and lifted some of the weight away. His foot slid beneath the knight's hip, and he heaved, hurling Gaylord over his head and away from him, releasing the staff as Gaylord sailed over him. The fur pelt came free. Then the realization dawned on Ruark with sudden clarity that the end of the smooth stick bore a wide, double-bladed head. It was the axe he had left in the cabin. Shanna gasped, and Gaylord chortled in high glee, shifting the double-bladed weapon in his hands as Ruark scrambled to his feet. Ruark seized a length of firewood to defend himself as the knight moved forward. Ruark could only move back as the keen-edged blade threatened him in the narrow confines of the cabin. The edge of the table caught Ruark on the back of the thighs, and he could retreat no further. With a shout of triumph, Gaylord swung a two-handed blow downward as Shanna cringed and smothered a scream. Ruark dove to one side, and the table, with a rending, splintering crack, fell in halves as the axe cut it clean through. As Gaylord struggled to pull the blade from the shreds, Ruark threw the firewood low at the shins of the man and snatched another piece. The axe swung in a short swipe at Ruark's belly, and the blow was barely parried with the short stick of wood. The axe swung again. Ruark leapt back to avoid the blade, then crashed to the floor as his feet tangled in the wreckage of the table. Gaylord's bellow of victory ended in a shriek of pain. He had seen the bright flash and jerked away, but he had still caught the point of the tiny dagger on his cheek and felt the red-hot shock of it slash downward along his neck, laying open flesh as it went. In his lust for blood, he had forgotten the Lady Shanna again. Indeed, no lady. She had freed herself and joined the fray with the silvered thorn, as fiercely protective of her husband's life as he of hers. Snarling, Gaylord flung wide his arms, and she was thrust away, the small dagger flying into a corner. But as Gaylord grasped the axe again, she returned to rake his lightly shirted shoulder with her claws. She finally gained his attention. His bony fist struck hard, and Shanna stumbled back as it caught her along the jaw. Dazed and reeling, she sprawled again upon the furry bed, her world suddenly gone black and void. Now it was the other beast Gaylord had ignored too long. A half-voiced, bellowing snarl sounded in his ear, and the axe was snatched from his grasp as if from a child's. He recoiled and thought to see it flash, ending his life. And flash it did, but straight upward with such force, the blade was half buried high in a timber of the roof, its handle quivering well out of reach. Gaylord's relief was short-lived, however, for he was seized in a vice that slowly crushed the breath from him. He was in the grip of a maddened beast who gave no quarter, but slowly lifted him from the floor in arms of steel. Hurled halfway across the room, he rebounded from the wall and was immediately beset by punishing blows that took him from every side. He saw bared white teeth beneath dark-rimmed golden eyes in a snarling face that promised only death. Blows rained upon him, taking away his strength. He began to fear defeat, and, worse than that, death. He raised an arm and weakly struck out, but was attacked with such renewed savagery. He stumbled back across the room and could only shelter his head beneath his arms. He fell to his knees and reeled as a hard fist struck him on the face. His hand was suddenly full of soft velvet, and dimly he saw a woman's face above him.
"Stop him! Stop him!" he sobbed. "He'll kill me!"
Shanna struggled against the greyness that engulfed her, and through the buzzing in her ears, she heard a distant cursing mingled with a whimpering cry. She shook her head to free herself from the daze, and some vision returned. She saw Sir Gaylord at her feet on the floor, clutching the hem of her gown, begging for his life. Suddenly, her mind was clear. What he had not given to others would be granted to him. Mercy. She stepped over the sprawling knight and caught Ruark's arm to her breast. "Ruark," she pleaded, "let him have his day with the hangman." She slipped a hand behind Ruark's head and with the other pushed his rigid body back. Stepping before him, she pulled his face close to hers and kissed his lips until his sanity began to return, and she felt the stiffness of rage leave him. She knew she had won when he took her in his arms and lifted her against him in a fierce, crushing embrace. Shanna was sitting on the stump, holding still while Ruark applied a cool, wet cloth to her bruised cheek, when Nathaniel and the Major halted their mounts before the cabin. Gaylord sat nearby on a rough-hewn bench, well wrapped in a length of rope. The latecomers surveyed the scene that greeted them as George and the others joined them. Considering the unhinged portal, George chuckled down at Ruark.
"My son, you truly have a way with doors."
Gaylord was put on a horse, and Shanna was lifted to Attila's back, where she perched in the arms of her husband. She would have traded no part of her world away. The door of the cabin was roped in place, and the party was preparing for the return journey, when suddenly a shout rang out from the trail, and a rattle of hooves drifted down to them. They waited in wonderment until an ancient mare with stiff legs and a spine-jolting gait came trotting around the bend. It could not be said which wheezed the harder, the gallant mare or her courageous rider. A string of jolted curses drifted ahead of them as the mare neared. Nathaniel stepped down from his mount and mercifully assisted Traherne to the firm turf. Stripping the saddle from Traherne's mount, he laid it on the back of Jezebel, that mare of gentler gait, while George led the aging mare to the pasture and turned her out to graze in peace. Dusk was gathering over the land as the mostly jovial party neared the manor house, and no one noted that Attila, with his double load, chose to lag far behind the rest. Indeed, it was questionable whether any hand guided him, since both his riders seemed much occupied with each other. The returning party went directly to the barn, where George pointed out a heavily planked stall intended to contain the occasionally errant stud or bull. It was little used. A small table and a stool were placed within, along with a pile of fresh straw and several blankets. The ropes were stripped from Sir Gaylord, and he was thrust into his stall cell. Glaring about him, he rubbed his wrists, then sneered at his captors.
"You may abuse me like this if you will, but as a knight of the realm, I can be tried before no less than the High Tribunal
of His Majesty's court in London." "Perhaps," Major Carter replied musingly, "that will be up to the magistrate in Williamsburg." "I will have none of your bumbling colonial justice," Gaylord snarled. "My father will see that I am cared for." "The same, of course." The Major rubbed a finger along his chin. "Lord Billingham has come to the colonies to, improve the crude system, I believe he said. He's taken the bench in Williamsburg and will be the first to hear your case." Gaylord's mouth gapped open, and his eyes grew dim and distant. He seated himself on the stool and stared at the blank wall, seeming not to hear any further comments. His lips moved briefly, and the whisper was barely heard. "Old Hanging Harry." His shoulders sagged, and his air of arrogance deserted him. A moment later, George entered the manor and stalked through the room directly to the brandy decanter. Close on his heels came Nathaniel and Jeremiah, their broad grins warning of good news, while Pitney and the Major assisted a ruffled, bone-weary Trahan to his chair. He plumped down and stared at the muddied, grass-stained wrappings of his injured foot, once more propped on its hassock. Bringing up the rear, Shanna and Ruark strolled in with their arms entwined, and happy smiles on their faces, as if the day had borne nothing but blissful togetherness. The uproar of relieved laughter and shouts filled the house until it fair danced on its foundation. The tale was told, then retold, and each added his own part until it was complete. Backs were pounded, hands clasped, toasts proposed and properly completed, and in the darker corners the heroes were welcome home in a much quieter fashion. Only Orlan Trahan sat in his chair in a dour mood and sipped from a rum and bitters Pitney had managed to prepare. It was into this riot of congratulations that Hergus bore a tray of tidbits to whet the appetites of the starving men. Her shriek of recognition was ear-splitting. "Jamie! Jamie Connors!" The Scotsman turned and stared at the woman who called his name, as did everyone else in the room. "Hergus?" he said slowly, his eyes widening in amazement. "My God, Hergus! My own true love!" He burned beneath the slow regard the surprised woman bent on him. "A score of years you've been gone, and not a word, ever." Hergus presented her tray and a warm smile to Pitney, and her stiff back to Jamie, as she recalled in a rush the multitude of wiles she had watched Shanna use on various suitors. Her love had strayed, and ere there would be a reconciliation, his price would be dear. I, the poor man stammered. "I found no trace of you when they finally let me go." No answer came, as Hergus calmly served the others from the tray. But as Shanna caught her eye, she could well read the slow smile and lowering of eyelids. At the moment, Shanna almost felt sorry for Jamie, but she saw something new in Hergus, both soft and firm at the same time, and guessed that with proper retribution, the Scotsman might regain what he had lost. Shanna stepped to her father's side and gazed down at him for a moment. At the glowering frown, she gently asked, "Does your foot pain you, Papa?" "'Tis not my foot that aches as much as another part," he snorted. "It took a dire threat to put me atop a horse, but should the very earth crumble beneath my feet, I will not straddle another. Now I cannot find comfort either standing or sitting. I would hie myself to my bed to find aught of ease." Shanna began to chuckle and could not stop, though his scowl grew deeper as he glared up at her. "Oh, Papa, 'tis the worst of it that you should have done it for me." She bent and kissed his brow. "Bah!" Trahan shifted in his chair as if to ease some ache and spoke to Ruark, who had come to stand beside Shanna. "I hurt in every bone,
and she chortles like some half-wit. Beware, my son, ere she drive you harried and haunted to your grave. If I knew that as fact, Ruark laughed, I would change no small whit of it. Shanna took her husband's hand and squeezed it lovingly, then sat on the arm of her father's chair and rested her own arm about his shoulders. I am beset with beasts in the two of you. She smiled softly to belie her words. A dragon on my left and a hoary bear on my right. Am I ever to fear your fangs?
Keep her with child, lad,
Trahan chuckled, his mood easing.
'Tis the only way. Keep her with child. Much my own thought, sir.
Ruark met Shanna's eyes, and their love glowed in unspoken communication. Ruark was at the window, watching the grey streaks of dawn spread across the sky. Lying in bed, Shanna, too, was wide awake. He came back and slid beneath the covers. "You're cold," Shanna told him.
"Warm me."
They snuggled close together. "It's been almost a year," she murmured.
"Aye, and with each dawning," he whispered in her ear, "the sun has come to part us, but no more."
A moment of silence passed as they nestled in each other's arms. Ruark traced a curl where it fell across her arm.
"Have I slain your dragon, my love?"
"Slain my dragon? Nay, and I will hear no more such talk." Shanna slipped her arms about his neck. "Let the devil take the shining nights. Come, dragon Ruark, breathe your fire and warm me. The day is just beginning for us." Epilogue. Orlan Trahan sat in the small church on the island of Los Camellos and listened to the minister's voice droning on from the pulpit. His mind was not on the sermon, but drifted to other topics. The island seemed lonely of late. There was something missing. Life here moved on as usual, slowing in the heat of the day, hastening when the harvests of cane and timber called. It accommodated the rush of the mills, and the new wealth was liberally dispersed to be enjoyed by all. It was what he had always dreamed of. But now the edge was gone from the achievement. He thought of his daughter and her husband. The babe would be born by now, but weeks would pass before he received word of it. He glanced toward the small oil painting of his wife Georgiana, which hung near his church box, and knew she would have thrilled at the prospect. Indeed, she would have insisted they go to be with Shanna at her labour. He could almost see his wife smiling back at him with her ever-tolerant, knowing gaze. He had, of yesteryear, considered his blood to be aged and thin, but now it quickened with the fervour of youth as he imagined the wealth of new markets that waited a knowing hand in the colonies. More and more he longed to be out in the marketplace with a wad of credit slips in his purse and a shipload of merchandise at the dock. He yearned to elbow his way through a throng and hear the jargon of barter, the rhythmic song of an auctioneer, and to feel the lift of that moment when a good bargain is struck. He wanted to whet his mind against the sly half-truths of the seller and hone his appetite with a taste of the same on a wary buyer. Even Pitney had grown restless of late, and spoke often of leaving the island to seek out a fortune in the new land. Trahan guessed that the man had fallen in love with the vast spaces, and found life here now narrow and restrictive. A ship had been sighted as they were on their way to church, and Pitney had gone down to the docks to meet it, a fire of adventure beginning to glow in his eyes. "By God, it is a tempting thing," Orlan Trahan thought. "And in my journeys up and down the colonies, I could stop often to see my grandchild." His eyes went again to the painting.
I'd come back here too, Georgiana, often, and I would ever cherish the memories we set to seed here."
The minister had finished his sermon and was calling the congregation to its feet for a song when he paused and stared speechless toward the rear of the church. Before Traherne could turn, a huge hand gripped his shoulder, and he glanced up to see Pitney grinning down at him. Traherne frowned and began to rise. Then a small blanketed bundle was thrust gently into his arms. He had barely time to see the dark hair before another one was placed in his other arm. He looked back and forth between the two, seeing the black hair and a hint of green in the baby blue of their eyes. The squire's jaw dropped. He raised his gaze in wonder to meet Shanna's brightly beaming visage. "A boy and a girl, Papa."
This was news no letter could bear.
Ruark smiled.
"We were overdue a visit anyway."
Orland Traherne was speechless. He stared down at the twins again, and could not, for the life of him, bring forth words to express his joy. He looked up at the painting on the wall, and his voice was choked and broken as he whispered,
"More than we ever dreamed, Georgiana. More than we ever dreamed."